All right, hello everybody, and welcome to the first ever live stream here on Baker Reviews. We could call it my very late 100 sub, 200 sub, 300 sub Q&A, which, if you know my channel, would be right on brand with me being late with videos. So,
once every few months or so.
Yeah, I post about once every 3 months when I'm feeling like it. But, yeah, so all of you joining us, thank you for being here. I'm sure you've already seen the title and description. I thought this would be a really fun idea. Of course, I have to give props to one of my favorite YouTubers, Cody Leach. This was totally his thing. He calls it 31 on 31, where he finds 31 movies of any genre, and they kind of make a big list ranking them all. So today we're going to be ranking Friday the 13th, Halloween, and Scream. So all I can say is happy Halloween and... Motherfucker. Now, I'm sure it's going to be a while before we get to that one, because that'll probably be top 5 for all of us. But
yeah,
obviously.
You're wrong, and you're a grotesquely ugly freak. Thanks.
All right, guys. So let me pull up my very, very official format here. It's called an online notepad. I went above and beyond for this. Yeah, so I just have me at the top here, narcissist. I have me at the top here, 31 to 1. If you all listen to the podcast, you will probably know that joining me first is my brother down below here, Culture Shock Podcast. Here, there's
me.
Here. Corey, you, me, you.
Somewhere.
You, me, you. You guys brothers?
And joining on my right, maybe, is my brother in horror. My brother in horror, Steven. I almost said your last name. I almost just said your last name and doxed you like my name is Sniper Wolf.
Let
them know, and our live stream just got canceled. All right, guys. So yeah, we are here pretty much tonight to answer one question and to take care of one goal. The question we need to answer is this.
Like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Goal we have is simply this.
Evil dies tonight!
Evil dies tonight!
Man, there are some good movies in these franchises, aren't there?
Chills. I just got chills.
I just got chills. No, we're not talking about Batman and Robin.
Iconic moment there.
Yeah, right. We'll talk about Batman
in one way or another.
Yeah, iconic's a word. We'll talk about Batman and Robin when we get to Halloween Ends.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I say let's just jump into this. So starting off our list here, let me do the screen share so everyone can see it. And if you guys have the same spot as me, you can tell me and I'll just fill in your fields. So can you guys see this okay? I tried to make it big.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And here we go. Whoa. Rob Zombie's H2. Either of you have it at 31?
I do not.
I do not. Surprisingly.
Okay, wow. Yeah, wow. All right. If it's not if you're not first, you're last.
You guys are gonna hate me so much when we get to that.
Oh god.
Oh god. Here we go.
God. He's got the Cody Leach opinion on it.
He's got the Cody Leach.
Oh, not nearly that bad.
So yeah, pretty much as far as Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 goes, this movie
Okay, do we have to acknowledge that's the director's cut? That
yes, it is.
That didn't happen in the original theatrical cut.
It did not.
Fucking
I don't even know where to begin with this movie. It's kind of funny when you look at the two Rob Zombie films, because it is the case where I pretty much like the final 2 acts of the first movie, and I like the first act of this movie. So like everything they do to pay homage to the hospital scene, I think is really good.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree with that.
When Rob Zombie is copying John Carpenter, he does great.
Yeah.
It's almost like when he's used.
Let me copy your homework.
Yeah.
It's almost like when he's using somebody else's script and dialogue. It's not so bad. Because I've always said, if they've been on the channel before, you know how I feel about Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
I've always said the dude can shoot a scene. Like he's good with creepy imagery, great set pieces, but his dialogue is so bad.
It's the
Yeah.
hellbilly thing.
Yeah, everyone that exists in his movies are from Oil City. So
Yeah, I know them all.
I know them all. The only one not cast. Yeah, but to me, everything after the first act, you have the white horse element. This just feels like Rob Zombie
That's-
getting away with making a Rob Zombie film in the Halloween universe.
Yeah.
Like the first one, he kind of had some restrictions. He kind of had to play within certain lines, which is why I think the movie's better for it.
yeah, he
But
kept it to the original.
he did, other than a backstory that we'll talk about.
Yeah.
This movie just goes off the rails almost immediately. Loomis is a piece of shit, and
He's
not
awful.
liking
They ruined
he's-
him.
Absolutely, they did.
even people that defend this movie usually say Loomis sucks.
Well,
I thought Lori was awful too.
They kind of
Laurie.
destroyed Loomis, Laurie, and Rob Zombie went the extra Rob Zombie cringe that he always does. He had to get Danielle Harris's boobs out just because she was a little kid in number 4 and 5. I
Ugh.
think that was another one of his uncomfortable. Like, I bet we could get her naked in this.
Yeah.
I guarantee that was in the room when they talked about it.
Yeah, the ambulance scene in Halloween 2 is so damn unnecessary, but it's so Rob Zombie. Like, hey, did you see the tits on that dead girl?
Oh, dude.
Even has one of his favorite actors playing that part.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Cow. I should have got something for cow.
That's a good part. That's the best part of that.
Probably the best part of the
Zombie
movie.
too. Yeah, it's ranked higher than
I have it way higher. Well, not
That's
way
his
higher.
favorite part.
It's my favorite part. I just love Rob
Some-
Zombie movies.
Yeah.
And I do. That's not a joke. I
I like House of 1000 Corpses. Devil's Rejects. And
I like-
that's it.
I like maybe
got
a movie he hasn't done yet.
Don't worry, I get shit on all the time for liking his movies. I'm used to it.
Yeah, I think the first Halloween, we'll talk about it later. First Zombies Halloween, after a rocky start, I think it got much better. I think we would have been fine with a single movie. But of course,
baby, these days you gotta have a sequel.
Now I know there was a lot of
Unfortunately true.
It's true. There was a lot of behind the scenes stuff here. I know Rob Zombie was absolutely miserable making that first movie. And the only way he could get out of his contract is instead of cutting it, they cut the trilogy short. He said, "If I make you a second movie, can we call it?" And they said, "That's fine. Make us one more movie." And he made a Rob Zombie movie. He did not make a Halloween movie.
I almost think he veered so far into his territory, he wanted to make them uncomfortable so they
Yeah.
wouldn't try and get him to do a third.
Yeah,
Out of spite.
Out of
Being a
spite.
fan.
out of spite. It almost makes you wonder if Ryan Johnson did the same. Oh wait, sorry, never mind.
Fuck you.
Moving past it.
Listen, Sam Raimi didn't want to put Venom in the movie.
That's true. He did not.
I wish he wasn't in it.
Yeah, but I have the same issues with this movie every Halloween fan has. Laurie's super unlikable.
Oh, the worst.
The direction Loomis went from the last movie to this movie, the character progression makes zero sense. Why he's such an asshole.
Which sucks because Malcolm McDowell's great. So
Yeah.
it just made him look really bad.
I don't like the hobo drifter Michael Myers.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that he only puts his mask on for killing. Fuck that. I hate it.
Corey,
so much.
I'm anxious to see where you have this movie and why.
Yeah, hold on. I
Yeah,
might,
I'm
I might, I
starting to
might,
wonder.
I might move it down a little bit now that we're talking.
I think
When's
about
the last
I
time
think-
you rewatched this? Because it's fucking bad.
it. 2009.
Yeah, I think you
I
hate this
rewatched-
movie.
I rewatched all of them last year, and I was like, "Good God, I'm
Yeah.
struggling."
And I had Steven on because we message all the time talking about these movies. And in a lot of ways, we agree with most things. I'm sure there's gonna be that's why this list I thought with him would be so fun. Because I'm like, we agree so much. There has to be some areas where like you're fucking
Oh,
high.
Yeah, I know where a few may lie.
Oh, you guys
I
are
have
gonna hate my opinion, so it's a good thing I'm here.
Oh, that's gonna
I
be
think
great.
Then you're gonna love me.
You're gonna love me.
I have a movie coming up, I think at number 27 when we get there that people are gonna fucking maybe stop watching this video for, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
God. Oh no.
He said, "Oh no." Okay, so
Oh no.
let's move down to Corey. 31. What do you have as 31?
This is maybe absolutely my least favorite horror movie in the famous horror movies
Oh god.
of all. Like maybe there might be a Freddy one below it, but the only
Or
one
three.
is Jason Goes to Hell.
Oh
I hate
boy.
every single part of this movie. I hate the premise. I hate the sister aspect. I hate the dagger thing. I hate all of it. I hate every single part of this movie.
I can't disagree with you on most of the things you said because I agree that they're fucking dumb. But
Oh, so bad.
there are a few things that I enjoy out of this movie. I'll get
You know
there.
what?
I wrote fuck this movie. That's all I wrote.
It's
I'm
last
actually
time you rewatched it.
I rewatched it for this actually, just to
Oh,
make sure I hated
great.
Oh, did you?
All right. Then I'll give you my respect.
Then you
I'll
have
give
my
you-
respect.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I am proud of us though is we're 2 movies in. Corey's already slightly defending Rob Zombie's H2, and Steven is saying like Jason Goes to Hell has some redeemable. I thought we'd be shitting all over these bottom ones, so I'm proud of you guys.
I mean,
Thanks.
it's not
Gee,
high
thanks.
up.
No.
I will say this right now. I never am gonna feel the need to rewatch Jason Goes to Hell. So I'm not saying that I like it.
I don't
Yeah,
typically
I just-
rewatch it either.
I just don't hate it as much as that. There's quite a few
I think-
movies I have below it.
I think it's truly. I think if you're like marathoning these movies, I think it's a nice palate cleanser because it's so different.
See, isn't that what 5 was supposed to be though?
Well,
No,
5 was
because-
just
Because 5 feels just like 2 through 4 to me. It feels just like a Jason Voorhees, a Friday the 13th movie, except it's fucking Roy Burns or whatever his
No, yeah.
name is. But it feels like a Friday movie.
Roy
then-
Burns.
What the hell did you just say?
I guess I'll give you that. It at least feels like a Jason movie. But then when it pulls the rug out from under you and find out it wasn't Jason the whole time, that just pisses me off.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it
agree.
pisses a lot of people off. But yeah, that's the
There's
thing.
a
It's like
reason it's pretty low.
at least they did a copycat killer. Like, oh, I don't want to say this, but at least they did a copy. Never mind. We'll move on. So
No, say it. Go ahead and say it.
no, I don't want to ruffle any feathers too early.
Oh.
But Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah, like I said, it's a good palate cleanser, I think. If you've been watching all these movies, it's kind of the same thing over and over and over. You get it. It's Jason at a camp. Eventually, it's Jason on a boat. But
Eventually.
Jason
in space.
is in space. But yeah,
And it's
Jason Goes to Hell. I
great.
mean, it's so different. Like, it probably would be if you're not somebody who has extreme love for this franchise. I'm more curious to see where you place this movie because you might
Yeah.
be like, this is so different and like refreshing. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Where's Jason at? Who the hell's Creighton Duke?
Well, if
Yeah.
I remember right, even Cody Leach, who doesn't really care about the Friday franchise that much, it's a little higher on his because he said I think he said it's a bit
Yeah.
refreshing to have it be different. I can't remember now, but pretty
It
sure he
is.
said that.
You have like this bounty hunter that apparently has been watching Jason kill hundreds of people, but it's like, bro, when did you plan on like intervening?
Yeah, might
He's
want to
really
step in.
studying film.
Right. When I think of Jason Voorhees, I think of little girl with pigtails putting a hot dog through a donut.
Jesus.
You gotta love Creighton Duke. Okay. Steven, what do you got? Dead last 30. Hold on. I keep forgetting to screen share when I go over this.
All right.
Okay. 31.
Taking the-
So here's
the
Corey.
lovely
Jason Goes to Hell.
31st on my list is going
mu-
to be Halloween Resurrection.
Halloween.
I could go on and
Resurrection.
on about the reasons why I dislike this movie, but it really comes down to butchering H2O's ending.
Adrian, go ahead and
Rip.
put that at 30 for me as well.
Me and Corey both have it at 30.
It ruins Laurie Strode. She
Sure.
obviously H2O ending was a good ending point, I think. I mean, let's
Yes.
be real. Halloween
movie-
2 was a good ending point.
It was.
But H2O felt good after you watched it. And then the first, 5-10 minutes of this movie shits on that.
Completely.
And from there on, I mean, it's still just god awful. I mean, it felt like a low budget, cheap way to just get a Michael Myers movie. I mean, you got these
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
you have these guys recording in his house, like it's terrible quality on all these cameras. Like I get almost zero enjoyment out of it. I don't want to ever see it again. Unless, Busta Rhymes saying something dumb and kind of funny. I think that's about the only thing I like about this movie is Busta Rhymes being fucking stupid.
But Busta didn't pimp nothing this whole movie. Not
He
one
didn't.
thing.
True.
My favorite line of the movie is probably when he breaks through the window and goes, "Hoo-ah."
Yeah, let's hear it. Let me hear your thoughts. It's
No.
a 30.
Yeah, no, I think it's at 30 for us, so I don't think either of us are
Yeah.
defending it.
No.
Like you said, it spits on the ending of Halloween H2O. It spits on the character of Laurie Strode, and in turn spits on Halloween fans. It retcons probably the second best ending in the franchise. Like, I think if you make one Halloween movie, I think that's, that was a perfect. Carpenter had it right at the beginning. I think you make one Halloween movie, he disappears in the night. You don't know, is he still out there? Where is he? That's
Yeah.
perfect. But if you're gonna rank different timelines, if you go 1, 2, H2O, no resurrection, I think that's a pretty good, damn good timeline.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Another
And,
thing about Halloween 8 and Resurrection, the mask once again is awful, which I'm
It's
going to be
awful.
saying for a lot of these Halloween movies. But yeah, he looks ridiculous.
Why was it so hard for them to get that mask right?
I don't know. Why
William
did they not watch the first two
Shatner's
movies?
perfect face.
Did nobody who made these movies watch the first two? Just do that again.
Yeah, right. I don't know why they had such an issue. 4 was terrible, 5 was terrible. Not 4 wasn't terrible, the movie. I mean, the mask, the look.
Yeah, I will say about the new trilogy, they at least got the mask right.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Mask, it's my favorite of the whole series.
Yeah, I think for
That's
the most
fair.
part, they got Michael right, I think, for the most part.
Yeah,
Which is important, but
other than
we
when
get
he turned into Jason Voorhees, but that's fine too.
when we get to 5, I have something to say about the mask, very specific.
Oh, it's bad.
Halloween
Yes.
5.
I actually think
Yeah.
Halloween 5 is my least favorite mask. Honestly.
Mine
I don't
too, and
know.
there's a
H2O, though.
Very
It's like,
specific reason.
you can see his whole eyes.
Yeah, but Resurrection, man, it's a failure from beginning to end. And the thing
Yep.
is it's not even one of those movies that's so bad it's good, or
No, it's just bad.
it's just bad.
Unless
it kind
you
of
like Busta Rhymes' stupid dialogue, then that's like
And the amount of things us horror fans will deal with being so bad they're good, for us to sit here and say this is just bad and bad, that's horrible.
yeah, because listen, I think if I know the two of you, I think Jason X is going to do pretty well on this list.
It may have.
And that's
it's solid. It's decent.
it's solid.
I enjoy that movie.
It's an uber good movie, guys.
Leave Jason X alone. Yeah, just
a lot better
like-
than Leprechaun going to space.
oh god, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true. And I just think, as far as Halloween Resurrection, with Laurie, I don't get that decision. It was Jamie Lee Curtis's decision to be killed off early because she's I feel weird about the whole H2O Resurrection thing because they signed her on with the intention that they're ending Michael, she's the one to kill Michael.
Yeah.
And then they did that and it made money. So what they do is they fucking went back on their word. We have to make a sequel. You gotta make a sequel.
Yeah.
And it's just
and they had her kill him in such a badass way too, and then just
that retcon almost in hindsight makes H2O a little bit worse.
Yeah,
I don't
I kind of hold it against it a little bit, actually.
right, and that sucks because overall I like that movie.
It's solid.
Uh-oh. I guess we'll talk about that in a little. Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna have any disagreements with Resurrection.
Yeah,
Fucking-
dog shit.
Yeah, Busta coming through, beating the shit out of him with kung fu, tasering, electrocuting his balls. It's really bad. I guess they were gonna have an alternate ending where the nerdy stalker kid came in and saved her, but they went with Freddy instead. But that was kind of another
that wouldn't have
like,
helped.
like
I
that,
don't think it would have done much. No.
that stalker kid at the party. That was weird, right? Like he's made out to be like this hero helping her by texting her, and it's like it's just a creep watching her all the time.
Yeah,
That's pretty common in horror movies.
Yeah, it is.
The guy who
what's
like
worse is,
watches
my
in the
boy
creepy
Tommy,
corner.
Halloween 6, baby.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
hell yeah,
The coolest
love-
stalker I've ever seen. Guys,
the best Tommy Doyle in Halloween.
Yeah. No, Halloween Kills, bro. What do you mean? That's the best.
Well, yeah, I was
Halloween.
gonna say there is one.
tonight.
Evil dies tonight.
Poor Anthony Michael Hall. I don't think he's a terrible actor,
He's not.
but that was rough.
Yeah.
Holy shit, guys! You know what I haven't been doing? Bringing up any comments. Okay, let's go through them real quick. Boondock Saints. I have no idea who that is. Thank you, Mike.
Boondock Saints.
Wow, what is this production quality on our live streams? Oh, where's this production quality on our live streams? I am trying harder on my own than our collective one. That's pretty fucked up. Phil says shocker right out of the gate. Wow. Oh, Phil, if you're still here, let me know what it was. It Rob Zombie's H2? Is that the shocker? Baseline. Oh yeah, we're way behind. Mike says Last Jedi sucks. I remember when we were talking about that. Jay Falk says Steve loves Halloween Kills. Don't let him lie to you. We all love Halloween Kills, sir. Fucking Steve. Mike said. Jason X is the best. How dare you?
Hey, listen. I didn't say I disliked it.
Hey, yeah, whoa, hey. Wait, Phil says
just-
this is 31.
You listen.
Phil, Jason X is fun. Thank you, Eddie. And then Corey Baker says these guys are.
I don't know who that is, but he's right.
I don't know who Corey Baker is, but he's got a point.
Doesn't look familiar.
All right. Doesn't look familiar. All right. So Corey and I agree
Probably
with you
go
on
to
Halloween
Steve's-
Resurrection.
Probably go to Steve's 30 now.
All right. Well,
Yes, that
I'm
brings
sure
us all the way
this
back to
one-
Steve.
I'm gonna assume this is coming up soon, but who knows? I'm gonna
We
go with
got
Halloween 5.
Halloween 5. The Revenge of Michael Myers.
I think that's what it's called. I don't even
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, Revenge.
Touche.
I
Return, the Revenge, and the Curse.
They kill off the lead from Halloween 4 right at the beginning.
Rachel was awesome.
For what reason, I don't know.
Replaced her with punk ass Tina.
And then you have
Oh,
Tina
God.
that you have to follow the entire movie, who is god awful and annoying.
She's insufferable.
And you have
That's Tina.
you have Jamie that suddenly goes mute, and then is somehow mentally connected, mentally connected to Michael and can see what he's doing. And
Well, that totally
Yeah.
made sense.
yeah, there's that, which I absolutely despised. His mask
Yes.
is probably the worst in the series. I can't even take him serious. I
Yes.
literally this is a comedy movie to me. Looking at
To
Michael
me,
Myers.
To me, this mask looks just like Nicolas Cage. And I don't know how to take the mask seriously because it looks like Nicolas
Oh,
Cage.
I can't
Yeah.
take the mask seriously at all.
I guess I could see that. It's like an
I
alien
hate it.
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I hate it.
Well,
so
Nicolas
much.
Cage
I hate the fact that the fucking homeless dude helps him and stuff. Like, do you not know about this guy? I mean, I guess he's homeless, but still, I don't like that he's taking care of him.
Yeah.
And then, I will say the only redeeming factor for this movie is the fact that Dr. Loomis is just lost his mind in this
He's
movie.
out of his fucking mind.
And I do love his performance.
He's constantly
Look-
leaned over things and sweaty, like, oh, you gotta fix it.
He's
This
not. That's it. That's it. See, the only good part of Halloween 5 for me is Dr. Loomis has
Yeah.
gone batshit crazy. Also, the black man or whatever, the fucking dude, and he like breaks.
Oh, the man in black.
Oh my god, dude! I could go on and on. This movie's fucking dog shit.
Yeah, so basically, somehow this French director got a hold of Akkad and talked him into letting him make this movie. And I don't know what the hell he said to get him to agree, because like they like to keep it tight knit, like people they know. So I don't know how this guy got the rights to this movie, but it's pretty clear he doesn't understand the source material from the movie he made.
No, especially when the movie before this was very solid.
Yes, it felt
Yeah.
scummy to have Jamie Lloyd be a mute because they could essentially pay her as an extra or a background actor. Like she didn't. She had one line.
Yeah.
Tina, cookie woman. I
And then-
love. Cookie
And then
woman.
Tina would stare at the screen like this,
Yeah,
and things would move.
yeah, but you have Loomis unhinged, like you said. I absolutely love that. This is Donald Pleasance just going crazy. For the record, Daniel Harris said every day on set his breath smelled like alcohol.
So, he
So
was
Donald
just out of
Pleasance
his
was
mind.
definitely just getting hammered, having a great time.
Oh. There's one other thing I like about this movie, and that is when Michael Myers wears the other mask in the car. That's it. When he's wearing
Yeah.
them, that's it. That and
Adrian-
Dr. Loomis.
But
Also,
Those are my
also,
pros.
Adrian, you could add this to my 29 as well.
Nice.
this movie here,
Yeah.
Halloween 5.
It's on my
Okay,
29.
I am glad. I see people
It's on your
like
29.
this movie, and I don't
No.
understand how. I don't understand how. I've been seeing a lot of stuff on Facebook, and I'm like, how? Don't get it.
Yeah, like what do you get out of this movie? Honestly, is it cool guy Mike and his cool car that Michael rakes? Is it Tina going boop boop boop? Is it the clown cops? Quank, quank.
It's him using. A
I don't know.
pitchfork.
My
That's it.
number 29, since Corey's has already been revealed, Jason Goes to Hell. Making it my least favorite Friday movie. To me, I listened to behind the scenes with the director. The dude is clearly more of an Evil Dead fan than he is a Friday the 13th fan.
Yeah.
And I love
Oh,
Evil
yeah.
Dead, but that showed through in this movie so much. You have like the family, you have
Yeah.
like the magical dagger, you have the Necronomicon, for God's sakes.
That was one thing I forgot to mention. Yeah. The whole Evil Dead thing.
Jason is essentially a deadite in this movie.
Yeah.
Like if you think of this as an Evil Dead, like with the Cronenberg body horror and Jason as a deadite, it's better actually. But if you put it in the Friday the 13th franchise, for me it didn't work. The surprise, I always hate the surprise sibling they do, like when they're running out of
too.
ideas. Like, hey, by the way, they have a sister you've never heard of, and she can kill him. I hate when they do that kind of shit. It's clear they're running out of ideas. Like I said, more Evil Dead than anything close to Friday the 13th with
Yeah.
the magical dagger. But the beginning's great with Jason, with that FBI agent, like tricking him in the cabin in the woods.
Oh, until
So the beginning
Jason
and the end of the movie are really good. I
until
can't remember how
Jason
many
is
times I
gunned
rewatched the
down
end of
and
this movie just to see Freddy's dagger, Freddy's claw.
until Jason is gunned down and blown up in the middle of that field, it's great.
Yeah,
No,
And
that
then
yeah,
it
it
just
does.
sucks.
It feels like they're setting up a church. And then although I hate when they blow him up and he's like, oh. It's like the most vocal that Jason has ever been, and it sounds
And then he says,
terrible.
"Die."
I do. Oh God, is that what he says?
Yeah.
Where was it?
Hated
That's
it.
directly from Jason Goes to Hell.
Hated it.
Yeah, and it just hated it. I will say I like Steven. Steven in the movie's a badass. He's like this. See, he's like this.
He looks like a little
he's
nerd.
like this-
He's a beast.
Hey, dude, he's a total badass. He is this nerdy dude, and you're like, whoa, this guy kicks ass.
Yeah,
Creighton
I'm
Duke
biased.
is
towards
cool,
Steve,
but-
so that's why I like this movie.
Our other podcast host right here, Boondock Saints Mike. He only likes up to one Steve at a time. So you qualified. Evil Dead, yes. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's so weird, and sometimes the weirdness you'll see based on my list. Sometimes the weirdness works for me. Sometimes
Yeah.
it really doesn't. I love the body horror in this movie. I love Steven. I love Creighton Duke,
Thank
even
you.
though he was.
Me too.
Thank you. Notice I didn't say I love Corey Cunningham.
I do.
Creighton Duke is just severely underutilized, as cool as he is. Like by the time he finally meets up with Jason like just wrecks him in no time. Kind of like Friday the 13th 4 with Rob. He's killing me.
Yeah.
It's like set up the whole movie, and it's just like, oh, okay, he's dead. I'm not talking shit on that movie. I fucking love that movie.
Whoa, God.
Sorry. Yeah, Jason Goes to Hell.
Nobody
though, just,
accused you of anything.
just too weird for me. Too off the wall. Too nothing like this franchise. And you think I would like that after fucking Jason Takes Manhattan? You know, like maybe we need to keep this fresh. Not the way I wanted though. Okay, Steven, we already got Corey's 29. That was Halloween 5. 29.
My 29th is Rob Zombie 2, which we don't really need to get into again. It's dog shit. So that's all I have to say about that movie. I didn't like anything about it other than the beginning with the hospital, and that's literally it. Everything about the
And even in the
else, bad.
Even with the hospital stuff, he's still too same complaint I just had with Jason when he gets blown up.
He's like he's busting
Yeah,
a
he's like-
fat ass nut.
The grunting is a little irritating. Yeah.
He's
I
way
hated
too
the grunt.
vocal.
Oh my god. This,
Oh,
yeah.
oh.
You're no longer a mysterious shape in the shadows if you're making noises.
Yeah.
It's like Rob Zombie made a time machine but went forward, and he saw that the David Gordon Green trilogy was obsessed with getting Michael to talk. So he went back and he's like, I'm going to put that in my movie first. And worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob's Corey, if you have anything to defend, we'll talk about it when you get to yours. But yeah, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, really bad.
Yeah,
Or
there's
maybe not.
of-
All right.
I will say the only good thing about this movie is the gore. I'll give it that. That's it.
Yes.
He stomps the dude's head
Absolutely.
in, and that's awesome. And I love that. And that was about it.
That's going to be one of my defenses.
I like that Michael's brutal as hell in this movie, but he also grunts while he's brutal as hell, and it ruins it.
It does. And people are like, well, you could hear him in the first movie. It's like, yeah, you hear him breathing. You don't hear him going.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And my number 28 is Halloween 5.
Oh boy.
We've already talked about it pretty much at nauseum at this point. The director just doesn't understand this character, doesn't understand this franchise. For some reason, the Michael Myers house was now a mansion.
Oh,
Unexplained.
I forgot about that.
Out of nowhere, yeah.
Yeah, you have Tina. You have the fucking clown cops. You have Michael Myers taking off his mask and shedding a tear for some reason. I don't know why you're trying to humanize Michael Myers. I don't know what that decision is.
The whole point of Michael is he's void of human emotion.
Yeah, like I said,
Whole
the
point of
director, you didn't understand the assignment, bro.
No.
No.
But like you said, some people defend it. I'm really not sure why, but
I don't know how either. I just keep
and like-
questioning them and then get into arguments on Facebook and waste my day doing that.
And like I said, the whole thing about Jamie Lloyd just leaves a sour taste in my mouth with like them relegating her to a non-speaking role. Like she was one of the best parts of part 4. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Is she?
And they give us a dog shit lead character.
In place of a great lead character.
Yep.
A lead character that I might say I like more than Halloween 1 and 2 Laurie Strode. I really like Rachel.
Yeah, she's a good
Rachel.
final girl.
God damn it. Everything goes back to Batman.
Where's
Rachel? Okay, yeah, so we've talked about that one enough. Corey, 28, what do you have?
At 28, I have Jason Takes Manhattan. Takes a boat
Me
to Manhattan.
too. Put her on there for me. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say Jason Takes a Boat to Manhattan.
Yeah, that's what I have it on my list as.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'll put Stevens on there. Start talking about it, Corey.
I mean, the very little bit of good there is to this movie is I like the whole kicking the boombox in the streets and pissing those guys off because it's a meme now or a GIF. So that's kind of funny. And the only notable kill in the entire movie is punching the guy's head off. That's it. That
Yes,
is
sir.
it.
Yep. I agree.
Great moment.
You got this dumbass like toxic waste in a fucking
Yeah.
barrel just sitting on the side of this in an alley, like
Constantly seeing him as a little kid. I don't know why.
yeah,
she's
and he
seeing
looks
him
like
as
a little Asian
kid.
boy for some reason.
Yeah, he doesn't even.
Do you guys not
Not
remember
right.
what Jason looked like? I can assure you,
He wasn't that deformed. He looked like a
He
normal
was never
kid.
deformed. He was actually Asian.
He was just in the 80s. They just thought that was deformed.
I I don't know what they were thinking. I just rewatched this movie like a week ago. I was like, all right, let's see how much I hate this movie. And yeah, I fucking despise it.
It turns out a lot.
Turns out out of 31 movies, I hate it 28.
I hate it
When-
28.
When there's a movie that I have not talked about yet that includes Jason for about 5 minutes, and I like it more than a movie that includes Jason the whole time, it just speaks volumes on how bad this movie is.
It
I also
really
have
does.
that one higher.
Yeah.
This was also the start of his like teleporting, which became a big
Yeah.
trope for Jason, where he could just be anywhere all at once.
Yeah, because 6
you
started
know.
like zombie Jason, but there was nothing about like teleporting.
Yeah,
Yeah. I like the version from 6 where he's fucking Frankenstein out here. I'm
Yeah.
fine with that.
yeah,
they're
doing
too much.
perfectly fine. And I just
Okay,
hate
and
that
then
the
the-
movie's called Takes Manhattan, and he's on a boat 2/3 of the movie.
And then he's actually in Toronto or wherever
Yeah,
he's
it's
at.
all-
Vancouver.
it's also not
Vancouver.
Yeah,
Vancouver.
It's, it's a lot cheaper to film in Canada.
It's all
so
the
they-
same.
It's all.
it's-
Yeah, it was much cheaper to shoot in Vancouver.
yeah.
I think they shot a total of one night actually in Manhattan. And I will say that scene when he's in Times Square, badass. Like
Yeah.
that's what people wanted to see the
I
entire
also
movie.
don't really care for the way he looks, especially after part 7.
He's always wet. Why the fuck
Oh,
is
yeah.
he wet the whole time?
Yeah, but it's not showing any of the damage he's taken in all the other films. Like in part 7, he's just like decayed, and his spine showing. And he's obviously fucked up. And then in part 8, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, he's got this nice tight fucking jacket on now. It's like,
And
Hey,
then,
right.
and then he gets his mask ripped off, and he's a Muppet.
yeah, I didn't even mention that. That's
Oh damn!
also
I definitely should have got that clip.
awful. Yeah.
And then before I get everybody to click off this video,
Doesn't
I'm
he
gonna
turn
read
into a
the comments
kid
here.
too in the sewer at like the
Yeah.
end? Yeah.
Yep.
and-
Yeah, like right near the end.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, no, that was her interpretation. She saw the poor child inside. Like, shut the.
Yeah.
He turned into a
Oh.
kid, and it's terrible.
Yeah, I don't care.
Thanks, Mike.
Wait, Chad coming in hot. Confession: I don't completely hate Jason Goes to Hell.
I don't completely hate it either, but I don't care to rewatch it.
I hate it 31 out of 31.
That's just like your opinion, man. Thank you, Mike. Phil says, Chad, this is a guy who hates Batman and Robin. Oh, he's talking about Corey. he's just letting you know Corey's a guy who hates Batman and Robin,
I
so
don't
don't
like
trust him.
I also
Say it.
hate
Phil said, "See."
the movies. Dog
Hey,
shit.
Josie, thanks for coming in. He says, "Hey, we can't all have right
Oh,
opinions about
Jesus
Batman
Christ.
and
Rosie,
Robin."
thank you for
Josie's
chiming
with
in.
Josie's with me. He's with me. He's a Batman and Robin defender, and I'm
I
about
like
to
my
lose Philly.
Batman series.
Me too. That's why I hate Adam West Batman so fucking much.
Okay, you
I'll
guys
defend it
like
to my
your
teeth how
Batman.
much I hate him.
You guys like your Batman not shitty. Okay, that's fair. All right, guys, we're about to lose Phil because he's a huge Friday the 13th fan. I don't know, Steven, how big is Chad? Is he big into Friday the 13th?
I don't think it's his favorite horror series. I don't know. He has to rewatch them. He's not like me and does a rewatch. Dude, the last time he's seen half the actually no, he did rewatch most of Fridays recently. So I don't know. I'd have to ask him. I have a
Oh,
feeling
God.
he favors Halloween because of how good the first one is, but
Yeah, right, absolutely. All right, guys, I was waiting for this drop just for this entry.
oh god. The hot take.
All right, guys. Any
Don't
guesses?
do it. Don't do it. It's hot. I'm gonna say the
It's a
third
Friday the
one.
13th movie.
The first one, right?
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
First one.
Well, in this room, you at
I-
least have one person who pretty much agrees with you.
Okay,
It's
here.
boring as shit.
Excellent.
Listen. This movie, once you know the big twist and reveal, to me, it loses a ton of rewatchability. The movie's kind of dog shit. There's 10, 15 minutes of nothing happening between kills. Like, we literally spend 10 minutes with Alice making a pot of coffee, and that's all she's grinding the beans, she's putting them in the because they have nothing to do. This is like a 30, 40-minute script in an hour and a half that they
Yeah.
had to So they had to fill out. They show a car going around a whole. They could have just showed a car leaving. They showed actually like doing a whole big circle and like pulling out. They have nothing to do in this movie. I think the third act is great. I like Mrs. Voorhees a lot. You know, I like Pamela.
She's great,
Ki-
but
Kill him, mommy, kill him. But the first two acts of this movie, it's all like below the camera kills, like in the gut, like, "Whoa." And then, you know, they do have, it's Tom Savini, so I like the effects. I like the throat slit. I like the axe in the head. That looks very real, actually. But the characters suck. Kevin Bacon's fine because he's Kevin Bacon. Alice, Adrienne King, she was cool, I guess, as a final girl. But it's just boring, and
See,
I
think
put
Alice
rewatch.
sucks.
Oh, do you? I put
Yeah.
rewatchability high on like this ranking. And this movie, after seeing that original, like knowing what happens, not very rewatchable to me at all.
My only
Like when I
defense-
start a Friday the 13th. Oh, sorry, good. But when I start a Friday the 13th rewatch, I usually start at number 2.
I haven't seen this one in a while, so I guess rewatching it for me, it felt pretty fresh for me. And
Okay, that's fair.
I'm a little biased towards it just because it sets up the series. But
Yeah.
I agree for the most part. It is kind of boring. And like you said, the rewatchability is not very high. But for me, a lot of these movies, I despise what they did with them so much that the rewatchability is not very high for me on a lot of these. Where
Fair.
this kind of sets up the series. So
Plus, you have an hour and a half who done it, and you never hint at who might have done it.
Yeah, you don't meet the actual killer until the third act, and it's like that's
Yeah.
not fair. When you're doing like an Agatha Christie whodunit mystery murder novel, you have to meet the character at some point, like in the first act.
At least let us try to figure it out.
Yeah, it's like you have no chance because you're like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Even if you go the Scream 2 route and you have Pamela Voorhees be there as the cook, she's the cook, right? You have
Yeah.
Pamela Voorhees be the cook, but her name's not Pamela Voorhees, it's something else. Let us at least try to, oh, maybe it might be that lady for some reason. Then reveal she's Pamela Voorhees. There was a better way to handle it.
Yeah, and just Sean S. Cunningham has been very clear with Victor Miller that this is an absolute ripoff of Halloween. That was the whole purpose. They said, hey, it's a direct quote, like, hey, Halloween's making buku bucks. Let's rip it
Yeah.
off.
Oh, yeah,
And,
they never hid that.
and I don't think Sean S. Cunningham just isn't the director that John Carpenter is, and it shows.
No.
You know, I don't think it did anything groundbreaking. Like the highlight is Tom Savini's effects because he's a fucking master.
Yeah, absolutely.
His gore effects and shit like that. That is why you watch this movie and the twist. But man, other than that, it just I don't know. It doesn't have a lot to offer me. Because you know,
I have
like
very,
normally
very little defense for this one. So
normally like the first movie. Phil, tell me if you're still here because he might have left after this. He said, "Leave Friday at noon." What the fuck? Phil, tell me because like normally the first movie in horror franchises, you know, Halloween and Scream and Nightmare, a lot of times Child's Play to some people are considered the favorite. In this one, you don't meet a ton of Friday fans that say the first one is their favorite.
not really. Not nobody I know.
Yeah, no one I know personally says the first is their favorite.
it also helps when every other sequel includes someone else. That's
Yeah,
that's
the character that they signed up
that
for.
they fell in love with. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad we didn't lose too many viewers, though. I think we might have stayed even. Okay, so that was my 27. Let me go back to the shared screen here. And Corey, you're up at number 27.
My 27 was Halloween 6, Curse of Michael Myers.
Oh,
Mm,
it hurts me. I get it, but it hurts me.
my guiltiest of pleasure.
and where I'm going to defend it a couple ways, and that's confusing. Because the mask is excellent, maybe one of the best masks in any of these movies. The atmosphere and tension is almost perfect in this movie. The camera
yeah.
shot, the way he comes up out of that dumpster in the dark, that's a beautiful.
Michael's
fucking
brutal
scene.
as hell.
He's brutal, but to me, the plot of this movie is terrible, and the
I agree.
kills suck.
It is.
They're boring.
Well, the blowing
There
up
was
the
no
head's pretty good.
creativity. The what?
When he blows up the father's head on the electricity.
I mean, there's good one. There's a good
That
That might be
That
the
was
only one I
probably-
liked, even.
That was probably the standout. Yeah.
But
I mean,
I
I'm right-
personally just didn't get any excitement or creativity out of the kills in this one,
I feel
and that's
like
what I go into them for. So
I feel like a lot of Halloween movie kills don't really do it for me, but that's just me.
Phil, I get it. That's totally fair. You saw it in theater. I'm sure if
You
I
got
saw
the
that movie.
nostalgia bias, man.
I w-
I get it.
I was
I
actually
get
just going to
100%.
say I don't typically talk to a lot of people who were teenagers at that time and maybe saw this in
Yeah,
theater.
you're
So
right.
I guess Phil maybe has a different feeling about it. Yeah.
And Phil, just out of genuine curiosity, where do you place it? I'm not trying to make my point like, see, it's not number one. I actually want to know where you put it in the franchise. So let us know. Yeah, but did I put oh, I'm down to Steven, that's why I didn't see it. Yeah, Halloween 6, man. Let's talk about it a little bit later, like why we
Yeah.
defend it, because it's
It's
gonna be a little
fine.
bit higher for me.
Because I know
Yeah.
some
Same.
people do actually have it in the middle of the road, and I have it a little low.
Let me ask you guys this. Like, looking at your list, how many of these movies do you hate? Like, where does it get to a point, like what number on your list where you're like, I could watch this
Hate?
again, no problem.
I'm in movies now that I rewatch every time. So
Not me.
Okay.
I
So Corey,
have
you're pretty forgiving. You'll rewatch like the top 27 or 28 out of 31.
I have like
Yeah.
6 movies I hate and don't care to rewatch at all. Like I hate them. And then there's like
Yeah.
a few after that I'm like I'm not a big fan of, but like if they're I'll watch them again. I just am not a big fan of them the way they went.
this one
Like,
right here,
direction
6.
went.
My 27th was the first one I'll rewatch, and I'll rewatch them.
Okay.
You'll rewatch them for the reasons I like them.
Corey, for putting this at 26,
I want to put some dirt in your eye.
Don't you ever bully McGuire.
Toby, for saying it better than I ever could. The ultimate insult online to be Bully McGuire. All right, Steven. Let's go to you at 27. What do you got?
No one said it yet. For me it's gonna
Oh
be
wow, okay.
Friday the 13th, New Blood.
You may as well put that down. You may as well put that on my 26.
I'm not a fan of this movie at all. I had not seen it in a long time. It's one of the ones I rewatched, thinking, okay, maybe there's something about this that I'm forgetting that I might like. You add another character with some sort of supernatural powers, which is, I don't think that's what this franchise needed, especially after part 6, which I thought they had figured out the Friday the 13th franchise perfectly.
Uh-huh.
And they dumped on that with this sequel. There's the gore got toned way down. There's not very many kills in this that are memorable. I don't like the lead character much.
Tina. Another Tina.
Psychic Tina. By the way, I got that wrong
know what,
earlier.
that's
We
actu-
were saying Tina,
that's
and
actually-
I said she just shakes her face and things move. I meant this Tina.
Oh, this Tina.
The only thing I truly like about this movie is the fact that he looks the best he's ever looked, and that's it. That's it.
When
That's-
people
Abs.
think of Jason Voorhees, this is like the
Yeah.
this is what they know.
This is the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
he looks.
Yeah, to me, it's either people either see Richard Brooker or they see this one. Like, I think
And
that's
I'll tell you what. The thing I probably hate most about this movie is she resurrects her dad out of the fucking lake somehow, and he's not like he's just fine,
Yeah.
and he's just a normal guy. Still.
Yeah, I don't get
And
that
I'm like,
either.
what does this mean? And he like, drags him back down. I'm like, okay.
what does it mean?
I don't. Can they elaborate on this at all? He's not a zombie or decayed, and he's fine. And then he takes him down there, and then he's just gone again. And I'm like,
And you
where
know
is this
like what's so sad about this movie is that there is a version that did exist where the MPA didn't butcher the kills. They were gory as
Yeah.
hell.
You
There
can
is a
actually find
version.
them out there.
Yeah, there's a version that exists where the dad does have makeup on and he looks like a decrepit zombie.
That actor refused.
Yeah.
They asked him
crazy.
to put makeup on. He refused, and they just said, "Okay."
They should
Yeah, he
have
saw-
found someone else.
Yeah,
They should
probably.
have found. Yeah, he wasn't even important to the story.
No,
Like he
Yeah,
was in the
I-
sense that that's her trauma, but like himself, the actor, wasn't important to the story at all.
no, not at all.
Yeah, if you have better kills here,
No.
if you have better no,
No.
if you have better
Just no.
kills,
I haven't
And if-
mentioned Halloween Ends yet. That means this movie's awful to me.
If Halloween Ends is above your movie, it's a bad movie.
Yep. And
I wonder if
I'm a
anyone
little
in-
biased to older movies because I'm like, yeah, they're old. They kind of get a little pass for me. No, this is shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody, when we start talking bad about Halloween Ends, I wonder if anybody's going to say,
him.
I want somebody in the comments defending that movie.
Yeah, go ahead and defend it.
Okay. Oh, wait, Phil says, yes, I'm old. About seeing Friday.
Not
in
what we
theaters.
said, Phil, but thank you for saying it.
Okay, so it's in his top
Wow.
3. 1980
Top
and top
3
3.
of just Friday the 13th, or
Yeah,
all of them?
yeah, the Fridays.
Okay. I was like,
Oh, damn. That's, he's like, for the Friday
I don't-
franchise, I understand.
Yeah.
Mike says the return of
Yeah.
Bully Maguire.
I can see it. Yeah.
Mike, you're forgetting one thing. Bully Maguire never left.
Never leaves.
All right. Okay, so Bully Maguire needs no sleep. Okay, guys. So my number 26.
Bring it
Yeah,
on.
definitely
Is it time?
Not nearly as hot of a take. Friday the 13th. A new beginning.
Beautiful. Oh yeah.
AKA Roy fucking Burns. Now people are probably gonna laugh when they realize that I have this movie above the original Friday the 13th. In principle, I think it's a very similar movie. You have a parent who loses a kid. In this one, at least you are introduced to the character, even if it's like, oh, it's that one fucking ambulance driver, remember? Everyone's like, no.
Yeah.
Should I? No.
For 20 seconds in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, to me, this has a very similar aesthetic to the first movie, very same kind of story beats, but it's just more entertaining because it's like, it's fucking crazy, dude. It's like a methed out version of the first movie.
Yeah.
Like you have this hillbilly kid riding his dirt bike and his fucking mom that's like, you fucking idiot. We'll fucking swear at everybody. Come eat your fucking slop. she has fucking like dynamite strapped to her chest. Like she's like, I'll blow us all up. I just think this movie is, I don't enjoy it. This isn't the part of my list where I'm like, I can rewatch these. I don't like A New Beginning, but I never had a problem with Roy Burns, even though that's my ongoing joke. Like you guys said earlier, I don't know if we were recording when you said it, but this is very much just a Friday movie with Roy Burns instead of Jason.
Yep, that's how I feel about it. I don't hate this movie, but the fact that it isn't Jason just hurts it too much for me. I can rewatch it. It's not gonna I'm not gonna be sitting there like, oh my god, like this is awful for me because
some of
entertaining.
the kills are actually really good in this movie.
yeah, yep,
Reggie the Reckless is badass.
yep.
Demon. It's some
Yeah.
damn enchiladas.
I love Psychopath Tommy Jarvis.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
hell
love
yeah.
him.
It's my favorite Tommy Jarvis.
Oh yeah, like jujitsu Tommy Jarvis.
Yeah.
Where the hell did all those skills go in part 6, by the way? Like, I'm not saying Tom
Yeah.
Matthews sucked, but he didn't
He
have
left
anything.
it in the past.
Left it in the past.
Oh, Adrian, you don't.
Sorry,
have
I don't.
let the past
I
die
was-
kill it if you have to.
Damn it! That's what I was gonna say. Sorry, I don't have the Kylo Ren clip. Yeah, but I mean, not a horrible movie. It's got entertainment value. It
Yeah.
feels like a traditional Friday, but
It falls
Just-
a couple numbers because Jason isn't involved, but
Yep.
it's higher on my list than yours, at least.
Same.
Yeah.
We got a little
yeah,
bit.
it's definitely the most like sleazy of the Friday movies. Like if you like the nudity, this is the one to
Wow.
watch for sure.
That's because a porn director directed this movie.
Yeah. Well, Sean S. Cunningham's pretty much a porn director.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to bash on it about. It's not like a movie so bad that it offends me. It's just kind of, it's one of these movies I'm like, I could watch it and forget about it in 60 seconds, but it's fine. Okay, Corey, I think you already had your 26. It was The New Blood.
Yeah.
Steven, what do you got for 26?
Oh, it's time. We're
Oh,
gonna get
boy.
into it.
You son of a bitch.
Halloween Ends.
All right, put mine at 25.
Wow, you guys might end up falling more in line than I did, which is shocking me.
I don't know. Halloween 6 it's sitting down there.
Oh, that's true. It's down there pretty far. All right, Steven, go ahead. Take it away. Tell us why you love Halloween Ends.
Well, I think
That
anyone who
look
has
says it
seen this
all.
movie that has a brain is gonna know why. Anyone who likes Halloween just shouldn't like this movie. It tried to be different, but for what reason? I mean, you add in this new character, Corey, and make him pretty much the essential lead character, only to kill him in the same movie, which
In the same
to me
movie.
made no sense.
Kill him. He killed himself.
But yeah,
Took himself out. That was stupid.
Michael Myers is barely in it, and they shit on his character, and they make him a weak little bitch. He's pathetic. I mean,
Yeah.
Corey
Wrestles his mask away from him.
gets bullied by some people like in band or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's in the sewer, and it's like fucking Michael whoops his ass, takes his mask.
That's because at that point he had the evil bug. He was stronger.
Michael
Yeah.
transferred his evil.
Look, I personally, and this is very controversial, I've gotten shit on for this, don't hate the Corey Cunningham character. I really don't.
If
I think
they
it was-
would have done more with it, or
Yeah.
even its own thing.
I think it was
maybe I get
ballsy to try and start a new anthology thing like they did with 3.
but they didn't even. They
But they-
started and ended it.
They did it at way too late. If they had
Yep.
introduced Corey in like the first movie and he slowly became evil, I think it would have been better. But I also believe this Danny McBride trilogy would have been better as 1 or 2 movies.
Well, I was going to
Absolutely.
get into it that I believe if you tack on the ending of Halloween Ends to the end of Kills and left it as a 2-parter, I think
Yeah.
Halloween Kills goes up a little bit in my opinion, but I still wasn't a big fan. And
Totally fair.
Yeah.
I don't think this movie needed to be made at all. They were like, how do we make a full movie? I mean, there's not much to do other than have Laurie fight Michael Myers and kill him. Like,
Yeah, and
There was a way to have Corey Cunningham become the new Michael, and people like it. They just missed the mark completely.
I mean, I'm sure there's a select group of people that would like it. I don't think there's any way I would like that.
yeah, I like my anthology stories, to have nothing to do with Michael Myers. I want
Yeah,
to
me-
see him on the TV screen for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, me
That's-
personally, my anthology movies need Tom Atkins or they don't count.
Yeah, I agree.
Tom Atkins should have been in Halloween Ends.
That
I
dude
agree.
fucks.
I know,
He does a
I-
lot of things.
Bro, I swear to God, me and my friends, we were fucking monsters in the theater when we went to see Halloween Ends because we were laughing at so many points that were supposed to be taken completely serious.
Yeah.
I think
And
the
we're
only
just
part I
in the-
liked was when they killed the radio guy, the host.
That's a
yeah.
badass kill.
Yeah, that was great, and that was.
But
it.
then, all the
And
most
they
badass
actually
kills.
killed him.
Or all Corey.
They
Yeah.
wood chippered him.
Yeah,
I was
all
like-
the most badass kills go to Corey in this movie, not
Yeah.
Michael. But yeah, what makes it even worse is you don't stay consistent with your own timeline because Michael was fucking unkillable in Halloween Kills. He was a monster.
And that was one
And
of
then
one of my flaws of that movie. And then
Yeah.
they were like, "Well, now he's a
And-
weak bitch." I'm like, "Well, I don't want that either." No, please.
You can't
Fucking
just be a
trash.
dude.
You turned it back way too far.
Yeah,
They
were
they
like,
overcorrected.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Oh,
overcorrected. And it hurts the trilogy because it's like they don't even know what they were trying
it
to say
just
with
hurts
this
the
character.
character in general.
It hurts the character, it hurts the legacy, it hurts this trilogy. Like what was your point? What were you,
I see a
what were you
lot
trying
of
to say?
people defending Halloween Kills, and I think that's because Michael was unstoppable in it, and they loved it. They were like, "Oh my god, he's such a badass!" And I think that's why a
Right.
lot of people hate Halloween Ends, is because they're like, "Well, now Michael's a fat pussy." No one likes that.
He's a fat pussy.
I'm
I like
"Oh,
that.
no."
And even though that's relatable for me, I still don't like it.
Yeah.
Mike, who has never seen Halloween Ends, says all Corey sucks. So yeah, that was a dumb addition.
Well, Mike,
Thank you.
I don't think you want to watch it.
Phil says Halloween Ends is less brutal, less gore, and has a more complicated storyline that was not needed. Yeah. Just tip of the iceberg. That's a few of the problems. Corey, like you said, I think good idea introducing Corey in the first movie. You could maybe even make him the love interest for Allison in the first couple movies, and maybe he slowly
Yeah.
turns evil.
And what I'm saying is, like, he could have still went out the same way he did in the Halloween Ends. Just build it up a little more than one movie.
Yeah.
Have him
Yeah,
have him be introduced as the love interest in the first movie. Maybe in the second movie, that thing with the kid happens, and then he has to deal with that, and then that slowly makes him evil. And then if they did do Ends, make him so angry he starts killing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
maybe
there was a better
fight-
way to do
I don't know,
it.
he could have fought Michael, and Michael couldn't have been not a big
Yeah.
pussy.
Yeah.
They could have just went at it.
Then it
And,
could
you
have been
know,
fucking Corey
Mike
versus
Cor-
Michael versus
Yeah,
Lori, and that would have been
yeah,
badass.
and Corey just gets
Oh.
smoked, you know.
versus
Yeah.
Ash versus Evil Dead
Versus Chucky versus Jason.
versus Big Fat Pussy Michael.
No, not him. He's just a walking pussy lips.
Not the pussy version.
When
All
Corey
right,
takes his mask and it shows his face, it's just a fucking pussy. No, Michael.
It's just like, oh yes, that iconic Halloween line when Corey says, "You're nothing but a man in a mask."
No.
Take the mask off. What are you?
Millionaire.
We saw. He's
Yeah,
he's a
exactly.
fat pussy.
It's a fat pussy. Michael's just looking down. I'm a fat pussy.
Sad.
I'm sorry.
All right, my number 25. Jason takes. How did I say it for you guys? A boat
To
to
Manhattan.
Manhattan.
I'm
Jason
surprised
takes
it made it this far.
Yeah, that's too high for that movie.
I honestly am surprised as well. I'm
Same
learning
with
all
New
kinds of new
Blood.
things about
Oh,
myself.
man. Ugh.
Well, I'll spoil it for you now, but A New Blood is coming very, very soon. Yeah, I mean, you guys pretty much nailed it with Jason Takes Manhattan. We were promised one premise that they didn't deliver. The lead girl, I can't remember if it's Rowan or what the hell her name is, but she keeps seeing this child Jason that looks nothing like child Jason. Makes
That's
absolutely
Asian,
no
Jason.
sense. Asian fat pussy Jason. Again, I don't know why. This is another one of those movies trying to humanize a serial killer, trying to humanize like just this killing machine.
Well,
I don't
want
wanna
to
see
come up with
Jason's-
ideas. They, like,
Yeah, that's it.
yeah.
And this was the first like New Line Cinema took over the Jason franchise, and they
Yeah,
stopped Friday the 13th. This became Jason Takes Manhattan. And
but
had they delivered on that premise, all the stuff in the city is pretty fucking cool. Like before the sewer, from the point they get to Manhattan before the sewer shit, that's
Yeah,
a
like-
pretty solid 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10 minutes.
Yeah, if the whole movie was something like that, could have been pretty damn entertaining.
I agree. The change
He
of
was-
scenery could have been very good, and then he
Yeah.
was on the boat instead. So
I think we'll get to this on all of our lists, but I think Ghostface Takes Manhattan did a lot better. They used the
Ghostface Takes
they
Manhattan.
used the New York setting way better.
Well, Scream 6 is certainly better than Jason Takes Manhattan. I hope
Well,
even
oh,
Steven
yeah.
agrees about that.
yeah, not that I love the movie, but
Right. Yeah, so you guys pretty much said it. Jason Takes Manhattan, it's a fart. It's it's just
that is a shark.
and that's a shart. It's got a few good kills. You talked about them. The boxing scene is iconic. The guitar kill's pretty cool. The mirror kill's pretty cool when he like breaks the mirror and stabs the girl with it. I actually feel bad for her because it's like so drawn out. Like, damn, you're an asshole, Jason.
Yeah.
Just kill her. But yeah,
you
I
know
don't like the
Jason's curiosity sometimes when he's killing. He's like, ooh,
look-
he does it a lot.
Yeah, and like you guys said, I don't like the slimy Jason look the whole movie. Like, I get that he came out of the water at the beginning, but that doesn't mean he has to spend the entire movie
I know.
soaked. Like, all the other characters are fine, and he's just like retaining water like SpongeBob.
Maybe that's how he stays alive. He has to keep part of the lake on him at all times.
Right.
Like I said, that would go to my theory of why he's so bloated and Jason goes to hell because he
That's
retained all that
true.
water.
That's true.
Because that is a fat pussy if I've ever seen.
He's busting out of his fucking mask, man.
He really is. Jason needs to go on a diet. Mike says Muppets in Manhattan is better. It is.
That's because Hulk Hogan is in it.
Okay, so yeah, did I just do my 25? 25 and okay, we're on Steven's 25.
All
What do you got,
right.
Steven?
Halloween Kills.
Double feature, huh?
These two movies, it's a little. I mean, it hurts it because I liked 2018. I thought it was a very good start, and then I luckily watched this on Peacock instead of going to the movie theaters. And I'm very glad that I did because I was not a big fan of this at all. I guess if you like the pointless killing, in your movies, which I do it, you know, a lot of the time. But for this movie, it doesn't work for me at all. It starts off great. The flashback scene was amazing, and when I first saw it, I saw that part, and I'm like, all right, we might be getting somewhere good. And then you get the dumb mob, the evil dies tonight shit. That was horrendous. I thought every character in this movie sucked. I did not like a
Evil dies tonight!
Evil dies tonight!
especially him. Dog shit.
Sorry.
You have sitting in a hospital,
Especially him.
and I'm just like, we have Laurie sitting in the hospital the entire movie, which definitely doesn't help.
So heavy-handed.
You have Michael Myers turning into Jason Voorhees now, which was
How about the fact that they chased Danny DeVito around?
I was getting there. That's my least favorite part of the movie was they then think that Danny DeVito is Michael Myers and chase him throughout a hospital, and they like have it all like slow motion and like this sad music. Like, do you think I give a fuck about Danny DeVito, dude? Because I don't care about. I don't care about.
Somebody's got to get stabbed. Somebody's got to get stabbed.
Oh, maybe it was him. Shit.
I don't care about that at all. And then they make it all sad and watch him kill himself. And it was
it looks pretty good, like when his body splats on the ground.
That was cool. I was glad it was over.
The first person to the ground. Yeah.
I was glad it was over.
The character logic in this movie, you know, in the 80s, I'm a little biased and I let them get away with it. I'm like, these guys are fucking dumb. And this was how it started. With this movie being whenever it came out, I don't even want to remember.
2020, I think, right?
I think so, something like that.
Every character in this movie has no logic. They're just all dumb. I'm telling you, the part in the SUV, there's no way that Michael Myers lives there. I can assure you, if I'm in that SUV, I'm not going to miss fucking 7 bullets point blank. I'm just like, the SUV part really pissed me off.
Yeah.
Where the hell does she go? Like, she jumps out the window and lets the nurse and her boyfriend get stabbed through the eye, and then she starts shooting at him.
Another thing, everyone always praises the firefighter scene. I thought it was dumb. With the weapons they had, and they had them outnumbered. There's no way. There's just no way. This dude's like master fighter all of a sudden, and just like I'm telling you, someone's gonna hit him in the back with a fucking sledgehammer, that buzzsaw, and fuck him up, bro.
Can I also point out that why were the firefighters fighting him anyway? They don't fight people. Just because they're fighting fires doesn't mean they're karate ninjas all of a sudden. Why the hell are they even fighting him?
Well, I think he stabs the first one, and then I don't remember. I don't want to rewatch this movie again.
I think he stabs the guy and like lifts him up off the ground with one hand.
Yeah, so
I'm not fighting that guy.
Well, they
I'm
did,
going back to my
and
fucking
they
truck and
probably
calling
should
help.
have done quite a bit of damage, and they did 0 damage.
They didn't do anything.
And then
it
the
was
ending, like they have him beat, and then they're like, and if I can stand there and just all die one by one. Like you whooped his ass, dude. Shoot him in the head, cut his head off, do something.
No, he was dead for sure.
The ending part made me even more mad. I liked the way they set it up, and they took his mask and set him up. I thought that was cool. I actually liked that part. I was like, that was smart. I liked that. I was like, they actually did something smart. And then all of a sudden, they were no longer smart. And
nope, of course not.
The list goes on and on for this movie for me. I honestly, it is only ranked above the other ones. I actually don't know how it is. It's just the other movies are so goddamn bad that this movie somehow has trumped 6 other movies, because I hate this movie. I almost hate it worse than Ends, because Ends, I kind of I'm like, I don't know. I didn't like the story, but I almost felt like it had more to it, where Halloween Kills was just
agreed.
Should have been made in 1981 and should have been a pointless killing machine.
It's the whole point of Halloween Kills is literally Michael just wants to go stare at his window. That's what they came up with.
It was terrible.
It was terrible. And
I will never rewatch this movie again.
Yeah, among the many problems with the dialogue, I always hate when they like take an iconic line and it seems so out of place. Like you had the first movie, you had Sheriff Brackett. He says, "Oh, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's due for one good scare." And then he says that to Michael and he's like holding a gun to him. "It's Halloween, Michael. Everyone's due for one." Like, what the fuck does that mean? Just shoot him. And then like one of Karen's best moments from the last movie when she's fake crying and then she's like, gotcha.
Yeah.
Like that was badass. But this one, she takes the mask and lays it down. She's like, gotcha. Like you didn't need that. Just take his mask, lay it down. They turn the headlights on. Like that. God,
And then they kill her, and I thought she redeemed herself in this movie.
I
forgot
see
to
the first
mention
movie.
that.
Yeah, the first movie I liked Allison way more than Judy Greer.
Yeah.
And the second
yeah.
movie I liked Karen more.
Yeah.
I thought Judy Greer was really good in the second one.
Yeah, I liked her in Kills. I'm like, this might be the only person that makes sense in this movie. And
Yeah,
I don't.
she
and
was
I
the
don't
only character I
mind her.
liked.
I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't mind her. And then they're like, well, how about we kill her? And I'm like, the Halloween 5 route, eh?
Hey.
I,
Boop, 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 boop.
yeah. I hate
It's-
Halloween Kills. I wish
it's-
I
it's
could put
rough,
it
man.
lower. I can't because at least it
Yeah.
kills people, I guess. But like, and I like the portrayal of Michael Myers in this
Yeah.
trilogy. I'll give it that. Other than the last one when he's a fucking fat pussy, but you know, there's not much to like here. If you like pointless kills and you're like just all into horror or violence, I mean, like gore,
Yeah.
I mean, then there you go. This is a movie for you if you're brain
Come-
dead.
Literally come to this movie for the fun kills. Every time you see Michael on screen, hit play. And other than that, fast forward. Listen how fucking old I sound. God, I'm a fat
Yeah, this movie sucks.
Michael on screen, hit play. And then skip scene, Michael, play, skip scene. But even that being said, he's still way too overpowered. And I
Yeah.
thought I was fucking island when I saw that firefighter scene. I'm like, this isn't Michael Myers. What is happening?
No,
And everyone's like,
I despised it. I
I'm like, what?
despised it.
it's like John Wick and Jason Voorhees. It's not Michael Myers.
Yep, I despise
Yeah.
it. I
we'll
like my
talk about it.
Michael slowly stalking one person at a time and singling them out for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about building that suspense and that tension and that dread.
Mm,
It's not
Yep.
about check out what he can do.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little more
I'm
when I get
surprised
to it.
in
which
ends
is-
they didn't just give him the Infinity Gauntlet.
Let's give him an M16 at this point. Let him get a fucking word. Fuck it.
An M16, a Myers 16, eh?
Yeah.
It'll get
you know,
there.
Michael Myers
eventually.
likes a 16-year-olds. Oh god, that came across creepy. All right, so let's go to my 24. You guys said it's way too high, and it is, but a New Blood, I have it 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pretty much
That's it.
your reaction says it all.
That's it
Uh,
for me. What do
yep,
you
the
like
movie's
about this
new.
movie?
I love Jason's look.
That's it.
I love
All right, good to know.
I love the sleeping bag kill.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. I'll give you
I guess
that.
that I guess that is in this one. Yeah, that's
I actually like Tina more than you do. I don't love her, but I like her more than you do, and I actually like the whole final showdown between them. Like,
Yeah, I
him
didn't
be-
because I just don't like the fact that they added some supernatural bitch into this.
totally. And actually, you made a good point that I never hear anybody talk about.
They might as well added
It-
Superman.
That's the
Superman
next
versus
one.
Jason.
That's the remake they're working on. No, but you made a good point where I don't see anybody on YouTube or anything say this, but it seems like they figured out what worked for them so well in Jason Lives. Why the hell did they go away from that?
Yeah.
Like you actually had a character to root for. You actually had backstory. Like you had some fun, some meta, some breaking the fourth wall, and it recognized how goofy the series is. Why did you go away from that?
and they said, you know that Rachel girl everybody seemed to enjoy? Let's kill her.
Wait, Rachel. Wait, you're talking about Halloween, aren't you, Rachel?
Oh, yep. I am talking about Halloween again.
Yeah, yeah. But also a good point. Why kill Rachel?
Tina messes me up.
The final girl in what was her name? That Jarvis liked, the sheriff's daughter. She was
Mhm.
good too, and Jason Lives.
I like the characters in 6, and I like that the sheriff thinks he's batshit crazy. And
Yeah.
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 So he's not only trying to fight Jason, dude. He's fighting the fucking cops and.
He is. When you see
Yeah.
the laser, you bang.
Such a stupid line.
It's a terrible line, which if you guys have seen Never Hike Alone 2 yet, cameo.
I haven't. My dad told me to check it out.
It's pretty solid, actually. I don't have anything to defend a New Blood other than what I said, though. Jason looks badass with the mask and without the mask. I like the sleeping bag kill. I like Tina, and I like the final fight. so it gets
I-
this high
yeah.
for me.
I hated the story and that they tried to add some more supernatural shit.
Right.
Whatever, if you want to make Jason crazy and just give him new powers every movie, whatever. I'm still gonna hate it and be disappointed with it. But now you're just giving some random girl powers and
Yeah, right. It's just
she has a dad that lives in the lake and looks normal. He randomly comes up and grabs Jason and then disappears again. And
it's
you know.
terrible. That
Yeah,
is
it's awful.
terrible. There's a
I've
lot
reserved-
about this movie.
I've reserved myself not being able to judge the giving Tina powers because my favorite Freddy movie is Dream Warrior. So
I
all
love
those kids
Dream
have
Warriors
powers,
to be
so-
fair, but I just
Freddy-
kind
The Freddy movies, the Freddy
Yeah.
movies kind of lend themselves to that more though than
Yeah,
Friday the
yeah.
13th.
because it's in a dream world.
It totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we won't spend too much time on this one. We have a lot to get through, and a New Blood's not really worth talking about.
No.
Yeah, it's worse than End
Corey,
Guild.
24.
This is where my H2 is.
Okay, Rob Zombie's H2.
It somehow has climbed up this far
24. Okay,
out
Corey,
of
why
the
do you love?
shithole.
Corey,
It
why do you
climbed-
love Rob Zombie's H2?
I love it
He
because
loves it.
no, I don't. But
He loves it.
like we said earlier, the kills are all brutal and very good. Like clearly Rob Zombie didn't give a shit about the MPAA didn't have anything to do with this one, but that was very clear in this movie. The kills are very brutal.
Yeah.
I don't like that he puts the mask on when he becomes Michael, but I do
Yeah,
like
it's half
the
ripped
mask.
off the entire time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the way it's
Yeah.
like the cheek is gone.
I
Cheek is
agree with
gone or
you.
something like that.
Yeah, I like the mask itself, but when it gets
Yeah.
like torn in half, it looks terrible.
Then it's annoying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate what they did with Lori. She did, especially at the
Awful.
end where you're supposed to wonder what's that all about when she's in the.
Oh, in the
the
white
house.
room.
Thank God there's
Looking
not
up
another
all-
one, so I don't
Yeah.
have to care at all.
unless Corey, you watch the other version, then she dies with Loomis. They both get. The
Well,
cops.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the cops take out Lori, and then Michael gets his hands on Loomis, and he says,
Terrible. Lori's
Terrible.
dog shit.
That
Loomis
being
dog
said,
shit.
That being said, I am a huge Rob Zombie movie fan. I do like a lot of his movies, a lot. And
Fair.
the Hellbilly stuff doesn't bother me nearly as much as it bothers a lot of people. And I like that I got to see Danielle Harris's boobs because I grew up having a crush on her, and she was actually a little older than me, I think.
"Yeah,
No, she was a little younger than me, but only by like a year or two. So to me, that was a girl I had a crush on when I was a kid, grown up, and I'm like, ooh, there we go. So that helps me. It bumped up a couple in my opinion because I did have a crush on her when I was a kid, Judith.
yeah." Just to clarify, Corey was born in 1986, so he wasn't creepy
Oh
that
my
he had a
God,
crush
he's
on her.
old.
I
He's
am
old.
old as shit. So
You're
not as
probably
old
right
as
around
Phil, but I am old.
I'm a young
But
boy
old.
out here.
But that's really my only
That's-
defense of the movie.
The one thing I will say about the movie that I actually liked, Brad Dourif gave a great
Brad
performance.
Dourif is great.
Yeah.
When he finds her dead,
Oh
beautiful.
yeah, it's heartbreaking.
heartbreaking.
It was his performance. Unfortunately, was wasted in a shit movie, but he was great.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a fat dump.
Yeah, fat turd.
Big fat turd.
All right, Steven. Speaking of
All
big
right.
fat turds, let's go
One
to
that you
24.
guys
What
have
is it?
already mentioned. Another movie that I don't care to see again, but I'll give it to them. They tried to be different. Jason Goes to Hell.
Okay, a little bit higher.
A little bit higher. I'm still not a fan of the direction they went. You barely get to see Jason Voorhees. You know, that's kind of why you go to see a Friday the 13th movie, right?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, what the fuck
I
is
will
this? Halloween
say-
ends.
I thought Steven was a cool main character. Like I said at the beginning, I'm like, this guy seems like a bitch. And then all of a sudden, he's kind of a badass. And I was like, I'm rooting for this guy. I like him. I think he's dope.
Right. Fat
Duke
pussy
was-
meets skinny badass.
Yeah. Duke was like really random. And I'm like, all right, some weird bounty hunter dude. But I kind of liked him. I thought he was funny. I thought a lot of the gore in this was good. Pretty brutal moments. The parts
Yes.
of the tent.
Oh, awesome.
I thought, I
Yeah.
just thought the
Oh, yeah.
gore was very good. Story wise, it's awful. I'm not gonna argue that. I think it's not good at all. That's why I don't care to see it again. But for not seeing this movie since I was like a kid and then rewatching it, I was kind of like, okay, there's some things I like about this, but I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and defend it because I'm not a big fan of the movie. I just like the gore. I like Steven. I like Duke. I like that they teased Freddy vs. Jason at the end, and then we didn't get it until like 11 years later. So that was cool.
Decade.
Someone who's seen that in theaters was probably so hype, and then their whole life has changed before they got to see that.
I've heard so many times from older folk who saw that they were super pumped, like telling their kids, "It's gonna come out, it's coming."
Yeah. And
First of all, Phil, I agree with you.
That's partially, I think, why. I mean, it's this high because it literally teased the Freddy vs. Jason, which we ended up getting, and I was a fan of. That's how I mean.
Yeah,
So,
I guess it would have been worse if we never got that movie.
Yeah, because then it's just a dick tease, and you're pissed.
Imagine the mega fans who saw Jason Goes to Hell and they died before they got to see Freddy versus Jason.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like they missed the best movie ever, but still.
Overall, not a great movie, but I mean, if it was on, I might watch it for the hell of it, but I'm not gonna sit there and turn it on myself.
For the Jason Goes to Hell of it?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree the gore is great though. The body dysmorphia and the body horror in this movie, very Cronenberg, with that dude like melting to the floor.
Yeah.
That was so good.
Yep. I completely ignored the fact that there's a dagger and a sister or whatever.
Yeah. But
the
second that guy started eating Jason's heart, I'm like, oh, what the fuck are we doing here?
It's weird. I have some bias towards movies where I'm like, this story is awful, and I kind of like the movie. And then there's movies like Halloween Ends, and I'm like, this is dog shit, and I don't like anything about this.
Yeah, because like Halloween's from a technical standpoint isn't bad. It's just
yeah, exactly. But I can't.
But speaking of, since we're talking about it, 23 Halloween.
It's here.
Ends. It's here. 23. Probably too high for you guys. Or Corey, have you said Halloween Ends yet?
Yeah, mine's already on there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You guys nailed it. Steve went on a little rant. That was quite enjoyable. Jason and Corey teaming up. What the fuck was that? Batman and Robin style? Apprentice and mentor?
You just said Jason and Corey.
Oh, Michael and Corey. Yeah, Michael and Corey teaming up to me makes no fucking sense. Like Michael should have stabbed the shit out of that dude the first chance he had.
Corey was his Robin? Batman and Robin shit? What is going on there?
Like so many people said, and this would have been hilarious. There was the scene where Corey was at the doctor's house. Remember, he's like killing him with the corkscrew.
Yeah.
Which pretty good scene. Corey with that scarecrow mask was actually creepy. But as soon as that scene ends, you see Corey on his motorcycle. People dead ass thought Michael was going to be on the back of his motorcycle.
I did. I seriously did. The worst part about this movie is I was supposed to watch it with my friends that night because we were doing a marathon. And my anticipation was killing me. I'm like, Halloween Kills, dog shit. How dog shit is this going to be? I couldn't wait. I watched it by myself at my house. Awful. And then I ended up watching it again that night.
I was going to say earlier, you said you watched Kills on Peacock and didn't waste your money. Yeah. Don't worry, Steve. I saw it for the both of us. I went and saw it twice.
Oh, man. Yeah, I seen Ends twice in the same day, but luckily I just spent $0 on it. Thank God. Awful.
Steven, that's probably more than you can say about some movies you liked. You saw it twice in one day, and you hate Halloween Ends.
But I had to for the sake of our marathon. We were watching all
absolutely. Like, listen, Good Will Hunting is one of my favorite movies of all time. I have never watched that movie twice in one day. I've seen Halloween Kills twice in one day.
I saw The Dark Knight 7 times before it even left theaters.
Jesus.
I have a disease.
I think the movie I watched the most in theaters was Infinity War, and I watched it 4 times.
Okay,
I saw that a few times. I don't remember.
May or may not have cried
by the
like
way,
a bitch one.
Yeah.
You fat pussy.
That's what I felt like.
Mike.
Yeah.
And to any police entities, this is a confession. Mike and Corey are teaming up for murder on Saturday.
Yes, we are.
Oil City Police won't do their job, so no worry. But
I have to. It's in our names. So I have to.
Oil City Dirt.
Yeah, but guys, I mean, we could literally talk about just this movie for 3 hours. Corey Cunningham perfectly said, I wish he would have been introduced in the first, even the second movie. If you want to make, I think this would have worked better as like an anthology, like call it Tales from Haddonfield and make it a Corey Cunningham story. No Michael. That's fine. Make a Corey like being
Put it on
consumed
HBO
by the
Max.
evil.
And just have
Like,
them
you feel
all
bad for the
still,
kid, Corey.
Just have them all still afraid of Michael, but he never shows up.
Exactly. It's just like understood.
Yeah.
And like, you know, because in the movie, they do a good job of making you feel bad for Corey. They set it up okay. But like, as soon as like Michael grabs him in the sewer and stares into his eyes, like, what the fuck is happening right now? What is happening?
Oh man, you're gonna make
Like-
me go off again.
Like I thought the beginning, what a hell of an opener with that kid falling down the stairs, Jeremy.
That's
I
like,
laughed
they
my
said-
ass off at that.
I did too, dude. I laughed so hard. I think they set up that first scene well. Like you were waiting for Michael to be in the house. The door was open. The knife was missing. You're like, oh, Michael's looking for this babysitter. And Corey accidentally kills the kid. I thought that was great. Great
Yeah.
opening.
Yeah, fuck that kid, man. He's a dick.
Yeah, fuck
he
Jeremy.
deserved it.
He deserved
I didn't-
all that and more.
Good for you for knowing his name. I never would have remembered.
Yeah,
his
Jeremy.
name.
I also had an issue with just after 40 years, Lori was this obsessed with Michael still, but then he kills her daughter and she's like, I'm fine. I'm moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got her character backwards in this trilogy. She should have started Halloween 2018, living her life. Michael gets out. Then she becomes traumatized again. Then he kills her daughter. Then she's on the fucking hunt for him. They did it completely backwards.
They did. Yeah.
What
Not
the
only
fuck were
that,
they
but
thinking?
In the first
kinda-
movie, the dad dies. In the second movie, none of them really seem to give a shit that he died.
I got peanut butter on my penis.
And then at the end, yeah, and then,
How to say it.
and then at the end of that one, they killed Judy Greer's character.
No
And
one
yeah,
gives
it's supposed to be a few years later, but they seem to be completely over it. They
Nobody
barely
gives a
mention it
shit.
one time, and not. But between the '78 original and 2018, Lori goes crazy and moves to the woods with all the security. At the end of Kills, where she doesn't know where he is, she just moves into a normal house
Yeah, in the middle of Haddonfield.
when he's
Yeah.
clearly out there somewhere.
Yeah, the more you keep talking about this, it's getting worse.
Yeah, I might move it up my list a little bit.
Halloween ends 31.
31. Corey's like, I'm thinking like top 10 now.
That's the problem, dude. Like I feel like a disgusting person having kills and ends this high up. And they're
And
pretty
mine's even
low.
higher than yours.
I feel filthy. I just showered right before this. I might go shower.
Halfway through the
dirty,
stream,
man.
fuck this. Okay,
Since we're
Corey.
ranting about this and it's my turn anyway, this is where I have kills.
Halloween Kills.
Yeah.
Dog shit.
Okay, so wow, we all are gonna have Halloween Kills at least above ends, which I mean, obviously, based on my list, I agree with.
Yeah, yours ain't here yet, huh?
And you know what, Corey? I'm just gonna say it. My next one coming up will be Halloween Kills right above.
Yeah,
ends.
they're perfect right beside each other, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Great double feature of shit. Yeah, you know, Halloween Kills, Corey. I mean, what else can we say about it? I fucking hate the dialogue. Not only the cheesy evil fucking dies tonight,
Evil
piece of
dies
shit,
tonight!
Evil dies tonight!
but I also hate how every line that Lori says in this movie and a lot of other characters, it's so overdone. It's like every person's doing their best Loomis impression. Like Loomis isn't in this movie. Deal with it. None of you are fucking Donald Pleasance. The evil. I must contain the evil. I must be the one to end it. Evil
Oh,
lives.
it's all super heavy-handed. Like when her and what's Sean Patton's character's name in the movie?
Will Patton.
Or Will Patton's name in the movie. When they're in the hospital together and they're talking the whole time, like it's just like a boohoo back and forth whose life is worse and
Yeah, it's annoying.
like
And-
we have to stop Michael because love.
He's Hawkins,
And-
by the way.
Hawkins, okay.
Yeah,
It was way
another
too much,
wasted
way-
fucking character in this trilogy.
Yeah, and they're
Hawkins
barely
was
utilized
so
in the
wasted.
entire second movie.
Yeah. Hawkins, bro, goddamn, so much in Halloween Ends. I wanted what they fucking marketed to us. I wanted to
Yes.
see Allison, Lori, and Hawkins team up to take out Michael. That was it. Instead,
Yeah.
she sees them in a fucking grocery store and they're talking about cherry blossoms.
You know, their first movie of the trilogy. oh, the family sets him up and fucking defeats him together, and it was cool.
Hey,
and then
that
there's
was
like,
cool.
oh, maybe you should
And
do that or something.
Did you not learn anything from what happened?
Yeah, but Halloween Kills fucking sucks. The
It's
dialogue's
awful.
terrible. Every character's
Reminds me of the
overly.
shit I literally took like 2 hours ago.
At
I enjoyed that a lot more.
Yeah.
least you got some sense of satisfaction from that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the political messaging of like, there should have been no political messaging in any of these movies. Don't do the anti-mob mentality. Like, when we're a mob, we're not thinking straight. Like, Halloween 4 did it, and frankly, they did it better.
They did it a lot better, and it wasn't like the sole focus of the movie.
Right. It was just a quick little side thing.
One really big positive for Halloween Kills, though. Big John and Little John are great.
Oh, hell
I'm
yeah.
fine with them. Stupid, but I enjoy it.
Yeah, I love.
Exactly.
I got my knife, Little John. Here's my knife, Big John. do you even know what happened in this house? Michael Myers cut off his sister's tits. Yeah, I love Big John and Little John. Yeah, but that movie fucking, it's ass.
Yeah.
Wait, what is the comments talking about those movies at all? Mike says, Phil, may I call you Phil? I love some Rob Zombie music.
I'm fine
movies,
with
man,
some
Mike says-
Rob Zombie music. So
He said, that's Sir Phil. And yes, the music is good, but his movies just hit a nerve. Some are so good and others are why, and some are great when you are high. That was a nice little Dr. Seuss run, Phil.
Thanks, Phil. I'm going to use that from now on.
Right, that's pretty good. Did I already say my next one was Halloween Kills, right?
Yeah,
Just so
I
we can
think
get that out of the way.
23 for me. I think's next. I want to say
Yeah, let me pull it up.
because I'm at 23.
Yeah, so my 23 and 22 is good because it's the double feature of shit. Yeah, Steven, 23.
Roy Burns.
Oh shit.
Roy Burns.
A new
baby.
beginning, baby.
The only reason this is as high as it is for me, is
Reggie the Reckless.
like I said earlier, it feels like a traditional Friday the 13th movie for me. So I don't mind watching it because I'm just like, this is classic fucking Friday the 13th shit going on here.
Yeah.
And admittedly, watching the fat kid get slaughtered at the beginning is so goddamn funny.
His chocolate bar.
I
If
love
you're gonna
it.
be that way, never mind. And that dude goes psycho for some reason, stabs him with an axe.
Was he a kid there? Why is he like 40?
That dude was at least 40. I'm a kid with problems. Wah!
But besides that, solid kills. I liked Reggie. I love Psychopath. Tommy Jarvis.
Hell
yeah.
I don't think it's a bad movie. The only reason it's this low is it's not Jason.
That's the
Yeah.
only reason it's as low as it is on mine, too.
And then they like tease like, Tommy being all nuts, and they're like, yeah, we probably shouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, they do him at the end with the mask.
Yeah.
Of,
Yeah,
like
I don't
every
care.
horror
I don't
movie
care.
does.
I don't care about that either. So.
No. Every horror movie does that at some point. Like when they make too many
Halloween
sequels,
horror.
it's like someone's taking the with
And then
Jamie.
they didn't.
I mean-
they didn't go through with it, which I probably would have liked that better after watching Halloween 5. So
Oh, Phil says what? No Scream movies yet? What the fuck? Some of them are real bad. I think Steve will probably be the first one to mention a Scream movie.
you're gonna love some of these coming up.
I'll say I have a Scream coming close-ish.
Yeah.
Not in the next
yeah.
couple, but I have one coming.
Roy Burns.
I still got a while.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not huge on some of them.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to get into some of those.
Well, we will be very soon.
Steven's not as big into that. Yeah, but part 5's fine. I do think like it's not Jason. I think that is one of the. It's
It
kind of a
hurts
dumb
it so
complaint. It does hurt it, but it's a dumb complaint because it's Jason. It's essentially the dude's throwing people through windows. He's fucking murdering people. It's Jason. It's just like a copycat killer. Like, I don't know. Sometimes the copycat thing doesn't work. Other times I'm like, this felt the whole way through like a Friday the 13th movie.
Exactly. That's the reason why I don't mind it.
I thought the imagery was good, like Tommy looking out the window and seeing Jason staring up at him, like
Wasn't Jason.
him looking in the mirror and seeing Jason. No, in his mind, it was the real Jason. though.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because like he's seeing Jason standing outside, he sees him in the mirror behind him. That was
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Oh, there's a lot of great imagery. in
Okay,
the movie.
Yeah, there is.
You already
So
said your
Corey, are we
score.
at your?
Yeah, because
I already
you
said my
went,
20.
you have yours. Yeah.
I said my 22. All right, Corey, 22. What do you got?
This is where I have the original Friday the 13th from 1980.
Okay.
That's fair.
Because I
22.
was always middle of the road with this one because I really don't like that it ends up being Pamela Voorhees and that it's a whodunit without showing her. But it started this entire franchise that I love so fucking much. Kevin Bacon's great in it. The Tom Savini kills in this, when you do get to actually see them, are great. The arrow up through the neck is phenomenal.
That is cool.
And other than Kevin Bacon, none of the other counselors are real interesting. But I
Right.
almost love the horrible acting of the final girl in this one. I don't think she's
Yeah.
as good as everybody seems to think. Like, people seem to really like her, and I don't think she's very good. Alice is kind of boring.
Yeah, in the second movie,
she's like an airhead too.
In the second movie, you know how they like recap the whole first movie at the beginning?
Yeah.
Like when she did her phone call to her mom, they told her to improvise that, and it's just like so fucking, it's so bad. Like,
Okay, take
you can
two.
tell- yeah, right. Well, this is what I have to do to move on with my life, Mom. It's so bad. But oh, by the way, though, that the arrow through the neck. By the way, fucking apparently Pamela Voorhees has man hands because that entire movie, those are man's hands.
Yeah, there's like hair on the knuckles that's holding his head.
Yeah, but,
She's
but like
old,
that
dude.
kill was
She's letting herself go. Let it be.
yeah, man. But that kill with Kevin Bacon was really cool. All they did is they put like an air hose through the back of the bed, and like Tom Savini literally was just under the bed and he was like blowing fake blood.
Yeah, and he had to kneel down under there and just look up for like an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
You may as well go ahead and go back to my list real quick and just add a new beginning to my next one also, because we just talked about it and that is my next.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Fair enough.
Here it is.
It not being Jason is why the only reason that's that low. It might be top 15 if it weren't for that.
Well,
okay.
Time for the controversy.
Wait,
Phil.
Steven,
my boy Phil out there watching, he might like it. This is very.
Hold on, wait.
Here we go.
And this is also controversial because most people's least favorite Scream movie is not my least favorite Scream movie. So
hold on, let me guess. Is that it?
It is Scream 5. I was not.
Wow.
I hate that take so much.
I would love to know what you enjoyed because the main character to me was horrendous. I thought her acting was horrendous. I couldn't even take the movie seriously because I thought she was so piss poor. I thought I was watching an 80s movie watching her. I didn't care for the killers and they're like, like their whole ideology. I just thought was so dumb to me.
Yeah.
I don't like that. What's his name? I think Chad's his name. He gets
Chad.
stabbed. He gets stabbed 476 times and lives. He also does it in the next movie, so props to him. He's like,
I was gonna say, good thing that doesn't happen again. Oh wait,
he has body armor. I don't
bro,
know.
Have you seen Chad? His abs are body armor.
A lot of people hate this movie up to me, and I didn't go watch it. I ended up watching it later on, and I was like, "What the hell would you like about this movie?" I don't know.
Phil says, "Go, Steve! Drop the bomb. Hate this movie."
Yeah,
Phil agrees with you.
I don't care to ever really watch this one again. I feel like the only reason I'd have to watch this one again is the follow up with 6, which I didn't care for the killer reveal in that either.
Yep.
I think once she strayed away from Sydney, I just felt like this franchise was kind of doomed for me. Every movie was connected to her, and then they tried to do their own thing with 5, and I was like, I don't care about any of these characters. I thought the killer reveal for me was obvious.
Well, it was very obvious.
Yeah, which hurts it for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, to me, in a Scream movie, that doesn't hurt it.
The action was
no. I kind of like if I know who it is, I go through the whole movie like, oh, that was a clever little line, you dumbass. You're trying to give away that you're the killer.
The action was fine. There's some okay scenes, I guess. I like what's his name? The guy who plays Huey in The Boys. McQuaid.
I can't remember his first name.
Yeah, I just assumed
Dennis
Quaid.
Quaid's son, Jack Quaid.
Oh, you're talking about Richie.
Jack.
Richie.
Yeah, Jack Quaid.
I liked him in it, but it was
Yeah, yeah.
obvious for me about like him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, when you
there's-
have a character in there that's like, who's the Ghostface killer? What's Haddonfield? It's like,
Yeah.
he's obviously the killer.
Hey, motherfuckers! How about you listen to Dewey? Never trust the love interest.
Oh, forgot to mention Dewey. Yeah.
Dewey.
Best Dewey. I think it's the best Dewey in the whole franchise.
Oh, for sure.
I
think-
I just felt like
I
just felt like they were
think-
shoehorned in this
I think-
movie.
Well, no,
Yeah,
the other
oh,
two for sure.
I agree with
were.
you. I think Dewey's performance in this movie was by far David Arquette's best performance.
But I didn't like him being in it. Like for me, I don't know.
Really? Because
I
See,
just
I-
thought,
I think if they had just left Gale and Sydney out of this completely, I think it would have been a better movie. They really didn't have anything to do.
I
I
don't
think
think any of
Dewey-
them should have been in it. Personally,
No,
Yeah.
maybe not, but I think one legacy character would have been fine, and I think Dewey did great.
I was okay with Dewey's addition in the movie. It made sense to me. They're looking for the former sheriff that went through this 4 times.
Yeah.
I agree. Gale and Sydney probably could have stayed away, or you probably could have killed Gale. Sorry, Courtney Cox, but
No, it's true.
not that I completely hate Dewey dying because those.
I thought
three
his
have
death
had,
was
like,
terrible.
I hate
Yeah,
It was
It-
bad, and that was
If
another
there's-
thing.
it.
there's
Everything
no
he's been
fucking
through.
way. There's no.
There's
fucking
no way he
Amber
does
did
that, and that happens. No, there's
No.
just no way that happens.
because
It looked- it
Richie
looked
was
cool,
there.
That was it.
Richie was there at the time, meaning that was Amber. There's no
she-
fucking way Amber did
Not
that to
only
Dewey.
does she not only does the killer stand up and is as tall as Dewey, if not taller, but they pull the knife up and lift him up off the ground. Wasn't her.
You guys know what the theories are, right?
Adrenaline or something.
No, Stu. That's Stu.
Oh yeah, I would love that. I would
The
theory-
absolutely love
The
that.
theory,
okay
the theory
with
is Stu is coming back in part
I mean,
7.
That's dumb.
Good. I hope it happens.
Yeah, there's just nothing I really enjoyed about this movie. I admittedly,
Phil, I hope you're talking about the movie and not our live stream. He says burn
I
every
like
copy of this
I
shit
like
show.
the previous
Wow,
Scream
Phil, you
movie a
dick.
lot more. So, but that's also I think
Yeah,
is
yeah.
still a Sidney Prescott thing, and I
Right.
was fine with that. And yeah, this movie just didn't do it for me at all. I was very disappointed in this.
I get it. When I put out my review, I was more disappointed than I love this movie. Like the feeling I had when I left the theater is like, damn, I wanted more. I don't know. Just
No, I loved all the new characters. I thought the new teenagers were great. I liked the new.
They were
I liked
okay.
the. I don't know. I just like
Yeah.
this whole movie. I like this.
I like the
movie a lot.
core. I like the core 4 for the most part.
I don't like the main
I think-
character at all. That's
I
She's a
agree.
bad. She's a bad actress, but
Sam.
She saw.
Do you think, Steve, would it help you? Would it have helped you at all if they made Jenna Ortega the main? Would that have
probably
done
a
anything
little
for you?
bit? But
Yeah, I think she had nothing to do in this movie. It was kind of a shame.
yeah,
yeah, what she had to go get her fucking medicine or something.
Yeah, she was in that hospital where apparently there was no doctors, no security guards, nothing.
worst hospital ever.
It really
Yeah.
was.
Not a fan of this movie. Here's the thing. I don't think this is really a bad, like poorly made. I guess for the most part, it's just like I don't really enjoy it. And there's a lot of
Yeah.
bad movies that I enjoy a lot more in this list.
Right. Hey, that's
I
fair,
also
man.
I kind of hold Scream to a higher standard in a way too. I'm kind of
Yes.
I'm a little biased like against it because of
So let me
some of
ask
the
you
other
this,
entries.
Steve. Let me ask you this: do you think this is like objectively to you like a bad film? Like, do you think there is bad Scream movies and this is one of them, or do you think it's still watchable? It's still okay compared to?
It's okay,
Like some-
yeah. I
It's okay.
personally I don't enjoy it.
Okay.
I could rewatch it, but I'm like, yeah, I didn't care for the main character. I didn't care for the killer reveal. I didn't like the Dewey death. I didn't even want them in it. I kind of thought they were just going to clean slate finally. Like if you're not going to do something with Sydney, I think you just don't do anything with any of them. And
Yeah,
fucking
after
start
Right.
it new. Start
After-
it new.
after effing none of them died in 4, I was like, well, they're never gonna get rid of these guys.
Or even if you do bring them in, have a literal porch moment and then they're done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because clearly they wanted to bring them back to sell tickets. Because, like, hey,
Yeah.
Sydney, Gale, and Dewey, your favorite crew's back. Like, if you are going to bring them back and you're dead set on that, pass the torch to the new people and then disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Corey, are we on you? We just got Steve's 22. Have I done 21? I have not. All right. I don't know how you guys are going to feel about this one. Here it is. Rob Zombie's Halloween at 21.
Yeah. A bit controversial for me personally.
Yep, probably for Corey too, because he likes Rob Zombie, and Corey definitely likes the first Halloween better than the second.
I have it higher for sure.
Man, I don't know. Like I said,
I get over the first fucking 40 minutes or whatever it is. I get over it. I love the second half of this movie so much that I just don't care.
Yeah,
I'm biased because I like the rest of it. So
it's weird. It's one of those weird things where it's just so hard for me to look. To me, the first half hour, if you're watching the director's cut, especially in the terrible shit that happened, the psych ward, the first half hour to 40 minutes of this movie is almost unwatchable to me. I hate that they gave Michael a backstory. He's supposed to just be evil for the sake of being evil, not because he had fucking trailer trash stepdad. I'll skull fuck the shit out of you.
I was gonna say, making his family white trash pissed me off a lot. Back in the day, I didn't seem to mind it. Upon rewatching, I hate that. I wish they would have just made it where maybe show a scene or two of him being bullied. Show him kill the kid in the woods. Show him kill his sister. Show him in like one interaction or two with Loomis in the insane asylum, and then that's it. That's it. Shorten it up. Cut it to that right there. And I think this movie's great, personally.
I agree with you. I actually saw a fan-made YouTube cut of this movie that just starts with him killing his sister and getting taken away in the police car. And they skip over some of the shit in the insane asylum. And it's really fucking good. When I watched that version, it was only like 50 minutes long. And I'm like, this is a good fucking Halloween movie. But there's just these little things that Rob Zombie can't fucking help himself. He just can't.
Yeah, your mom's a fucking slut and your dad's a piece of shit.
And the dialogue, man, like the fucking spy kids at school. That's the bully. I heard if I gave you $1, your mom will show me your tits.
I mean,
it is true though.
I feel like it's kind of how it might go down.
$5, she'll suck my dick. I'm like, Zombie, why are you the way you are, dude? I do think him killing him in the forest, that was genuinely disturbing with like the big branch.
Yeah, and I think that should stay in.
But every time that fat little cunt blonde kid runs through the hallways in the school and it starts playing the Halloween theme and like he's supposed to be Michael Myers, I just laugh, dude. I'm like, is this supposed to be scary? Like, it's just this little fucking Swedish blonde kid.
Yeah,
I hate
it. They showed too much. They showed
not
too
all
much.
of the cues are 100% cool. All right.
I hate the first act of this movie more than most movies on this list. I tolerate the second act, and the third act I really like. It's like a Rob Divide version of Carpenter's Halloween, and that's
it's 100% like a carbon copy of that.
Yeah, and it's awesome.
It is.
But there's enough different scenes that it kind of made its own identity, which I respected.
Yeah.
Also,
Phil said
I love Malcolm McDowell as Loomis. But
yes.
Yeah, I thought
and
he
this
was
one I
great
do.
in this one.
Phil says, no,
He
Steve,
always
don't
like-
swear to the dark side. It sucks. End of story. I think Steve's
like
set in his ways. He doesn't like Scream 5. Mike says, I mean, every Rob Zombie movie has the dialogue of Devil's Rejects.
Yeah.
Well, that's his dialogue. That's
That's Zombie.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, but I think this
loved
one
this
is.
movie when I was a kid. I used to think this was like this is probably my second favorite back in the day. And that
I
has
could
changed
see.
quite
I
a
could
bit.
see.
Yeah.
Listen, I could totally see a younger generation thinking this is their Halloween over the 78 one. Like, I could see that. A younger, like 15, 16, 18-year-olds being like, dude, the zombie one's way better. Like, it's not at all. But,
Especially if you cut out a little bit of the beginning.
oh, it's so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know how
I
some
think,
people
like I
like
said,
that
if
writing.
they did what I just said, that movie would be very high up on my list.
It'd be top
I
10
agree-
for me.
I agree with you.
if they did all that.
I just see
Shit,
like
it
this
might be a
red.
little higher, not
Yeah.
too much, but yeah.
I just see like this redneck dude with a fucking dip of skull in his mouth at the theater. Like, hey, you already said skull fucker.
I don't like that character, but it did make it more.
Donnie or whatever.
It did make it make a lot more sense why Michael would just eventually be like, I'm killing this fucking guy.
Yeah, but I don't like that.
That's what I hate.
No.
Yeah, I just don't like that they give him reasons. I don't like.
Yeah,
that they
no
give
motive.
reasons.
Michael needs no motivation. That's what's scary about him in the original. There's no
They should've
reason he
showed
turned
him
evil.
kill
He
the
had a
fucking
normal
kid
life.
in the woods with no backstory. It just show him fucking brutalize him.
Just start with him
And-
beating the shit out of him.
Have it start with that.
No, wait. Let's start with the scene of his fat little pudgy ass running in the school with the Halloween theme.
No, I don't want to see that. I don't
And
ever
then when
want
he
to see
put-
his
like,
face.
after-
I want to see him with the clown mask on in the woods, smoke
Yes.
the motherfucker in the woods, and then go home like
And
that
then af-
night and just murder his sister and her boyfriend, and then get sent to the insane asylum.
I
and
feel
not
bad for
speak
the
to him.
boyfriend because like the boyfriend didn't do shit. Like in the original movie, if you
Yeah.
remember, the boyfriend leaves at the beginning. Like this
Yeah.
guy gets a fucking bat to
He
the back
got
of the head multiple
brutalized.
times.
That's
He was
one of
just
my
Yeah.
making
favorite
a sandwich.
scenes, actually, in the
Yeah,
original or in the
Dude was
Rob
just
Zombie.
dude was just making a sandwich for fucking nutting after a minute.
Don't blame
which
him.
we've all
there.
been
I
there.
mean,
We've all been
we've
there.
all been there, brother.
I would have just fell asleep.
The amount of times I've gotten a bat to the back of the head after nutting, I can't even tell you.
Bonk.
Oh,
Okay, so
boy.
Steve, we're at year 21.
Again, oh my god, it's always
There we go.
me. Scream 3.
Oh. Okay, Scream 3. Explain yourself.
Sir.
I believe
Sir?
this is most people's least favorite, which I'm going to hear from you guys probably. We'll see.
Yeah.
I didn't really care for the killer and the reveal of him.
Mm.
I didn't like the death of Sydney's mom. Kind of retcons the Stu and Billy setup in the original.
Yes. Yes.
I feel like they tried to be more funny in this movie and less horror, but
No.
this movie was not funny at all to me. I thought
No,
it was
No.
fell on its
cringe,
face a lot.
and it was very flat for me.
This
I
was like
never laughing.
this was like a jumping the shark moment
yeah.
where this series easily could have started going downhill, and for me at least it didn't, but it could have.
Also, the fuck's Gail's haircut in this?
It's like a bowl cut.
Phil says you
I
Phil says
can't
you
take
last a
her
minute. I'm a
serious ever.
30-second guy.
Anytime she was
I'm a
on
champ, Phil.
screen, anytime she was on screen, I was just pissed off looking at her. I was like, "Come on, Mel."
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
hated
who
the
made
whole
that decision?
I hated the gas leak in the house thing.
That was
It
weird.
was really stupid.
And why with the gas leak in the house would you light a lighter to read that note? That is just
And the voice changer
that's
seemed
stupid.
like too OP and like ridiculous for the time. I'm like,
Yep.
really? I
Yep.
thought it was so dumb.
well. They wanted to do a whole Hollywood meta thing, and it just
Yeah, I
it
get
didn't work.
that.
And by the way,
Aside from that, I mean, there's not much I
And by-
really like about this.
and the kills are super
Yeah.
weak in this movie.
The only thing like really puts this above 5 for me is like you have the original trio, and it's still Sydney's story. It's still
Yeah.
related to her, which I prefer. Carrie Fisher was in it.
Hell yeah.
And I like the Randy's tape part. I thought was awesome. That's
I
my
love
favorite
Randy's
part.
tape.
That's my favorite part
Yeah.
of this movie.
I guess that's what
my
I get for
favorite
losing my virginity to what does he say? Like a weird Heather. Do he's like weird Heather? Yes, weird Heather.
There's not much I can say that I really like about this movie, but like I said, like for me, I enjoy 3 more, I guess, because I'm seeing like the OG crew.
Yeah.
And it's still related to her, and even though I didn't really
The-
care for the brother hugging.
In hindsight,
Once
this
again,
brought-
the related thing.
there it is. In
You have to ask
hindsight,
for
this movie definitely would have benefited, don't you think, from still having Randy around?
I agree. I don't think Randy should have died in the second one. I think
Yeah,
as much as I liked Scream 2, that's one of my biggest negatives is I think Randy should have been around the whole time. I think
Yeah.
maybe fake
It's a
out his
fu-
death
it's a
once or
mistake.
something.
Hell yeah. Give him one fake out.
Give him 1 fake out in 2 and at least let him survive until 3. If he dies in 3 or would have died in 4, fine. But I
Okay,
think
Phil.
he-
Now I am going to call you old because anybody who says they hate all the Scream movies, you're an old man who's
Yeah.
biased, and you just like Friday the 13th.
Phil, that's
He
fucked up.
he likes his killers like crazy and super OP.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the fact
Phil.
that Ghostface half the time some fucking little woman in a fucking in the city. Which I kind of don't like that either. But
Yeah, bro, Ghostface is so clumsy.
Yes, he is.
I kind of like that. It
He's
kind of
like-
gives me that Jason vibes from 2.
Jason 2, yeah. He's
Yeah.
Jason 2 clumsy.
Mike says, Phil, do you hate comedy?
Yeah.
No, Phil. Oh, wait. He said, damn right. Phil, tell me if you liked Nightmare on Elm Street, A New Nightmare, because that's the prerequisite to Scream. So you can't say you like that movie and say you hate Scream. But anyway, before I get all emotional.
I'm not huge on
Um,
person.
What A New Nightmare.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah, it's one of my more favorite. nightmares.
Innovative.
Innovative. It's probably my third favorite.
Well, I think the
Um,
Nightmare movies kind of suck ass. So, other than
Oh.
1 and 3.
Yeah, kind of agree, actually, to be honest with you.
There's not a lot of great ones, but the character of Freddy Krueger's awesome, but the movie.
Oh, he's awesome.
fucking
Yeah,
shit.
and then they were like fumbled it. So.
I don't
Freddy's
get
the most innovative out of all these main killers. Like invading your dreams, that's a cool fucking concept.
And he's
Yeah.
funny. He's fucking scary. The way
Nightmare
he
on
can
Elm Street.
attack you.
Nightmare on Elm Street is completely like style over substance. The movies are crazy and wild and crazy kills and unlimited potential because it's in your dreams, but the stories suck and it gets overly comedic. Okay, guys, if you didn't see, I put on my number 20 there.
Yeah,
Finally,
yeah.
we have a.
Put mine there too.
Is that your 20?
Yep.
Hell yeah. Okay, number 20. Okay, while I'm putting this in, you want to start us off? What do you think?
We kind of went over it earlier when Corey brought it up way down on the list because
Had it way too low.
no,
Yeah.
no taste.
Agreed.
I loved Michael Myers in this movie. I just thought he was brutal. The portrayal was great. It did for me. It just kind of felt like a classic Halloween movie in terms of like the style with just a very shitty plot.
Yeah.
I hate the whole fucking the whole witch fucking the curse bullshit.
God, Mike.
Yeah.
It's bad. Like the story of this movie, it's the plot's awful. Tommy's a fucking stalker, but it's fucking Paul Rudd, so I don't care. I think he's awesome.
Yeah.
It's
Paul
like
Rudd.
you forgive a lot of things when it's Paul Rudd.
Plus, Paul Rudd is the first person to actually whoop Michael Myers' ass. So
Yeah, he
whooped
fucks him
his
up.
ass. And I love that part. I love that he fucking finds a way and he just doesn't stop.
And he's
Paul-
not super Paul Rudd in this movie either. He's like, it's a little different than what we're used to.
He's just a creepy dude.
Yeah.
I find that Paul Rudd's performance in this movie tends to be love or hate. Like there's the two camps. Personally, I love it.
I love it.
And some
too.
people say it's terrible. I love
Yeah, I
it.
don't like it. I don't like it.
You don't?
That's one of the reasons it's so low for me. I don't like it.
Okay,
I love Paul
that's fair.
Rudd and I hate him in that movie.
Yeah. Paul Rudd kind of does in this movie what the ripoff Jay Muse tried to do in Freddy vs. Jason, like injecting, but he doesn't
Yeah.
get cut in half when he does it.
Rip off Jamies. That's great.
That's what he is.
Yeah.
That fucking
100%.
guy. We'll get to that with Freddy versus Jason, but yeah, man. Curse of Michael Myers. Corey, you said it earlier. The atmosphere, the aesthetic is
Yep.
fucking
Yeah, it's
perfect.
beautiful.
It's a 10. It's a 10 out of 10. It actually
I'll
felt
agree with
like-
you. It's probably too low on my list, but
It actually no, the story's fucking dog shit. Whether you
Yeah,
watch the
that's-
producer's cut or both of them have issues. Like you have
Yeah,
the
no-
one where you get
I
away
hate that
from
there's
the
two
fucking,
versions of this movie.
Yeah, you have the one where if you don't want to see the fucking stones and the fucking circle controlling him,
Yeah.
that's fine. But then you don't get like any Dr. Loomis scenes, so he feels completely out of place in the movie, like he does nothing. But then if you want to watch the other version, Michael is controlled by these stones. He has sex with his niece and they have a baby. He's the father.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
He's like, yeah, that was my favorite part.
That was very Rob Zombie.
I love that part. What are you guys talking
The
about?
thing is, you have two very flawed movies where if you cut elements of both, this might go up a few spots in my Halloween ranking, but
Yeah.
it didn't.
Plot's
And
too
you have to, yeah, it's too messy. You have to watch one version or the other. I feel bad for the people that had to make this movie because you got put into a corner from that fucking French director from Part 5. He's like, there's a man in black and he's mysterious. And what does this all tie to? Thorn trilogy. That's what it ties to.
Yep.
But yeah, the aesthetic,
There's
the
been some
atmosphere.
weird dude obsessed with Michael Myers or something.
Yeah, right. Why couldn't it just like that fucking weird dude in Resurrection? Michael
Yeah.
Myers, age, blah blah blah, killed.
Yeah. it
Uh,
shouldn't have
as-
been.
The aesthetic is so fucking good though. Like all of the shot, it seems like you have a competent director here making a horror movie. Like all the shots with the lightning in the background, like when they're talking about Michael in the house and the lightning strikes and you see him through the window. So fucking good.
I agree.
Michael is scary as hell when he's slaying all the doctors in the hospital. That is the one time where Michael kills
What
a
you
group
did.
of people, and I'm like, I love it.
What you had here was a director of cinematography trying to direct a whole movie.
Yeah,
So the plot was just an afterthought. He just wanted everything to be beautiful and gory.
And it was.
yeah,
Gory.
and it was.
Mm.
And I think Michael was probably the scariest here since part 1 or part 2. He was fucking good.
Yeah.
Now there's a couple times the mask is a little ill-fitting on the
Yeah.
head, but it still looks really good.
Not as scary as him just, hanging up on that pipe in H2O. For how,
We'll get
how
there.
Oh god, that dude is built. That Michael is built different.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
And they do that again. Fucking never mind. Mike says it's a huge guilty pleasure of mine. Always talking about They Live. Got Adrian to watch it. Yes, guys, we did a double feature of that and The Thing. Spoiler: The Thing is way better than They Live.
If you couldn't have guessed that.
Mike said it's a lot worse than I remember when I watched it recently. And Phil says laugh. Okay, so let's see where we're at here.
I can
Who's
give you a
up? Am
quick
I up at
update.
19, or
Quick
you
update on
got-
our poll since we're talking about
Oh,
it
yeah.
real quick. I put up a poll. What's
Oh,
your
yeah.
favorite Carpenter movie? And it's 33% The Thing, 33% They Live, 17%
Wow.
Halloween, 17% Big Trouble in Little China.
I'm okay with all those except They Live.
Yeah.
All right, Corey, number 20. What do you got? Start
Number
your top
20 is where I have Friday the 13th Part 2.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Okay. 13th part 2. Baghead
Eh.
Jason, Sackhead.
And to be honest with you, the Sackhead Jason just really pisses me off. He's hillbilly and weird and clumsy,
Yeah.
and it just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, people have very differing opinions about Sackhead Jason. To me,
He's
it's
medically
never.
challenged.
It felt like that was where they were going with it. Yeah.
Well, he was.
He
Well, I
was.
mean, yeah, I guess so. But they steered a little too heavy into that, I think.
Yeah, he
Um,
just. I could totally see how he would be super creepy, but Sackhead just never did it for me.
Mm.
We'll talk about it in the future. I think Sackhead in the remake is fucking awesome,
Oh, yeah.
but this version just never scared me. It's just he was more goofy than he was scary. He had like the
Exactly.
ghost face where he's so fucking clumsy. He's always tripping over shit. He falls on that chair like with the pitchfork.
Yeah.
He's just a clumsy fuck. The movie's great. I'll talk about it a little bit. It's gonna be
It was like
a while before
was
you
like
see it
an-
on my list.
it was like an old silent vaudeville film, but with a
Yeah.
killer.
Yeah. I mean, I'll save all my positives for later. And Corey, I don't think you're necessarily even giving this a negative review. It's just a little bit lower on your list.
No, I love all these movies that are on here now.
Would you say it did everything a little bit better than the first movie?
It improved every single aspect of the first movie.
Yeah.
Every
We're
aspect.
getting close to that for me.
Yeah, suck it,
GOG.
Phil. Unless part 2 is in your top 2, then I respect it. Okay. Let me see. Are we on to? We're on to my
That's
19.
me. Oh, yeah, you, actually.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's,
think
all right, Corey. Speaking of Friday, it hurt me to put this low. Part 3D at 19. This movie, I love the second half of this movie. It's some of my favorite Friday the 13th. Richard Brooker is an amazing Jason. Dude's got
Yeah.
fucking traps for days.
Oh my god, they reach his
He's
ears.
just so, yeah. Richard Brooker is just so fucking hulking and menacing that like that is a scary ass Jason. Like if you're face to face with him in a dark alley and there's no other way to go but through him, you're fucked. He's a scary Jason. Everything in the second half of the movie I thought was really fucking awesome. The movie suffers because it takes forever to get going. The first half of this movie is a fucking
Yes.
slog and a half. You
Yes,
have like
it
the bike.
absolutely
The
is.
biggest drama is like Shelley versus the bikers. That's like the biggest
Yeah.
thing. Now I love Shelley. He's fucking goated.
Yeah, I
But,
like Shelby a lot.
The
Feel
older
for
I get, the
him.
more I like Shelley. I'm like, this guy. Yeah, poor Shelley. Dude, I genuinely felt bad when they pull up to the girl and then she's like, "This is my blind date." He's like, "Sorry." Like, I feel bad for Shelley. Like, poor dude. You don't
Yeah.
deserve Shelly, you bitch. But yeah, it takes forever to get going. I love Richard Brooker, but there's this weird, like with Chris, almost like Jason may have, like, she tells a backstory of Jason catching her in the woods one night, and it's kind of implied he might have like sexually assaulted her, and that's just a weird fucking angle for Jason. Like, keep the
I thought she
diddling
said
to
she
fucking
got
Fred.
away, but then she passed out. But I could be wrong. I could be remembering it wrong. I
Oh,
thought
maybe
said
she does
she
get
got away, and then she
That
said
was-
she like blacked out and didn't remember what happened next.
right.
That was-
She didn't remember what happened
mean,
next.
That was.
But
She
Tommy
said she
Jarvis.
got away. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember the way it's set up. Like, a lot of people talk about, there's implications of maybe Jason doing some nefarious things.
Well, maybe
other
that's
than
what she
cut-
thought he was trying.
Maybe.
I think it was Roy.
But wait, you mean that ambulance? No, but
That ambulance
even
guy,
putting
remember?
that idea in anybody's head, it's like Freddy's the fucking diddler. Don't make Jason like Jason just kills
Yeah.
people. Jason stops people from having sex. He doesn't force himself on anybody.
Yeah, I think the lead in this movie, isn't
Chris.
very good. She's not.
Yeah,
very
and the 3D
That-
effects
that
have aged.
hurts it.
The 3D
Yeah.
effects in this movie have aged it horribly.
It's
That is
it's
the
your
worst part with
typical,
them trying to, like-
knife coming out of the screen, and
They're like,
I'm
"Hey,
gonna
can I get
throw
you
this?
a beer?"
Yeah,
It's terrible.
they may as well have raised their eyebrows, like, huh?
But this has always been a movie that I watched more than most of the Fridays when I was younger, so it has a special place in my heart. And I do genuinely think the third act is fucking amazing. Like, it's really good.
Why is the 40-year-old stoner character at a camp with a bunch of teenagers though?
Yeah, the ripoff Tommy Chong.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then Jason
Weird.
at the end. I'll always say when I'm talking about this movie, one of the scariest moments in the whole fucking franchise is when Chris is like getting away on that rowboat and she looks up and Jason's staring at her through that tiny window, and he's like,
good.
like, it's so fucking like, it's retarded that he's like hissing. Or
it just takes.
Are you sure you weren't just talking about him?
yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know if I love the hissing, but when she looks up and just sees him like staring, it creeps me the fuck out. And then his mom jumps out of the water with a sweater.
It just takes me out of it a little bit that he's pawing at the window like an animal. He's not that stupid. He knows how to use a window and a door.
Oh, okay,
He
Phil
could get-
says. So Phil says Friday Part 2 is his number 2. So I respect it. He said Sackhead rules.
that does rule in the remake.
You know who else rules, Phil? O'Doyle.
O'Doyle rules.
But I don't have a ton. I don't have a ton to say about 3D. It's at 19, so it's kind of a little like middle-ish. I'm not gonna, die on the cross defending it. It's fun when it
Yeah.
gets going. Okay, so let's go with Corey's number 19. Corey, what do you got?
Halloween 2, the original Halloween 2.
Oh my.
The OG.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you got? Why is this middle of the pack for you?
See, the good things about it are the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good, and it did improve on the original. I think even it might even be. The score is similar, obviously, but I
Right.
think the scared factor is heightened.
Uh-huh.
But Michael's a bit stiff and robotic in this movie. Kind of
Yeah, Dick
weird
Warlock.
the way they did that. And most of the movie, Laurie's trapped in a hospital. Like, she barely had anything to do with the movie.
Right.
And they made her his sister, and that pisses me off. So that is all the
Yeah.
main reasons it fell on my list. Like, this was a top. When I was younger, this movie was a top 5 for me because I
Yeah.
loved Halloween 2. But now that I'm an adult and I look at these things with a little bit of a different eye, those things bother me too much. But there are a lot of creative kills. And like I said, the atmosphere is great. So
Yeah, they
It's a good
definitely up the kills. Like,
Yeah.
you always say, like, if Friday the 13th copied Halloween, Halloween 2 kind of copied Friday the 13th with
Yeah.
like more excessive kills and more gore.
absolutely.
See, the thing that kind of bothers me is not about Halloween 2, but so they retcon it with the new trilogy and they're not related. So it's like, why does Laurie
Yeah.
even think like after her at all? I don't know. I'm just like,
No, I don't know.
I hated
Laurie
that.
has this.
When I realized
It's-
that like it got retconned, I'm like, really?
It's
I-
not like
It
it's
kind
not
of
like
makes
he
me hate 2018 more.
It's not like he wrote her from prison all the time. Like, if I get out of here, I'm gonna kill you, bitch.
Yeah, right.
The-
I
she
don't
Well,
had-
yeah. And what you said is right, Steve, because in this canon, if you go to Halloween 2018, she just had that one night. She didn't have him stalk her at the hospital. All she
Yeah, so
had
why-
was a
why do you
killer one
really
night.
think- That's,
Why do you think he's
kinda
after you?
Kind of hurts 2018 for me, and that's one thing.
2018, you should, if you're gonna go that way, keep the brother sister angle. He stalked you. It stalked you at the hospital. It makes you more like, okay, this dude is after me.
That's why I like 2018 a lot, and I'm like, it makes sense for me. And then I realized that they retconned it, and they're not related. And I'm like, okay, now I kind of think this is fucking stupid in a way.
Yep, agreed. It hurts it a little bit.
I'm all right with the related thing personally. I mean, I feel like it was like the first movie to do it, so it gets a pass for me.
Yeah,
I guess
John
I'm
Carpenter
looking
kind of
back
adm-
on that.
John Carpenter kind of admitted he wrote the second movie fucking 6, 7, 8 beers deep because
He hated
because they
that
forced
she
him to
was
make
his
a
sister,
second
and
movie.
He wrote it.
And he wrote it. He wanted
he hated
he
it.
wanted to always do the anthology. He would have never made a second Halloween with Michael, but so many people demanded it. He always wanted to do the anthology thing. For better or worse.
Worse.
Phil says, did you know that Michael Myers, age 23, is listed in the ending credits? The film takes place in 78 when Michael Myers is 21, which is also stated by Dr. Loomis in the movie. Wait, Michael Myers is listed in the ending credits. What do you mean? Like, I know isn't the Shape's credited, right? In the
original, yeah, they call
Phil,
it the Shape.
Yeah, Phil, Phil, leave me another comment just to clarify what you mean there, because it sounds interesting. I want to know. Okay, Steven, number 19. What do you got?
The OG Friday the 13th. I agree with the bits that it's pretty boring. There's not much going on, and like you said, like you never even saw the killer, so it's kind of like,
that's bullshit.
But for me, like I said, I'm biased because it just sets up a franchise that I love. So without it, I never would have got any of these. And the kills for the time, very good. But other than that, yeah, I mean, it's mainly because it catapulted the franchise. It started it off. So not much to say about it, really.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, and just for the interest of jumping ahead, let's go right to 18, and here we go. This is my first appearance of a Scream
There it
movie.
is.
Adrian, go ahead and add mine to 18 as well.
Scream 3?
Yeah.
All
That's where I have that
right, 18. Yeah, why don't you start us off?
With why it's bad?
Yeah, I don't know, bad. 18, what do you think?
I mean, bad is not right because I like every Scream. I like every
In
Scream
regards
movie.
to
I like them all.
Scream, it's the worst.
Yeah. In the regards of Scream, to me, it is the worst, and it is because of what we talked about earlier. I do like that they only had one killer in the movie. It's the only time they've done that.
I was fine with that.
But I don't like who it was. Having it be that director was stupid. Nobody cared that it was him.
I don't know. I didn't like how he seemed like such a little bitch.
Exactly.
Roman
He was
Bridger.
Roman was not the guy. It should not have been the guy.
No.
That bothers
obvious.
me.
It made it the dude who got out of jail.
Yeah.
For fucking killing his mom or whatever, or killing her mom.
Killing her mom, right?
I don't like the jokes fall flat and the meta thing about being in. I do kind of like that it went to Hollywood. They're on the set of Stab 3 or whatever, 3 or 4 or whatever.
She's like reliving it. I kind of like
I like that aspect.
I like that aspect too, and that's kind of why I like it more than. That's why I like this one more than 5.
Yeah, and I love that Liev Schreiber's in it. I love him. He's great.
Yeah. The Scream movies always get a stacked cast.
They do. So, that's all the reasons that it's even this low on my list, because I really do like this movie still. Sydney's obviously awesome. This is another shining Sydney in this movie. I never really pay attention to the haircut, but Steve, you're right. The haircut for Gail is atrocious in this movie. I never really paid attention, but you're right.
It's horrendous.
Dewey, in the second movie, he got a little hardened because of the first movie, but in 3, he went back to Doofy Dewey.
Yeah. He gets smoked and probably should have been dead.
Again, should have been dead Dewey every fucking movie. But
I really was like, this guy's dead this time. Anyway.
That's the only thing, Steve. You got to give Chad credit because it's not like he's the first to have plot armor.
Yeah,
But
they're trying
I
to
do-
give it to a new character.
But I do agree his stabbings in part 6 was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's no way he should be alive after that.
Yeah, that alone pisses me off enough about 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Scream 3, like I said, this is definitely jumping of the shark moment. Every franchise has this moment where like, oh no, they're playing too much into like
yeah,
the goofiness or the and Scream was always about comedy. And I agree with you guys. This is the least funny through the first 3, while
it's
this was
flat
trying to
as
be the
hell.
the most funny.
it was trying to be the funniest and it failed.
And in that, they made it the least funny because it
Yeah.
didn't feel natural.
Yep.
So yeah, all of that. There's no fucking way, like you guys said, this movie was always planned to have 2 killers from the beginning. There's no way Roman did all this on his own. There's just no
No.
way. Blowing up the house.
Especially with him being involved in so much in the movie.
Yeah,
he was there a
he's
lot,
like
so it's not
he's
like he
like the
disappeared all
distraught-
the time.
the distraught film director.
Yeah,
They're killing my movie. But yeah, blowing up the house feels way too big for a Scream movie. Like a Ghostface shouldn't be fucking turning on the gas and blowing up a house.
I just thought it was
Yeah.
dumb in general.
It's just it is dumb.
Yeah.
And just yeah, too goofy with like the actors following the actual people. Gail's actor, Dewey and Gail kind of they just the first couple movies they just do the same relationship beats like over and over
Yeah.
again. Like Dewey hates Gail at first because she just wants a story, and then he sees this other side of her, and then they're in love again. But then at the
Mhm.
beginning of the next movie, he hates her again, and then
Fuck you, bitch.
oh, you just want a story. I love you. And then he just like proposes to her at the end of the third movie. It doesn't feel
Yeah.
earned. Like,
Mm.
not at all.
yes, I like their relationship overall, but part 2 and part 3, it's very samey. And by part 3, I think it started to kind of feel repetitive, even to me. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
still not a bad movie, but definitely my least of the Scream movies, my least favorite. Okay, so yeah, we were on the same one there, right, Corey? 18. So are we on
Yeah.
Steve's 18?
I believe so.
Oh boy.
All right, Steve. Let me scroll down. We're at Steve's 18. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh Jesus, what is it? What are you
Scream
doing to me? Scream 6.
I
All right,
just-
I'm gonna try to contain myself here.
I just
All right, Steve, why do you hate this franchise?
the two new like 5 and 6 really just didn't do it for me at all. I don't know. You continue in the story with the girl I hated in the last one, and
She's better in this movie.
she is better in this one.
Much
And
better.
then they
I'm
try once again. I'm like, are you gonna like move on from the like OGs, or are you gonna be like, oh no, fucking stews in your head? And like, I'm like, make up for me. It's like make up your mind. I don't know.
Steve, point this way towards the duck real quick.
Oh, and the other way,
Wait.
other way, somewhere.
Mike, the duck says quack.
Quick, motherfucker.
I definitely think this one improves on 5 a lot for me, but it's still.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I like how like savage the killers were too. Once again, the reveal just added on to 5, which I wasn't a fan of. So for me, it did nothing. I was like, oh, they're just building on 5.
Further elaborating on Rich's
Yeah, I'm
family.
like, yeah. Which if 5s didn't do it for me, this one wasn't gonna do it for me. But
That's fair.
I thought good action. I liked Jenna Ortega's character more in the. I liked all the characters, like the main characters in this one more.
Yeah.
I
Go
don't
figure,
like
they
that.
actually-
I don't like that Chad survived
Phil,
for years.
Corey, I wanted you to
Phil,
read that
you
one.
start talking about Saw, I'll kill you. I'll put you in a saw trap. I got lots of them. There's 78 of them. Shut up.
And Phil, I agree.
But yeah, I don't know. Scream 6 just doesn't do it for me. I just recently rewatched it and I can barely remember it because I didn't really care for it. The kid, like I said, the action's good.
Yeah. I do think the killer reveal is the weakest part of the movie.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah,
very
probably.
flat. And when an ending to a movie's flat, it's kind of like, for me, it's like,
And
I tried.
And what's his
so
name? What's his
hard to
name?
get-
Detective Bailey. I always forget that actor's name. He's in everything. But
Yeah.
he goes over the top to the level where I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
I didn't care about the one girl being like an agent too, and even being involved at all. Kirby, is that her name?
Kirby.
They could have
Kirby.
just not done that
love Kirby.
at all for me. I
Yeah.
wish that wouldn't have been a part of it at all.
I'm very biased though. I love Hayden Panettiere a lot.
I just
Yeah, Corey's a big guy. Corey's a big Heroes
I
fan.
love Heroes.
but I don't think this is a bad movie at all. I don't. I could rewatch it.
If you
I
can say
don't
that,
have-
I'm happy.
It's nothing I cared to rewatch, but like I don't think it's bad. Oh, I don't agree with that.
Not at
personally.
all.
I
It's
was
one of the
so-
best ones in the franchise.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know what?
was
I actually don't
pleasantly
even know if
surprised.
I agree with that. And I hate Saw.
And Adrian hates Saw, so
But yeah,
God damn it,
Scream 6 is fine for me. I just don't get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I'm not gonna like sit
Okay,
here and
fair.
say it's awful.
he's
Right.
he's a much more brutal Ghostface than there's ever been.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's probably
He's
the biggest
fucking
positive
mean.
for me. But then they make Chad live again, and that really pissed me off. Because I was like, it's so unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh my god. When
They
they
do
said,
like to bring
and
people
it-
back in these movies.
Listen, and it is a nod to the second one, but when they're like, we got another one here. I'm like, you better not fucking tell me Chad lived. And I love Chad, but I'm like, no.
Isn't that how they bring him on the stretcher
after
in
he
the
was
second,
stabbed,
in 5 too? We got another one here.
it's the
Same fucking line.
Yeah, part 2 and part.
Yeah.
Well, it's a nod to part 2 with David Arquette when he gets stabbed in like the booth.
Oh,
we got another
right,
one here.
right, yeah.
But Chad gets stabbed like 17 times and he can still take off his mask and like kiss Jenna Ortega while he's like bleeding to death.
Hell yeah.
It might have been more than
Hell yeah.
17. It might have been like
Probably.
48.
Hey, and speaking of
a
17,
lot
let's
more
get
than
to our number 17. You see that transition?
did.
What do I have? Oh god, guys, this actually hurts me. I think
Don't
it's
do
too
it.
low.
Don't
I
do
think
it.
I thought I was gonna have it higher than you guys, and I don't.
Don't do it. Jason in space.
Oh,
I knew it. I knew
That
it.
is way too low.
I knew it.
Jason X.
I'm so mad at you right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm mad at myself. I
don't
put
even know
notes
if I
for
can
every
go on.
movie. Like I put detailed notes for every movie, and for this one, I just said amazing film, simply a masterpiece.
You know what? Just to spite you, put my number 17 down as well.
What is it?
Halloween 3 Season of the Witch.
Oh my.
Oh,
I wanted to hurt you because you hurt me.
Oh my god.
no! Why have you done this?
I didn't enjoy
Oh.
it as much as you said I was going to, but it is a very good movie.
Yeah.
But go ahead with yours first.
Guys. I can't believe I have Mike says the middle of the pack. I'm so ashamed
Yeah,
to
calm
podcast
down.
with you. Even Mike loved this movie. Man, I don't know. I love it. I do love Jason X. From this point on, I love all these movies.
Yeah, same. I get enjoyment.
Same.
I'll be
All
right
right,
back. I need a drink.
I love Jason X. I really do. Listen, to all of our culture shocked people, we've done an entire episode on this movie.
Yeah.
It was called a bad movie episode because of its rating. None of us think it's a bad movie.
No,
And that
it's
includes
great.
Mike, who's not a horror fan. It's fucking campy. It's schlocky. There's a big difference, though, when a movie knows it's being campy and terrible and when it plays it serious and it's just bad. This movie is fully aware of what it is, all its faults.
Absolutely.
And because of that, it makes it fucking stronger. Like, this movie
does,
is
it
fully
does.
aware of what it's doing. It's fully aware that it's not a fucking masterpiece. To us, it is. But because it's aware of what it's doing, that helps kind of elevate it a little bit. And you can appreciate all the dumb shit in here. I love
Yeah.
Brodsky. I actually love Rowan, the final girl. She's one of the better final girls in the franchise.
Oh, you
yeah.
might as well put my next movie down. It's Jason X.
What do you got? Oh, wait, at 17?
Yep.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
so
guys,
much
you know,
pain.
it's fucking Jason X. It's a masterpiece. What can I say? It is a little bit
It
low,
is.
but it's just I got to be honest with myself. Everything above it, a more quality film.
You're not being honest
and-
with yourself.
If we go by just on rewatchability, Jason
Oh,
X
it's
would be in
up
my
there.
top 10.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun and
That's
goofy. It
definitely
doesn't
true.
take itself serious because it shouldn't, and that's
It shouldn't.
I like it. I
Right.
You go to space.
fucking
You go to
Jason in
Killer
space.
in space. You can't take it seriously.
Yeah, it's just fun.
The virtual reality scene's awesome with the camping bag, paying homage to that.
The best kill in the series as well.
Best kill in the series with the nitrogen.
Absolutely.
Brodsky, like I said, a badass. It's going to take more than a little poke in the ribs to put down this old bear. That'll do it.
And it didn't do it, by the way.
And it still didn't do it. Hold on. I think we're getting some Jason X hate because I put it way too low. Phil says, wait, Meta Jason? Is that?
I think he
Uber
means
Jason?
Mega Jason or Metal
Uber.
Jason.
Because
Uber
Meta Jason would be part 6,
Yeah.
which I think Phil likes part 6. Mike says it's so enjoyable. You passed. Phil says has one of the best deaths in the franchise. Yes, it does. And then Mike says a lot of great kills in Jason X. Agreed.
I agree. It's
I like-
just a fun
I like-
slaughter.
It is.
It's a fun. I like the drill kill. I like the sleeping bags. I like the frozen
Screwed.
face. He's screwed. but yeah, like I said, we have a whole fucking bad movie episode about that. So go check
Yeah.
it out on the podcast to hear in-depth thoughts and a bunch of sidetracking. Corey, now talk about Season of the Witch.
Oh,
Okay, here's the thing.
You piece of shit.
I always hated that this didn't have Michael Myers in it. I get what they were doing,
Yeah.
but I've always hated it. Always. So I finally gave it a rewatch. First time since
Sorry, God.
First time since watching this movie, I tried, and I did enjoy this movie quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I've heard you talk about Tom Atkins a couple times and how he's a great part of this movie, and I do not agree. I think
Bro, that's
he's
Dr.
one note.
Chalice.
I think he's boring.
what?
think all he-
boring. He's like hitting on this bitch. He's like, yeah,
Exactly.
Sorry, your dad died.
He's-
Trying to get
Bro,
this fucking old
He's
man.
every 80s misogynist in every 80s horror movie, all in one,
And he's the most
constantly
logical
telling these girls,
protagonist
I'm
in
gonna
any of
take
these
you to
movies.
dinner. I'm gonna take you out for meals. Yo, you want to suck this dick? He's just so he's so
And guess
boring.
what? And guess what?
It's like divorced and
She
shit,
sucked
bro,
that
trying to
dick.
Get it. Yeah, and they
I know, and then he went towns
got
away with this
swagger.
girl just to get
Swagger.
laid.
Hey, as kids
no,
say
he was
now,
trying to
Doctor.
figure out what was going on.
Listen, I'm gonna say
yes.
He
I'm gonna
was-
say this movie was dumb enough that they twice in the movie had to have a TV playing 1978's Halloween. Twice. Just to show you
Corey.
it's still Halloween, guys.
Corey, I know you're not familiar with this word because it's younger people, but Dr. Chalice has Riz. Okay.
First of all,
Yeah.
I misuse and overuse Riz at work constantly, so I know what it means.
Was he not the most
work with a bunch of
logical
teenagers.
protagonist in horror movie history? Because I don't know.
I didn't get it. I don't like him that much, but I do like that the director was definitely taking notes from Carpenter. He shoots the scenes beautifully, like it's a beautifully shot movie.
Soundtrack's
yeah.
great too.
The soundtrack is good. The Colonel is nuts. Let's just kill all these fucking kids. Let's give them these masks.
I
and
love
kill
that.
everybody. That was good. Yeah,
The only thing that
that's
hurts it
nuts.
for me is the ending where
And the ending is insane.
Yeah.
it's too much. That's the only thing about this movie that hurts it for me is that the ending's too much for me.
Yeah.
If it
and
would have been
sometimes
like some sort of technology thing that he had implanted in these masks to
Yeah.
kill the kids, and that was it, or something along those lines, I think this is great for me. But because it's some weird Stonehenge fucking bullshit,
Witchcraft thing. yeah.
hurts.
Mi-
Hurts.
microchips gathering the power of Stonehenge. There's nothing illogical about that. Shut up.
Definitely
Yeah,
80s.
Sometimes I like just the overly evil antagonist just for the sake of being like an evil
Yeah.
old man twirling his mustache, and that's what this is.
Which he does. He does a mustache twirl in the movie. So
Literally twirls his mustache.
yeah. So I mean, that being said, I did enjoy it. I actually liked it more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
Because I used to indiscriminately hate this movie just because of the
So did
Halloween
I.
name.
did
So
I.
if they go back and they Sean Parker this bitch and they drop the Halloween because it's cleaner, just call it Season of the Witch, this would probably be higher on my list.
You're wrong, and you're a grotesquely ugly freak. Thanks.
Yes and yes.
Corey, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. That was that guy. Just for the record, I didn't
I
say
get
that.
it. I get it. I get it.
Okay, going to number 16 here. The middle tiers we'll kind of go through a little bit quicker here because I think we'll all be around the same page. 16, so halfway through my list, finally, Freddy
We're
versus
getting there.
Jason. Yep,
Oh,
16.
You're killing me.
We're getting
Freddy
there.
versus Jason. Here's what I'll say. Freddy versus Jason, at least this movie delivered on what it promised. I'm
Yeah.
talking to you, fucking Halloween Ends. Freddy versus Jason. All we wanted to see after waiting a decade plus is Freddy versus fucking Jason.
And not only did it give us Freddy versus Jason, it gave us Freddy versus Jason in both Freddy's universe and Jason's universe.
Exactly. It was,
Yeah.
yeah. Freddy had home field advantage, and as soon as Freddy found out that he's in fucking Camp Crystal Lake, he's like,
Yeah.
I
shit.
love the final showdown is absolutely over the top, and I love it for that. I mean, what else were you gonna do, honestly, with these two characters?
Yeah, exactly. I think they
I hate
nailed them too.
I hate the fact that they didn't get Kane Hodder because they wanted somebody taller to be more intimidating to Freddy. Ken Kersinger, which was the guy that gets thrown into the glass in Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yep.
But I didn't like Ken Kersinger's performance as Jason. I do like how I thought the story was really good, how they brought Freddy and Jason together. Freddy
Yeah, I thought
needed
they tied
teammates
it
to
well.
fear. They set it up well. And if you guys don't know, there's like 30 fucking plus failed scripts for this movie. They were trying so long to make it. So I do think they found a good way to bring them together. It made sense.
Yeah,
Make people scared of Freddy again.
I love that they made Freddy so weak that Jason had to keep killing to just make people afraid again.
Yeah.
Like when he
it's
tries
kind
to
of
kill that one kid in the street, nah, still
and it goes
too
right
weak.
through him.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
love
kind of
that.
that middle ground where this definitely feels like more of a nightmare movie, but Jason is the star in the sense he gets all but one kill. So it's kind of a blend of both worlds, which is great. But the things that don't work, the characters suck. I think Monica Keene is terrible.
Awful.
Monica Keene is just awful. Freddy by fire and Jason by water. How can we use that?
That's
I
a
fucking
very
hate-
bad line.
I hate that shit.
But like I said in our episode, I don't hate when she says "Welcome to my world, bitch" and cuts his head off. I don't hate that. I think it's badass. I think it was a
Yeah.
great last line for
I
her.
was fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was fine with it. But it, it didn't redeem the rest of the movie for me.
No.
But
Yeah,
just terrible fucking characters around these two. And I understand these two are the focus, but who else was it? Kelly Rowland. She was fucking terrible. But I
Well,
did
hey,
like her one. You got
Well,
them
it's
little
thing, like
you got them little ass butter knives, and Jason's got this big old. I did like that. Yeah, but mostly it's just it's the characters and the dialogue.
I kind of hated the whole asylum thing too, like with the what movie is it they rip off? Is it like 12 Monkeys or something? Yeah, something like that. I can't remember.
Yes. Phil says fanfare at its best, Freddy first, and that's what it it delivered on the fanfare. That's just make a fucking movie. If you watch like Alien versus Predator Requiem, you could see how they messed that concept up. Here, I don't think they messed it up. The characters just kind of sucked, and Jason being afraid of water is the dumbest fucking thing.
Yep, didn't like that either. Yep,
hated that.
Yeah,
yep,
makes no sense.
Just negatives.
But for me, it's a middle of the pack movie. Obviously, at what I put at 16. Corey, 16. What do you got?
Friday 13th, Part 3.
Okay.
Part 3D.
You might as well put that down for me too.
Hey, there you go.
And then you might as well do Jason X or Freddy versus Jason right after that.
Right after?
Yep.
13th, Part 3D. And Freddy versus Jason. I mean, if you guys have anything you want to add on 3D or Freddy versus Jason, go ahead while I'm doing this.
I really kind of
No, I agree with 3D, what you said. The beginning is definitely kind of a slog. The main character is awful to me.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked Jason in the like you said in the final.
Oh yeah,
of it.
The traps,
Richard Brooker.
man, those traps.
I kind of hate how like that black. I kind of hate how that black biker dude hid in the barn the whole time, and then he did nothing.
Survives the whole time and then just dies immediately.
Yeah, I was always kind of like, why was he not like?
And the other big thing that kind of pissed me off is when he's finally pushed out of that door at the top, and he lands on those spikes. He's down there with his mask off, and then the other thing just kind of popped open, so you can see his face in it.
No,
yeah, that's Roy.
3 is the axe in the head. Never mind.
She hangs him, and then he gets she hangs him in 3D, and then
and he just pulls himself up and takes it off.
And then he
Jason, you do see his face, but that's because he takes off his mask and shows her.
Oh, it's me.
She's like, it's you.
The guy who tried to rape me in the woods.
I
You're
guess.
the dude that sexually assaulted / didn't me.
But
yeah, we
I
talked
kind of,
about that one. Though. It's
looked,
fine.
I kind of looked past the beginning bit because I love the ending parts, and I feel bad.
I
for
do too.
Sheila
I do
every
too.
time. And I love that he's just an expert and just harpoons the bitch with like 100% accuracy. I'm like, hell yeah.
Right through the fucking eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for people complaining about Jason being an archer in the reboot, Jason's pretty fucking
Yeah.
accurate. Look at this movie.
Yeah, look at this.
We'll get to the remake, but
will.
okay.
I'm good to see that hasn't shown up yet.
Hell yeah!
Makes me
Notice how
happy.
none of us have mentioned it yet. Okay, so my
It
number
gets way too much
15
hate.
is going to be the
Just-
remake. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll kill you.
My,
I'll fucking
my
kill
number
you.
15 is going to be Friday the 13th, Part 2. We've talked about it. I do think, on paper, while I don't like Sackhead Jason, I don't like the beginning of this movie before Jason has his mask with like that hillbilly dude on the toilet and eating everything. And the movie's just a big long recap for the first 15-20 minutes. I probably shouldn't like this movie as much as I do, but once it gets going, I think it's really effective. Like we said, it does everything better than the first movie. There's better characters, there's better kills. You have Jason, you have the wheelchair kill fucking right to the face.
Mhm.
You have the handstand kill, and it's just a solid movie. Jenny's a great final girl. She actually uses some of her education and some of her psychology to her advantage. And the only reason Jason doesn't catch it, the only
One of
reason
the
Jason
most
catches on,
iconic parts in the entire
hell
series.
yeah, the sweater.
Yep.
The only reason Jason catches on is because he sees like his mom's head behind her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And him jumping through the window at the end of that movie always fucking scares me. Like the first two movies did so good with like little kid Jason jumping out at the end, that always gets me. And then Jason jumping through the window in part 2, those were good. And then they overdid it with part 3 with the mom and the sweater, which makes no sense.
No, none whatsoever.
But yeah, part 2 is just a solid fucking movie. That's why it's starting off the top half of my list here. I just wish these first couple movies wouldn't fucking recap so damn often.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially when you're
Corey, 15,
marathoning
what do you got?
them. It becomes very obvious.
Yes.
My number 15 is Halloween H2O.
Halloween H2O. Did this one fall off a little bit for you?
It did over the years. As one of the Halloween movies, it is up there for me.
Mm-hmm.
I love Laurie in this movie. I think she's great in this movie.
Yes.
She's a badass, and it does deliver with the fight at the end. It has one of the coolest scenes in the world. I think one of the coolest scenes ever with him lowering himself on that pipe. I like it.
This is
I
my
think it's
this is
awesome.
my next this is my next movie, by the way, is H2O as well.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
You're
That's my
number
14.
14?
Yep. H2O.
Okay. Halloween H2O there.
It just
It's very short.
Yeah,
it is short.
it is. It's short and sweet to the point. I like that.
Is it the shortest in the series?
I think
the-
hour 26 minutes, I believe.
Spelled
it is.
that wrong, Mike.
I just feel like there's not much that happens, and yes, like we get a very satisfying conclusion when it finally gets to that point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can't take him serious the entire movie because this is probably my
Oh,
second least favorite mask in
The
the,
mask
series.
is
Oh.
horrible.
And
You
then
can
they
see it
CGI
everywhere.
it. They do the CGI one too, and it also looks horrible.
Yeah, it looks like an
That-
alien
that
or
is-
something.
that one CGI moment they thought they could get away with is so fucking terrible.
It's
The
very
fi-
bad.
like I said, the final fight is amazing, and that is the only
Yeah.
reason it's probably this high up. Because I think the rest of the movie I don't even care about. And they retcon the ending of this anyway, so for that, I kind of feel like it's unfair to judge it because of that. But for me, it hurts the movie a
That
lot.
hurts.
Yeah.
It does, and I fucking hate that.
And that's like I feel like they could just put the last 30 minutes of this movie, and that's all I want to watch when I revisit
that's-
this.
yeah.
I know. I don't really. They
Yeah, I
shouldn't.
see
They
that.
should have made it an hour and 26 minutes. They should have made it 30 minutes. Would have been better.
Yeah.
I like it for what it is. It's definitely decent, but I don't really care to rewatch this one. I remember rewatching it, and I was like, I don't know how people consider this like some people think this is like the second best.
It's up there
Halloween
on
movie.
a lot of people's
And I'm
list,
like,
yeah.
I don't see it. I don't see it. other than the fact that, okay, we get to see the final battle, but actually you don't. So if that's why you like it, well, guess what? That wasn't the final battle. So
And then
Really?
Resurrection happened. Hey, in my timeline, Resurrection never happened.
That's
yeah,
right.
it's a solid
says-
Halloween
Phil says
film.
water sucks. It really sucks. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I hate is when people say this is like a Scream movie. Like, this is not a Scream movie. This is a movie that capitalized off Scream's success. Absolutely. If you want to say this is very on brand as a late 90s, early 2000s horror, I would agree with you. It feels
Yeah,
like that.
it's
It's too
nothing
it's
like a
too
Scream movie.
clean. No, it's not. It's too clean. It's too like, you know what I mean? It
Yeah.
doesn't feel like grungy. It feels corporate made. It's too clean. This feels more like any Scream sequel where somebody dealt with a killer years later. He comes back to come for them again. It
Yeah.
feels anything but the first Scream. It feels like all the sequels.
Yeah, that's true.
But I hate when people say it's a Scream movie. It's a product of its time, absolutely, and you feel that. But it's not a Scream movie. Just because Scream started that doesn't mean every movie in that era is like a Scream movie.
Yeah.
Plot wise, this
That's
is
just-
nothing like Scream.
That's just a
Yeah.
compliment to Scream that they keep saying that, man.
Oh, I mean, it is, but I could watch this instead of the Steelers. Hey, you leave the Steelers alone. How are your Eagles
I don't
going?
know.
Oh, wait,
I
they
don't
just
know
won.
how they have what. Don't they have 4
Really good.
wins? I don't know how they have 4 wins.
We have 4 wins. We should not have 4 wins. Okay, so H2O. All of your guys is blasphemous about H2O. No, mine will be coming up not too much longer. But I have Scream 5 at 14.
May as
Fair.
well
And-
add mine there too.
Not really.
That's my next one.
What do
Yeah,
you
let
have at
me
14?
let me hear what you
Yep.
guys like so much about this movie, so I can try and
So do
see
we all
it.
have 14? We do. Okay. So
No, I want to hear
Scream.
these pauses of Scream 5. Yeah, let's hear it. I just want to hear it because I probably don't see it. So what's so good
No,
about this movie?
I pretty much already said all the reasons I have it so high, and you didn't like any of them. So
All right, Adrian, what do you think? Is there anything that can sway me?
so I do like how mean, how visceral Ghostface is in these 2 new movies. I think he's
Yeah.
much more violent in part 6, which helps it. But I think Ghostface is great in this movie as well. I am actually someone who likes the core characters even in this movie, except Sam, which kind of sucks because she is the main focus.
yeah,
Yeah. I don't think there's like most of the Scream movies are this high because compared to some of the schlock of Halloween and Friday, Scream 5 to me is on a different level than those fucking my 20 plus movies. Like Scream 5 is at least a well-made movie. Like they tried to do the whole requel thing. I liked Mindy being like Randy's niece and explaining the rules. I like Chad in this movie a lot. I love the scene when he's like making out with his girlfriend at the party and she's like, "You want to go upstairs?" He's like, "Maybe we should stay down here where there's more potential witnesses." I wish Jenna Ortega would have had more to do, but I like her in the
Yes.
movie. I hate the fucking Billy Loomis Force Ghost.
I don't.
I know that's not what it is. I know it's like her imagining him, but I fucking hate that they force Skeet Ulrich in these movies. I will
Thank
never defend that.
Thank you.
I will never defend that. Melissa
Doesn't
Barrera,
bother
like you said, Melissa Barrera in this first movie, almost unwatchable. I don't know what she did between these 2 movies, but she stepped her game up so much in Scream 6. Like
I
I don't
agree
know I don't know what happened there. Dewey's death. There are plot holes galore with Dewey's death. Like I said, there's no fucking way Amber did that to him. Steve, I feel like you would hate this, but like we talked about earlier, if it ends up being Stu that mastered this part 5 and 6, and he's the one that killed Dewey's, that's why he says it's an honor. That would make a lot more sense to me, and I would like that.
How
but-
would he be alive?
Well, yeah, that's the whole conspiracy of Scream fans. Stu is alive. There's a whole Reddit for it.
He had a
But,
TV.
yeah, you know,
he had a TV dropped on him, but people have survived more than that.
So I don't like the Dewey death. I don't
The
like
Earth's flat.
yeah, exactly. It is. So I don't like the Billy Loomis Force Ghost. I don't like Dewey's death. I don't like Sam, but I do fucking love Dewey's performance in this. Like we said earlier,
Yeah.
I think this is David Arquette. Hands down, it's like the years between 4 and 5, it's like he became a substantially better actor.
I think it's his
I
best.
liked it
best
better when he was
acting
the
ever.
WCW World Heavyweight Champion.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's
WCW
great
World
there.
Heavyweight Champion, David Arquette.
Check out his documentary; it's really good.
I like the broken relationship between him and Gail, but I hate how Gail's a scum in every one of these movies.
She is.
I just don't think. I don't know. I just don't.
She
I
absolutely
didn't like
didn't.
them being involved in this one. For me,
No, I didn't want. I didn't
Yeah.
want Sydney or Gail to show up.
I
Yeah.
didn't want Dewey to show
Yeah,
up.
no, like
I
I
get
said,
why
I-
they did, but I just don't think he should have. I felt like he
Yeah.
felt so different in this movie too. I mean, he acted good. I agree with that. I don't know. He just felt different for me.
Wait, who Dewey?
Yeah,
I think he's just hardened from all the years of dealing with this shit.
Yeah, I think
And
this
then
is
him,
just the
him
best
and Gail
portrayal.
eventually being apart. And,
This is the best portrayal of him as like a broken human.
yeah.
Like I said, it doesn't even feel like David Arquette because as much as I love his goofiness in those first couple movies, he's not a great actor. And in this movie, I'm like, damn, this guy's good.
Have you watched C Spot Run? Great actor.
Yeah, but I don't have a ton to defend it. I just think it's a well-made movie. I'm more on board with the new characters. I'm okay with the legacy characters being in there to an extent. I liked Richie, like you said. I like Richie as a character. The
yeah, he was
Ghostface
my favorite
reveals.
part.
Yeah, the Ghostface reveals didn't do a ton for me, but I do like how manipulative Amber was, and just
Yeah.
yeah,
Bitch.
I think it's a good time.
I have a lot
Corey,
of
you
fun
good
with it.
or
Oh, I always have a lot of fun with it when I watch it. Yeah.
yeah? I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm not trying to sway you. I'm just saying I have a good time with it. But like I said in my review, I still agree. I was more disappointed than I was like super excited.
That's all
So-
I needed to hear.
So let's get into our top 13 here, and we'll try to speed it up for everybody's bedtime. But 13, I have. Speaking of, Scream 6.
Yeah,
Put
that's
mine
how I
there. Put mine there too.
That's how
Well,
I
that's
feel
great.
about those movies. I feel like they're like kind of just right around the same
Yeah.
spot.
Kind of like Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends.
Yep, I feel like they just go together.
Yeah, Scream
If
6, we've talked about it. Even you agree with that one. Melissa Barrera is a lot better in this movie as the lead. I think they utilized the city setting really fucking well. That
Yep.
little bodega is an awesome scene, and
It
the
is.
train is an awesome scene. Crawling
the
across the
train's
ladder.
great.
The train's good. Crawling across the ladder, I thought was like the most tension in the movie. I thought that was a really cool shot.
Yeah, I just
And,
think
uh,
6 delivered more than 5 in like every way for me.
Absolutely. All the characters like Mindy, Chad, and Tara all had more to do. This is the one time where Mindy like did the rules thing again, where it's like kind of like, okay, we get it. It's kind of getting
Yeah.
played out at this point. But
Right.
Scream 6 is mostly all positive for me. And this is probably the meanest that Ghostface has ever felt.
Yes.
Yeah, he's brutal in this.
And I like the double twist where you have fucking Flash from the Spider-Man movies being Ghostface at first. He takes his mask off and we're like, wait, are we going to follow the killer in this movie? And then he gets killed.
Yeah,
That was a pretty cool
yeah,
opening.
I was gonna say I like the intro to this one as well.
Who gives a
'Cause I
fuck
was
about
like-
movies?
I was like, I wasn't expecting that either.
It would be an
Yeah, because-
interesting twist to these movies, though, to find out who it is right away and then just
Right
know
away.
the whole time.
Yeah, because he kills who is it, like Samara Weaving or whatever? He kills her and then he takes his mask off because he does his thing like, well, now you see red, and he does a knife slash, and you think that's going to be like the intro card.
Yeah, the
But then
shit.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, I like Scream 6 a lot. I like most
too.
things about it up until the third act. It got a little.
The third act is why it's even as low as it is. It'd be much higher. if
See, that's the
third
thing
hate-
with me. A lot of time, if it ends on a bad spot, I'm like, I don't know. I just can't get along with it as much.
This was top
Yep.
10 for me if the third act was a little stronger.
Yeah, and I hate how the cop had a fucking loaded gun and he just ran at Sam instead of shooting her. Ah!
Yeah, like he was gonna stab her with the tip of the gun. Didn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
Thanks
He
for
was gonna go Michael. He was gonna go Michael Myers in Part 4 with the shotgun, just stab him through with the gun. I don't use guns, bitch. Okay, Steve, Corey, we agreed on that, right? Scream
Yep.
6. Yeah, we agreed on Scream 5 and 6 placement. All right, Steve, 13. What do you got? 13 Ghost.
Oh, let's see here. I have Friday the 13th, Part 2.
Part 2.
Which I really like this movie, going back and watching it. I remember not liking it as much back in the day because he's wearing the sack on his head, but
Right.
I just think the movie's very solid that I kind of just get past that. I think
Agreed.
the final bit of it's great, like you said. The sweater part, it's one of the most iconic scenes in the series. Other than my really only dislike is how clumsy and goofy he is
Yeah.
in this. It kind of hurts it. It's like makes you
does.
not
Yeah,
want to take
'cause the
him
look
serious. And when he takes the mask off, I never understood why he has such long hair and a beard. And like, I get that, like, because obviously he's been in this weird fucking shitty shack all the time. But then in the next movie, he is clean, bro. Shaved, nothing. I'm like,
Hell yeah.
when this
Hell
guy can get
yeah,
a
man.
barber, dude. But
Wait, he moved to Manhattan for a while. He hit the gym. Why do you think he goes back to Manhattan? He's just visiting.
Yeah.
but other than that, like, that's seriously my only negative about Friday the 13th Part 2. I actually
It's
really
a solid movie.
It is. Yeah, I like it.
But if there's any movie that should have had Jason as a hunchback, it should not have been Part 3. It should have been this Part 2.
Yeah.
It would have fit the character much better.
The only thing it was missing was him dragging it along, like, yes, mister.
Igor.
Yeah.
All right, number 12.
Damn.
Season of the Witch. I know. I'm sorry, Steven. It didn't make it in my top 10. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's
Okay.
just batshit fucking crazy anthology story. Same thing. I didn't like it when I was younger because no Michael Myers fan likes this movie when they're younger. Like, what the fuck's this shit?
Yeah.
It was even it kind of even manipulated audiences when it was coming out as like that
Yeah,
Michael might be in it.
They put a couple like movie posters out with him on them.
Yeah. But you know, like I said, Tom Atkins as Dr. Chalice is the fucking man. Corey agrees.
The goat.
Ugh.
The goat.
The goat. And I will say this is, listen, most of these kind of Jason, Michael movies, you're kind of in a way rooting for the killer. This is a movie that is just like, you're not rooting for the bad guy really,
No.
but because you don't have that, yeah, kill them all. It actually makes this movie more creepy. Like the effects in this movie are so fucking. This movie, I think, more than any Halloween movie, makes me go, "Oh, what the fuck!" Like he shakes
and
that
the
girl's
dude's like,
head off, and the
yeah.
snakes are. And the little kid puts the mask on. There's snakes and bugs coming out of his mouth.
Yeah,
There are
it's
so many
fucking creepy.
There's a shit ton of
Yeah.
creepy imagery.
Sounds
in
they
this
like
just-
movie.
really
just-
good in this too.
They just pull the one guy's head off. The sounds when they're pulling the guy's head off are like mac
Yeah.
and cheese being stirred and shit.
The
The movie is
face
just-
gets blown up. She's,
Yeah,
like,
if you're
messing with
looking,
the thing.
if you're just like looking for a batshit premise that literally makes you like squirm in your seat, like with what you're seeing, if you like that kind of shit, like where you're covering your eyes but you're kind of looking, this is a good movie for that.
It works for that for sure.
And again, Dr. Chalice, fucking man,
The goat.
the goat.
He's
I
my
shot him
favorite.
6 times, but you can't
Final
kill Dr.
girl.
Chalice.
How about my boy Dr. Chalice?
Final boy, that's
I'm
my final
sexy.
boy. But yeah, you know, we'll talk about it maybe a little bit more when Steven, but we love it. Corey even said he enjoys it. We like
do.
it maybe a
Yeah,
little
I
bit more than
enjoyed
he does. All right, Corey, what do you have for number 12?
Give me a couple more watches. I might even get used to him and like it more. I don't
Yeah.
know. 12.
Yeah.
This is where I have the first Rob Zombie Halloween.
Wow, 12. Okay, and Steve, I don't think
Yeah.
he's even said it yet.
Yeah, go ahead and put it for me.
12?
Yep.
Okay,
Agree.
guys, go ahead.
I explained it earlier, but I think once you get past the whole child stuff, I think this is just a great reimagining of John Carpenter's Halloween.
It is.
I would agree.
I enjoyed I enjoyed Michael in this one. I enjoyed all like the main characters in this one. Once you get past the whole child bullshit, like I said, Malcolm McDowell is awesome as Loomis.
He is.
Which
He's
he's no
really good.
he's no Donald Pleasance, but I think he's damn near
He's-
close in this first one for me.
Yeah. And here's what I'll say. the character, the friends of Laurie, like Annie Brackett and stuff, I would say I might feel the impact of their brutalization, maybe even more than the first movie, because the first movie,
Yeah.
they were cannon fodder. They weren't really. I felt
Mhm.
nothing when like she
Yeah.
got choked out, or I didn't feel anything. I will say I felt more of an emotional, like, oh, that poor girl in this movie.
Yeah. Yeah,
But hold on,
other
hold
than-
on. You guys keep talking. If I'm not back, go to your number. What's next? I'll add it later. Go to your
11.
number 11s. I gotta piss real quick. But you guys keep talking.
I literally have nothing bad to say about the second half of this movie. I love it.
I really
I
don't
always
either.
have. Back in the day, I really liked this movie. This at one point, this was probably my second favorite Halloween. But
There
as
was a
went on-
time before 2018 came out. Back in the day, this was probably my second favorite Halloween movie. I watched it a lot.
Yeah, same.
And not only does it have an extremely unnecessary rape scene that could have been handled more of like a insinuation that they were going to do it, and then he kills them. Not only is there an unnecessary scene, but there's an extended version where they're doing it for like 5 minutes. That is completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
And without that, it's a better movie. The version that's in, I would drop it a few notches, but because there is a lower version, I can
Yeah, I
forgive
think
that,
it
I
was, I thought it
suppose.
was ridiculous. I thought they could have even done something where they could have found a different way to get him out of there too.
Exactly. And poor fucking Danny Trejo. I was good to you, Mikey. Why do you have to kill the one guy?
Yeah, that sucked.
The one guy that was good to him. And I really love Scout Taylor Compton as Laurie in these movies.
Yeah,
especially in this first one.
Yeah, I think she does a good job in the first one. Like I said, I have no complaints about any of like the main characters in this. My only issue I talked about earlier, you shorten that beginning child shit down to like a quarter of what was shown. I think you have one of the best movies in the franchise. I still think it's solid, but
I still love it.
The beginning part's just hard for me to get through. It's too much with the. I don't think it was necessary to give him that much backstory. His family's fucking white trash and a lot of cringe dialogue. But once you get to the part where he's Michael Myers, I think it is phenomenal.
It is really good, and the mask is great.
Yep,
there's a lot of really.
looks.
It is. There's a lot of really good things that you can say about. Even though these movies are shit on just because it's a Rob Zombie thing, everybody likes to hate Rob Zombie. He is. Don't get me wrong. He does a lot of trash person things in his movies, so I get why you'd go into this thinking, well, it's going to be another trash Rob Zombie movie. But I think it's probably his best movie he's ever made.
I agree with that too. I think it's definitely his best movie, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Which it helps when you have, one of the greatest horror movies ever to just
That's true.
rely on.
For the record, I agree with you guys. Rob Zombie's best horror movie or best movie.
Yeah.
All right, did you guys get out everything you wanted to say?
Yeah.
All right, so moving on to number 11. Notice how I left because I hate Rob Zombie so much. I'm like, you guys talk about it. All right, guys, number 11, H2O,
Nice.
a little bit higher on my list.
Yeah, let's hear why.
Even for me, it's fallen off a little bit. There was a time I would have this probably like top 7, 8 movies on this list. But it's the same thing. The more I watch it, it's just Chris Durand does so bad as Michael Myers. He doesn't have like the body movements down. He doesn't get the character. The masks, every one of them are equally terrible. When you can see like his
Yeah. It's so fucking bad.
There's literally a scene where she knees him in the nuts and his eyes just go fucking like
Yeah.
It's that is there's no defending Chris Durand's performance or the look of Michael. I love the Laurie Strode. To me, this is, even though I have Halloween 2018 higher on this list, this is a more believable Laurie Strode to me.
Yep.
Like
I agree.
how she would deal with her trauma,
Yes.
which is alcohol.
I
feel you, Laurie.
Way more believable, Laurie Strode.
Way more
later in
believable.
life, when she's
instead
kind of
of
taking
turning-
it out on her son almost.
Yeah,
And Josh
instead of-
Hartnett's great in this movie. I mean, he's
Josh Hartnett's good.
He's a good actor.
yeah, it's like to this point where she becomes this closeted alcoholic, overly protective parent, and to me that makes so much more sense with the character.
Yeah.
And I would say I love Laurie in this movie. This is probably my favorite portrayal of Laurie Strode. And the final act makes up for a lot of it. If it wasn't for the showdown, this would probably be outside my top 15. The showdown is that damn good. It just LL Cool J way better than Busta
Hell
Rhymes.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And
like-
Exhibit.
It's kind of like
Reading
the
his
Rob Zombie
exotic novel.
Halloween. You just kind of ignore the flaw. I just ignore the flaws of Rob Zombie's first Halloween, and I just love the ending so much. That like,
Yeah, that's fair. Kind of the same kind of thing.
yeah,
I love the ending. I love Laurie. I love the face off. I like the dynamic of her having a son and kind of being this helicopter parent, overprotective.
mhm.
That all works for me. Where it doesn't work is Chris Strand, where it doesn't work is the tame kills. And like I said, the 90s, 2000s aesthetic doesn't work great for this movie. It just makes it feel too clean.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's very true.
But I love it. I will always love H2O. Showdown, the best part of the movie. Yes, thank you, Phil.
Yeah. It's-
That is one of the best parts of any Halloween movie is that showdown.
I can agree with that.
Okay. Corey, what do you have to start your top 10? Trying to think of movies I haven't heard you say yet.
Am I not at number 11 right now?
Oh, sorry, 11.
Okay. Scream 4.
Put it down for
4.
me. Scream 4, same spot.
Scream 4. And you know what? I have it at number 10, so I'm going to put it for my next.
We can just get
Wow,
this
yeah.
one out of the way. Let's talk about it.
That's our biggest
Very
agreement.
solid.
Before-
I'm glad that we agree with this one because I've seen people kind of up and down with this one. I never understood why.
No, I don't either. It's a really good movie.
In no way do I see 3, 5, or 6 and think better than 4 in almost any aspect other than Ghostface
Never.
being so visceral. Like that's about it for me. That's like the only part I could see.
The only real negative I have is the end of this movie takes forever. Like
It
things
does.
keep happening.
It does.
I
You're like,
know,
oh,
I
it's
agree.
finally over.
When I rewatched this, I was like, holy hell. One of my favorite parts of this is her like harming herself to make it look believable.
Oh my God.
That part I thought was great. I was like, this bitch is fucking nuts. And I just thought it was awesome. She's ripping her
love
hair out
Jill.
and putting the knife in her. I was like, dude, this
Written
is
her own
awesome.
shoulder.
I was like,
I
that's
love Jill.
wild. And I just love
What
how
do you-
committed she was to it. I was
What
like,
do you-
oh yeah.
What are you doing? I'm kicking my ass. Do you mind?
I wish
I
I
like
would
how
have
she's-
had that just for this movie.
And then
I like how
that
she
face
sets
she
up the
makes when they
guy,
tell her,
too.
the face she makes when they tell her Sydney's still alive. She's like,
Mhm.
what the fuck did you just say?
A part of me kind of wishes Dewey would have put together when she's like, "Oh, we're sisters. We both have a shoulder stab." Like Gail catches it when Dewey's talking to
Yeah.
her, like, "Oh, you're sisters." She's like, "How did she know?" But a part of me wishes like Dewey would have caught that and already been in Sydney's room waiting for her.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was fine how they did it.
I like how she this instantly turned on the dude. Like he thought like it was them two for sure. And she's just like, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Get
Oh,
out of
yeah.
here.
At least she makes out with him for a second. That's nice of her.
Yeah.
Because he's
Just
like,
him
in
a
this,
little
except this
bit.
time the nerd gets the girl and they kiss and then she just fucking stabs him. I love Jill,
And-
dude. She's awesome.
Yeah,
the
I thought she
beginning-
was great.
Me too.
From the beginning, you're supposed to assume that the other Culkin and the Kmart version of Billy Joe Armstrong are both the killers.
Yeah, all the film kids.
Yeah, you're
The
supposed to
kinda
assume
thought-
it's
kid
them.
from Saw 2.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was cool. The movie was a little bit ahead of its time with them. Like, people probably watched it when it came out. Like, yeah, right. Who wants to fucking record every aspect of their life?
Do
Hey,
you know where they got that from?
Resurrection.
No, the guys who went out and actually committed the Scream killings after the Scream movie came out. They
Yeah.
killed their friend in her house. Really did it. They recorded everything leading up to that.
Oh, did they?
So they threw it in there as a meta
What a
serial
guy.
killer joke.
what a guy.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sometimes you. That's
Was- Say about this movie though, I actually really like it. I always have. I liked it when it first came out. I rewatched it about a week
Yeah.
and a half. I think I might have liked it even more.
And I love that Kirby's like
Yeah,
the
I'm
kind
so
of
happy to hear
horror
that.
nerd that we all are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't really. Well, I guess I get it, Steve, but I'm surprised you didn't care about Kirby coming back because did you like her in 4, or she was just like another
Yeah, she was
character?
fine in 4. It was just like, I thought
Yeah,
it was just kind
it's-
of like they were just trying, like, hey, let's bring
Of
another character
course.
back.
Let's
I'm
bring
like,
another favorite back. Yeah, I get it.
Like
That
at
is
least
what
where
they do.
or at least where Dewey made more sense to me with 5. Like I get why they went to him and stuff. I just thought
Yeah.
it wasn't needed. But I
Right.
was fine with it. I understood why.
Okay.
For her, I was
That's-
like,
Yeah, that's fair. All right, cool. So we're all in agreement. Scream 4, pretty solid Scream movie. I'm surprised. I haven't heard, I think, 2 Screams out of Steven. We're getting into his top 10, so I'm already happy. All right, but to start off,
I love the first 2.
okay. To start off, I guess my top 10, I already started with Scream 4. So, Corey, let's start off your top 10. What do you got?
Scream 2.
Scream
Yep,
2, right above it.
Same. Go ahead and
Nice.
put me down.
I think other than one,
Let's go.
other than a couple big differences, I think you two have been. I expected me and Steven to be closer. I think you two have been a little bit closer, which is good. Scream 2, I have not significantly higher, but higher. So, I mean,
I
yeah,
just-
Scream 2 kicks ass.
I just think this whole movie was turned up like 10 notches from the original. The cast is great. It's very tense. This one's very tense. The atmosphere. And I think the Ghostface killers were great in this. I like the twist that you didn't realize it was Stu's mom or Billy's mom. Which one was it?
Billy's mom.
Billy's
mom.
Yeah.
Jackie
Plus,
from Roseanne.
Plus, I love her as an actress, Lauren. I don't remember something, but I can't believe I'm spacing on her name. I love Big Bang Theory, but yeah, I love her as an actress. I think
Laurie
she's great,
Metcalf.
so- Metcalf, that's it.
Yeah, Laurie
So
Metcalf.
all of that, the kills are a tiny bit weak in this one, but I forgive it for
Yeah.
all the positives.
Yeah. I've
Phil-
always liked
Phil, I
Scream
can't-
2.
Yeah, Phil, I can't even necessarily argue. 4 didn't really learn anything from the first 3. Copycat killer from Woodsboro murders. Yeah, that's kind of what the movies are,
Yeah.
But Scream 2, talking about a much better Scream movie. Go ahead, Steve.
The only negative I have about Scream 2 is Randy's death. That's it. That's my only negative.
Yeah, man.
That
It
sucks.
shouldn't have
You-
happened. It happened pretty early on too. It was like maybe for me, maybe if you would have waited until the end and
Yeah.
but it was way too early on. He was a pretty fan favorite with the first one.
He really
so,
was.
So it was like, really, I get it, bold, but I think it was one of those bold decisions that did not pay off at all.
Didn't pay off.
No,
I
least-
think, I mean, who knows? If you have Randy in Scream 3, that movie could have been, who knows how much better.
Just
potentially.
imagine. The question is, who would have played Randy's double? Because he says in the second movie, like, he's talking to Dewey, he's like, at least you got David fucking Schwimmer. He's like, I got the guy from, I can't remember what he says, but yeah. Scream 2, I'll talk a little more about my love when I get to it, but
It's just
Phil
very
says
solid.
Randy's death
Yeah.
was the reason I hate the rest
Yeah,
of
I
the
don't
movies.
blame you.
Totally
I get
fair,
it.
Phil. Totally fair.
That's the cringe singing scene I hate, but
I think I love you.
I feel bad for him because she's like not trusting him, and,
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
I thought
And
that was like,
Jerry
and I get
Jerry
it,
O'Connell just
But-
Jerry O'Connell just has like the most like innocent face too. It's just like that guy can't be the killer. Look at him.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, if he actually is the killer, wow, because he just seems so.
That would be
like-
great.
Yeah, and then when he dies too, I was like, damn.
Ah,
Plus,
felt-
he's tied
I
up.
felt for her because she finally found someone that was like so good for her and genuine, and he gets fucking smoked. You're like, ah,
He gets
Because
shot
she
in the
doesn't know who she
chest.
can trust.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
But how about that cat?
I thought it was very
singing
good.
scene, huh?
yeah. I mentioned
what?
that.
Oh, did you?
I
Okay.
said cringe singing scene. Yeah, I'm good on that.
Oh, that's yeah. Oh, I think I love you.
I think it's funny. As hell.
And then I love Timothy
Randy's
Oliphant in the
dead.
movie. I love Timothy Oliphant in the movie, but like when they do the psycho killer reveal and like his little face he does, he's like, pretty good twist, huh? Didn't see it coming.
I thought he
He's
was
so-
great. I thought he
he's-
was great.
So
what
did
the
I.
fuck are you doing? I love you.
He was so good in that for me.
Yep, Phil said he gave up his pledge pen for, which you don't do in the frat house. That's a sin. All right, so at least Phil got it. He has his Scream knowledge. He just didn't like him after Randy died. I got you. Yeah, but the second one, the college setting, that was cool. Switched it up. Of course, it brought in Sarah Michelle Gellar, which I'm sure a lot of Buffy fans at that time loved that decision.
Probably.
The cast was just loaded. Like you said, Jerry O'Connell, I thought he was great. I thought he was perfect for Sydney. I thought it was a good love interest. I love the whole debate in class about like sequels sucking, clearly poking fun at themselves. Randy's like, oh, sequels suck. And I like the whole thing between him and Mickey. Mickey later on at the party, he's like, Empire Strikes Back, bigger budget, better story, better effects. He's like, that was part of a planned trilogy, doesn't count as a sequel. I just love the whole movie. I love how nerdy these movies are with the movie debate.
Yes.
That's something that really works for me.
The meta-ness inside of all of them is beautiful.
You always have at least one or two big horror fans in every one of them, and I love that. But yeah, two's just fucking solid. This is where I felt Dewey and Gale were a little more natural before part 3, where it was overdone. I like Sydney trying to escape from her past and it coming back to get her.
Yep.
It's just a bunch of really fucking good elements. Cotton Weary coming back into the fold. That was a good little MacGuffin.
Yeah,
a good little red herring.
Yep.
When he's just out for the fame.
Yeah, I don't really think this movie does anything really bad at all. It's very good for me.
No. Definitely nothing I would call egregious. Okay, so number nine. Number nine for me is the original Halloween 2. Still holds up as a great sequel to Halloween. Aesthetically, it is the closest to the original Halloween, which has always held a special place in my heart. I feel like you could watch these two movies back to back, and it feels like just one night.
Yeah.
It's one long continuation.
That's the reason why I love it so much. Yeah. I almost feel like it's just a perfect two-parter.
It is. It gave away, like, and you kind of had to do that after the conclusion of the first movie, but it gets away from some of the more tension and suspense for just like straight up kills, which makes sense because Michael already introduced himself as like the Shape, and they already did that like hiding in the shadows thing. So now he's just like out to get Laurie. And with the sister angle, which I also am not a huge fan of, but it makes sense that Mike is more fucking just visceral. He's just out killing people. He's done hiding. Laurie kind of takes a backseat for 2/3, but during that 2/3, Michael's doing a lot of great kills. So I'm not really that upset about it. I hate that Dr. Loomis blows himself up and somehow him and Michael still live.
I try to ignore that and think of this as the perfect ending because I love that Loomis is like, fuck it, dude, I'm taking him out.
Absolutely. Yeah, like you said earlier.
Like Loomis, perfect.
If you end this at Halloween 2, perfect way to end it. He sacrificed himself to kill the evil.
But then we got Halloween 4, which is also very good.
Which is also awesome, and none of us have brought up yet.
So I'm fine.
So obviously we were all fine with this franchise continuing. Corey, what do you have for number 9?
Here's where I have Jason X.
Damn.
Okay. Damn, you guys have it. Damn, I feel so bad. Where did I put it? 17.
You
guys both have it in your top 10.
No.
Wait, where'd you put it?
His was right beside yours.
Yeah, we were.
Oh, that's right. You were also
Freddy versus Jason. Somewhere around there, they're very similar. Yeah.
Okay, I feel a little bit better, but somehow at the same time, I feel like Corey's ranking is right.
It's just so fun.
It's so much fun to watch. And in a world of movies that some of them are more challenging than fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like to shut my brain off. That's why I go to Jason X and Freddy versus Jason so much, because they're just easy to watch. They're even background movies. They're even easy to have on in the background. But I personally love Uber Jason, even though it looks real schlocky. Trust me, it looks plastic on the sides, his arms and his leg. Trust me, I know. But the mask is fucking awesome, and I love the red eyes.
Lord Zed looking motherfucker.
And we don't have to talk about it a lot. We already did, but I love the kills. So much campy comedy in this one. It's so flawed, and I love that. And there's so many puns. And
it sucks on so many levels.
Yeah. And that just the dry ice kill is just
guys, it's okay. He just wanted his machete back.
I feel like Friday the 13th works when it has a little bit of that campiness and silliness. So
and that's what they found out in part 6 and went away from.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, I'm fine with chasing it.
And there's a cool karate sex robot at the end. So
Hell
I'm cool with
yeah.
that too.
KM.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
What
fun.
a badass. I'm going to have to hurt you now. KM, we talked about that in our
Now-
episode, but
now
I don't
you
care
might
what you
need to
said.
run.
KM's a badass character. Phil says, how could you not lick nipples on a robot?
I don't buy a robot without nipples, Phil.
Exactly. We live in 2023, which is 1 year before hockey's banned.
That's true.
According to
According
this
to this
movie.
movie.
Steve, what do you have for number 9?
All right.
Okay. I love every time you prep it up this way, like, okay.
Halloween 2018.
Halloween 2018.
I think
Okay.
it was a very good revival of the series. It started off what I thought was going to be a great trilogy. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I don't really have much negatives to say other than I agree with the whole Lori thing. It felt backwards to me. It never felt right with me the way her character was.
Corey shaking his head. I also just put Halloween 2018 as my next at number 8.
I think it's great. I really do. Other than that stupid peanut butter on the penis or whatever he said.
I got peanut butter on my penis.
I'll tell you my issues with this.
It feels so out of place too.
It is.
The way he says, I'm like,
In
It's like-
front of your daughter. It's
I was-
very
It felt
out
so-
of place.
It felt so out of place that I don't feel like Allison was giving that reaction. I feel like it was Andy Matichek. Like the actress was like, "What?
yeah.
Peanut
Yeah.
butter on your? Why wouldn't you say I got peanut butter on my pants or on my crotch? Or like I got peanut
Yeah.
butter on my penis?"
Why is your dick
Uh,
out?
I'll tell you the only thing that drops this out of my top 5. I
Oh,
put it
Go ahead.
at number
go
8.
ahead.
I just want to say Sartain was not handled the right way.
Thank you. I was gonna get there.
My only complaint.
Yeah, Sartain twist
The
wasn't
doctor
handled
was
the right
so
way.
dumb.
It
pissed
was.
me off.
Like if you let us see behind the scenes, maybe at the beginning of him being evil or whatever, I think that works better. I feel like there's so many better ways they could have gone with this character than him just like stabbing Hawkins with a knife pen and like putting the mask on. I fucking hated that.
I didn't care for the like journalist people thing either.
The
at all.
podcasters.
I didn't care about that at all. I was
Don't
like,
call them journalists, okay?
Yeah.
They're podcasters.
Fuck
Yeah.
We're
podcasters. Who
podcasters
cares
and we're
They
not
were like,
journalists.
I want to find a way to like show Michael beforehand, and I don't.
And
know.
what was the deal what was the deal in this trilogy about Michael saying something that never led to anything? They were obsessed with him saying something, and it just led to nothing.
Yeah, it was dumb.
But to say I didn't like Sartain. My other big issue, unfortunately, was with Lori. It was just too over the top.
Yep, I agree. Home Alone, fucking. Lord.
Yeah, Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
I like Jamie Lee Curtis's performance, but the character, it's just like, no. I'm
I
sorry.
love
but
the
40
ending. I love the way they set him up.
I did too. But 40
Very
years later, no incidents. You're not, I just don't, I can't speak. I don't know that kind of trauma. But 40 years later, especially when Halloween 2 didn't happen, you're not going to be
they're not
this
related,
traumatized.
exactly. That's
What
what
I
that kind of hurts the movie for me.
She lost
What I
3
think-
friends 40 years ago. I don't know.
What I think that was, I don't think it was all because of that same incident still. I think at that point, she had been doing it for a while. She lost her daughter. She was alone. At that point,
I'm
it just
talking about
became a
oh,
routine.
You're saying she lost her daughter because of her craziness.
I don't think 40 years later, it's still her like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to me. I think she's so stuck in her routine of training and being alone and trying to
Yeah.
survive that she just does it now. I don't think it's
Yeah.
necessarily fear anymore. Because when he
I
shows
also-
up, she's not really scared.
Yeah, but she's
No,
kind of
no.
like it, but she's anticipating it the whole movie.
Yeah,
They're
like
all
she's
"You're-
ready
you're-"
for it.
They're like, "You're nuts. It's not going to happen." She's like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to happen. It's going to happen."
Yeah,
So,
I
like,
think
yeah,
she
like,
kind of.
She still believes
I
it.
think
I don't think she's scared of it anymore.
what's so sad is
She almost wants it.
What's so
She
sad
wants
is,
to
like,
end
she. Oh, she definitely wants it. But what's so sad is like she wasted her entire life. She lost her daughter. She lost her granddaughter for this thing that never happened. And then
Only for
like,
it to
finally
happen, and
happens,
then
but that-
after this, and then her daughter dies in the next movie.
Yeah,
and she's
only for
fine.
it to
She's like,
happen.
I'm gonna write a
Only
book, and
for-
I'm fine, honestly.
I'm gonna write a book, but only for it to happen and her lean against the fucking door, which he can easily break through with his hands, which he does. Only for her to
Yep.
shoot through the fucking floorboard so he knows they're underground. Like, Lori, you trained your whole life for this. This is all your training. I do think it's the final act is great. Like, I love the doors closing behind her. I love how much she is prepared for like this doomsday situation.
Yeah.
I think she should have died at the end of this movie. And I think Lori originally did die at the end of this movie
Yeah.
because there was a version that went to test audiences. We don't know the details, but all we know is that audiences hated it so much they changed the story. I think Lori died. And I think that's
Yeah.
fine.
Well, the fact that they're not related, I think it is fine because it's just Michael Myers. I still don't even understand why he's going for her, anyways.
The only reason he went for Lori is because Sartain manufactured it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he took Michael to Lori. But like, yeah, I hate how she feels so self-important. Like, I'm all that matters to Michael. He wants me. Even in the second movie, fucking Hawkins Hawkins is like, he doesn't want you. He doesn't care about you.
Yeah. That's my one of my biggest issues with this new trilogy.
But that being said, I mean, I have it at
good.
8.
Very good.
Steven has it at 9. We still fucking love it.
No, I do. Yeah, I remember watching it in theaters, and I was like, "Damn!" Like they actually fucking
This is
did
a
it solid.
fucking
Thank you.
And let me tell you, after seeing Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends, and now Exorcist Believer, I'm starting to think David Gordon Green got real lucky with this movie because he is not making any good horror movies since.
Yeah.
I'll have a review coming out for Exorcist Believer in a few days, so you'll hear my
Really?
whole rant on that.
I heard it's dog shit.
It's terrible. Phil says, so they decided to make a Halloween movie that's a sequel to the original movie, as if they said screw all the
they
sequels.
got plenty of time.
Phil,
buddy.
Phil,
They got,
they've
like,
done
4.
multiple timelines in Michael Myers. This is nothing new.
I think they got 4.
Hey, Zach, my guy says you're still alive. What's up, buddy? Okay. Hope you're having a great stream. Thank you for stopping in, man.
Sure.
Appreciate you. That's one of my YouTube buddies right there. He's a good man. Okay, so where are we at now? I got my number 8. You got your number. Okay, Corey, so you're at your number 8. What do you have?
My number 8, this is where I come in with Halloween 4, Return of Michael Myers.
Solid.
Okay. I'm not mad at you.
I didn't care if you were. Jamie Lloyd, obviously, she's a great character.
Yep.
Yes.
And the fact that she's a kid and Michael Myers is going after her, you almost root for. It's like one of the only times you root for her versus Michael, because you're like,
Bro.
don't kill the kid.
Yeah. You're like,
what
come on,
what a
bro.
way
Yeah.
what a way to raise the stakes, but have him chasing a child.
Yeah.
That is great.
I think Rachel's an amazing final girl. I think
Oh,
she's
yeah.
very good. And
Another
the clown,
great-
I mean, the clown
Better
costume
than
that,
Lori.
that Lloyd wears is just everybody knows it.
Yeah, it's
Another
iconic.
great Loomis performance.
And great
Right.
Loomis, yeah.
Once again,
I have
mean,
no complaints.
Once
about
again,
this movie, I
and-
really don't.
This movie
mask.
absolutely nailed
That's it. His mask.
his
is
mask. His mask looks real doofy.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
That's it.
Deputy Doofy. But this
Let me
movie
fingers.
absolutely nails the Halloween atmosphere.
It
Maybe
feels
better
like
than
1 and
any.
2. It feels
Yeah.
like 1 and 2.
Maybe it might nail that Halloween aesthetic better than 1 and 2. Because in 1 you still saw like the palm trees in the background because it's California.
Yeah.
They tried to put like leaves on the ground and shit, but these
Yeah.
movies were actually shot in fall, like the
Yeah.
Thorn trilogy. So you actually in the opening credits, like with just the cornfields, the wheat fields, the pumpkins, the scarecrows, the whole movie nailed the Halloween aesthetic better than
Yeah.
I would say any movie. Maybe with Season of the Witch, that's up there too.
Yeah, we're
Literally
getting
the only bad thing. Oh yeah, you still haven't said it. Literally the only bad thing about Halloween 4 to me is Michael Myers. Like, and not the way he moves, just the way he looks.
I was
Yep,
gonna say
same. That's
that's
my
not-
only negative.
yeah.
That's it.
Which is weird.
Which
That
is a
it's
big
this high.
negative. It is.
It's this high, yet Michael Myers is our only issue.
But the movie is that damn good around
Yeah,
it.
the movie's great. Like I said, it
is.
nails just like 1 and 2 for me. It just nails
Yes.
the aesthetic and everything about it. I like all the characters.
I do too. It's the Thorn trilogy loves to do this weird fucking thing with sound effects. Like in this movie, when Loomis is shooting at Michael in the gas station, it's like it's like it's like an old cowboy western, like a spaghetti western.
He
And
hates
then
these cans.
He hates these cans. And then in part 6, every time Michael comes up on the screen, it's like this fucking electric guitar riff. It's like
It's great.
the Thorn trilogy loves sound effects, and I love them for it. Okay, so Corey, you got your number 8. Okay, we're at Stevens. Number 8. What do you got?
It's time. Season of the
Okay.
Witch.
Season of the Witch, number 8. I love that.
I want to put it higher than 4, but I just can't because 4 is such a good sequel, like with
Yeah.
Michael Myers included, that I can't do it. I can't. I have only good things to say about Season of the Witch. Like I had said earlier, my only issue is the ending falls flat for me. And when an ending falls
Yeah.
flat for me, it hurts it a little too much. And I just love Tom Atkins in this movie. I think he's so good. I think the idea that
so
this guy
good.
wants to kill all these kids too is super fucked up. And I mean, he might
Yeah.
be the biggest villain out of any of these movies, really.
Yeah, that's
'Cause
true.
He's trying to kill all the kids in the world.
What's one thing up until Halloween 2018 that we've never even seen Michael do? Kill kids.
Yeah.
This
Michael-
movie shows kids dying.
Jason walks away from kids. Like they all
in
walk away
part
from kids.
6.
Freddy's the
And-
only one that kills kids.
Yeah, that's
And
his
my
target
next
audience.
My next movie's Halloween 4. So
Halloween 4, yes, sir. At number 7.
yeah, it's great.
Hell yeah,
These
Halloween
next few
4.
movies for me are just all phenomenal.
Yeah, guys, we're as Doctor Strange would say, we're in the end game now. Everything here is amazing.
Oh yeah.
This is all top quality. So since we've talked about Halloween 4, I'm gonna go ahead and say number 7. You guys know what it is. Friday the 13th remake. Number 7. Maybe for you guys that's even a little bit low. I haven't seen your ranking on it yet. And since none of you said, hey, put it on my 7, I assume it's higher. I love this movie, absolutely. I think the first 15 to 20 minutes is the best Jason Voorhees anything we've ever seen. I think he's fucking
agree.
so... Derek Mears is so fucking scary. This is the Jason that you would not want to see in a dark alley. The same way with like Tyler Maine's Michael Myers.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to see Derek Mears Jason in a dark alley. You have no chance. This dude full on sprints at you. He
I
sets up
hate his
traps.
tiny piece of hair.
Oh, his little blonde strands.
Yeah, I hate
Yeah.
that. It's like, why couldn't they just make him bald or have a lot of hair?
Yeah, commit one way or the other.
Yeah, just make
But-
him,
but-
for some reason, he's clean shaven.
But it's kind of telling how this movie fit Friday the 13th 1 through 4 in
I
one
love
movie.
it. Yep.
That just tells you how little story there really is in the first 4 movies. of that
Exactly.
franchise.
That's what it tells you. And I love 4. We haven't even brought it up yet.
Yeah.
But
I
this,
wish they would have
uh,
given us a sequel to this with Tommy Jarvis.
yeah, so bad. So
Okay.
bad. Derek
would've
Mears,
loved it.
dude. I don't care if it's what is it now, 15, 14 years later. If they make another Friday, I want Derek Mears as Jason again.
If they would
So
do
bad.
some sort of sequel where, like, you give us a Tommy Jarvis showdown when he's a kid and fast forward and then give us, like, a part 6 where he gets resurrected in one movie, I would love that.
Yeah. Phil, if you're still with us in the comments, let us know how you feel about Friday remake being this high. I don't know if Phil loves this movie or hates it, or
He
he's
probably
kind of
hates
in
it.
between with it. Probably.
I think a lot of people that love the old ones hate this one. I don't get
And
why.
and here's what I hate. All these like Friday purists, in quotations, purists, they have all these complaints always about, well, Jason doesn't set traps. He's done that before. Jason doesn't run. He's done that before.
Yeah,
like-
well, they didn't watch the first few movies, did they?
He runs
Right.
in 3 all the time.
He runs in
Or
4
two,
a ton.
two. Two is
2
what
through
I
4. Yeah, he
actually
runs
Yeah,
in
2
all.
through 4. Yeah, when he's a human. It's like they
Yeah.
only think of the shitty ones where he's a zombie, other than excluding
I
one
thought
of
that
those.
people clearly didn't listen to the opening scene of this movie because they're like, what? So Jason dug all these tunnels to like be everywhere. If you listen to it, it was actually from a group of like coal miners that dug these tunnels.
He just found
And
them.
Yeah, he found them, and that's kind of a cool way of explaining how Jason's like everywhere. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
That was
they
pretty cool.
explain it. I was
I get
fine
the
with
kid.
that.
I get the issue with the kidnapping. That
The
I think is the
kidnapping
only.
was my least favorite part.
That is the one honest to God criticism. You could look at this movie and I'd be like, I can't really argue that.
I can't
Like-
argue it either. I think it was dumb.
Like
I
Jenny
only-
looks like his mom. She puts the sweater on. I get that he can be manipulated, but to keep a hostage, I didn't love it.
I only
He is mentally
honestly-
retarded.
Yes. I only honestly will argue that because, yes, he does have mental problems, and they're taking from when he was tricked in the older movies.
Yeah.
And they're just putting a different spin on that. Instead of her doing it to trick him, he accidentally got tricked
Yeah.
because he's like, oh, it's my mom.
I don't like it, but I
Don't
can,
love
yeah.
that, but
I can see
I
the little bit of reason.
100% forgive it.
It's because he's. Yeah.
It honestly doesn't take anything away from the movie. I mean, look where I ranked it. I love it.
No, I'm a big fan of.
I
the
honestly,
remake.
every criticism you have for this movie, besides maybe the kidnapping thing, can be warranted. Like, can go towards any of the old Friday movies.
Yep.
I think that's just fans looking for something to hate. I think this is a solid fucking Friday movie.
Very. I
and-
like the cast. I think.
Yeah, Jared
Jared
Padalecki,
Padalecki is awesome.
I think the one dude, the blonde guy, I think his name's Trevor.
Trent.
Trent,
Trent. He's such an asshole. He's
I
great.
love
He's
Trent.
great.
your
he's
tits are
great.
stupendous.
He's great.
You have purple. You have perfect nipple placement, baby.
You have the Asian and the black guy. They're just
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah,
I just
Shuey.
think-
Yeah, he sees Jason. He gives him the hockey stick. Like, here, I think you're missing this.
Yeah, I think the cast. Is
I didn't
awesome
want him
on
to
that.
die.
Me
I
either.
know. It's
I was like,
just
maybe they're gonna let him get out. Maybe the black guy's gonna come down and like,
Yeah.
hustle with him or something real quick.
And then it turns out Jason is also an axe throwing champion.
Yep, I'm glad
Yeah,
they
he
put
is.
that in his lore that he's just 100% accuracy. Oh,
Like, I don't know.
The kill at the dock was great too.
Yeah, all through the dock.
Yeah, he pulls it out.
Yes. And then when he puts like the fire poker through the cop's eye through the door, so
Yeah.
fucking good, dude. Like I don't
I don't
get
get
the
the hate.
complaints
I'll
about
never
this
get
movie.
hate
No, it makes no
I'll
sense.
Never will.
Like
Nope.
I've tried many ways to look at this movie, and like I don't get how, as a Friday fan, you could hate it. Like I could see it maybe being middle of the pack, but to be like, oh yeah, this is below everything. Like,
Yeah,
what?
terrible. It's almost worse than the movie where there's a girl that fucking throws him around with telekinesis, and when he's on a boat,
Anybody.
Hey. Phil says of all the horror remakes of recent years, Friday the 13th has to be one of the worst. The reason?
okay,
He wants
boomer.
to find out. Okay, boomer.
No. Anybody out there who puts this remake below the original is so fucking wrong. I don't
The-
even know
one
how to
of the
describe how
worst.
wrong you are.
They
Phil,
summed
I
up.
love you, buddy, but
They summed up the only thing you needed to know about the original in the first 3 seconds.
That's
or
right.
whatever of this movie,
Head
and that was
gone.
all we needed.
there's only one thing that this movie doesn't have that the original has, and that's Crazy Ralph. It's got a death curse.
That's true.
Crazy Ralph is a goat. Yeah, but I don't know. I love the movie. I'll never understand the complaints. Corey, what do you have for number 7?
Freddy versus Jason.
Wow, I forgot you haven't said this yet. All right, so you love it.
It is my most go back to and rewatched Jason or Freddy movie.
Really?
It's the only one I can really watch with Katie because she really likes it. But it's also just I think it's so watchable. I can put it on in the background. I'm doing dishes, just put it on my phone. I can put it on in the background, not even looking at the screen, know what's happening.
Corey loves Ronnie. You.
I
do.
get that. It's definitely, I think in the entire series, it's the best movie to just throw on whenever.
And it's
That-
the best
for
Freddy
sure.
we've gotten. Period.
I don't know about
The
period,
kills-
but it's my favorite Freddy
I think
since
it is.
probably part 2 or 3.
I think it's the best one. But
It's great.
the kills are awesome. I love all the kills in this movie. I love the final the fight between them. It delivered
yeah.
100% on the fight.
It did.
I don't know. I really really like this movie.
Best kill of Freddy versus Jason. What's your favorite? Mine is definitely when he stabs the douchebag through the bed like a million times and then folds him in half.
Folds him.
Same. Yep, that's what I'm gonna say.
That's such a good kill.
I don't know. I might
Yeah.
like the ridiculous straight flying on fire machete. It's not even spinning or anything. It's just straight right through the guy's back.
Do you know? Do you know
Out
what
of
Ronnie
chest.
you loved to do in this movie? He loved like the slow motion, like stop animation, like Jason slashing someone and them going
Yeah.
flying through the air. He loved that shit.
They really showed his power in this.
Yeah, they did, and they also made like Ronnie. You also did Bride of Chucky, and I don't see a ton of similarity to the styles of these two movies. So good for Ronnie you for being diverse. You know. Yeah, and Freddy versus
How
Jason.
sweet
I got
dark meat.
dark meat.
You said diverse.
God.
I had to
You
go there.
got your nose. But I do agree. The scene with Freddy at Camp Crystal Lake, and like when he's in the water and he comes out like all fucking angry, and that is the scariest I've seen Freddy since part 2.
Yeah.
Back when Freddy was actually scary.
Well, he's been nothing but camp since too. So
Yeah. Too slept on only for that reason. Freddy is fucking terrifying in that movie. That's the gay one.
sure is.
Maybe the gayest horror movie in history. Jeepers Creepers 2 also very. Okay. Number 6, I have Halloween 4. And we've talked.
We went in on that one.
we've-
Yeah.
Are you at 6?
Oh, I already have it. I was just saying we talked.
Oh, you had it
about
at 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had it at 7. Yeah, I love it. I love everything about the movie. Great Halloween atmosphere. Great Halloween movie. Great Loomis performance. Jamie Lloyd and Rachel. Great characters. Just everything. Tension.
Everything but his mask.
Good kills. Everything but his look. We've talked about it at nauseum. I love this movie.
I guess
It
the
is a solid
hillbillies.
fucking
If you want to
Halloween
complain
sequel.
about that, but I don't. I don't complain about it.
The hillbillies going for like I almost said social justice for like we the people justice. Like we'll take care of them ourselves.
Yeah, I was fine with it.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
kinda
Halloween
makes
4 is
sense.
just fucking great.
Those are the type of people that would probably actually do it. So I'm cool with
Oh
it.
yeah, a bunch of dudes leaving the bar like, we'll do it.
Yeah, it was a lot better than fucking Halloween Kills trying to replicate it in the worst way possible.
Oh god. And here's what I'll say, and I hate even bringing this up, but the Michael in this movie, he's kind of like the way he's lit, the way he looks, it's almost like he's like a live action cell shaded person. It almost feels like a fucking Fortnite Michael Myers,
Yeah.
which when I look at it in that light really
Or
ruins
the
him for me.
Telltale series, Michael Myers.
Yeah, Telltale series.
Yeah.
But I will always remember the shot in Jamie's Nightmare when he like sits up beside her bed and the lightning
Yup.
strikes.
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. Man, Daniel Harris kills it in this fucking movie.
She does.
Yeah,
That is a kid that is genuinely afraid. Okay, Corey, what do you have for number 6?
That is where I have Halloween 2018, and it only fell to this spot because of how
Because the
bad kills and
doctor.
ends were.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I am
That's the
shocked you
only
have it
reason.
at 6.
Yeah,
I thought this
it
was
should
gonna
not be
top
this
2 or
low
3
for
for you.
me. I think it's gorgeous. I think it was a perfect sequel to the original. I think is it James Jude Courtney, right? I think he's
Yes.
a great Michael Myers.
Yep.
I think he has the mannerisms
the
down,
best.
the walk down.
When he's walking through the houses at the one part.
The one shot through Haddonfield is my absolute favorite anything in any of these movies. That'll never change, no matter how bad the other sequels were. That one shot through town is my favorite shot ever in a horror movie. I'll gush
great.
about that all day long. And then when he just kind of looks down at that baby and keeps walking, you're like, oh shit, is he about to kill the
Yeah,
baby?
they give you that moment. At this point, had he killed the kid yet at this point or no?
He killed that
Like the kid that
12-year-old
likes to
after he
dance?
crashed off the
Yeah.
bus, remember? The
Yeah,
kid
yeah,
that was
yeah.
in the front seat of that truck.
So when he kills that kid, that gives you more of a reason. Like, is he gonna fucking kill this baby?
Is he going to
Yeah.
kill this baby? I think the mask is the best in the whole series. It's atmospheric, intense the whole way through the movie.
Yeah,
I love that Michael stages a ton of like humorous setups after his kills.
he
I love that,
does.
like it's that
Mike-
Michael in this one.
Michael's always been about that.
He's always been that, but he does it a bunch of times in this movie.
He does.
And the only complaint about I have about this
The
entire
doctor.
movie is New Loomis, Dr. Sartain.
Sorry,
I hate him so much.
He could have been such a better character.
He could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awful.
What a good parallel though. I love in the final act when Michael's chasing Lori, and at first it's Lori looking for Michael, like he is the fucking shape.
Yeah.
And at every point, once he pushes her off the balcony and she disappears, we're seeing it through Michael's perspective, like she's the one to be feared now. I love
Exactly.
that.
I
Like
like that,
Michael's
yeah.
looking for her. I love that little twist.
Yeah.
I could have done without her Happy Halloween, Michael. Like just fucking stab him. Don't say a little line before so he can hear you.
Right.
She worked on that for 40 years.
You probably don't
That's what she
understand
came
it.
up with.
Yeah, that's what she did too. She's like, what do I say? Burn in hell.
She's writing
no?
down different ones.
Merry
Write
fucking
this down.
Christmas.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Merry Christmas. Jamie Lee Curtis. Just don't be a fat pussy, okay? That's what we're trying to say.
Oh,
My number 5, or are we? No, Steve's number 6, rather.
Halloween 2.
Halloween 2, the OG.
I think for me, this is the perfect sequel to Halloween. I love the hospital setting. Yeah, Laurie's out of it for a while, but like you said, we get a lot of cool kills and kind of get that Friday the 13th feel.
Oh yeah,
which I love. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's the perfect sequel, and if it would have ended right there, I wouldn't have cared because I thought it was great. And I almost feel like it's like, for me, it's like poetic that Loomis and Michael go out together instead of Laurie and him for some reason. I just feel like that was one of my biggest gripes with 2018 is I didn't have Loomis, and I just feel like in a way Halloween for me just isn't Halloween without Loomis because of how good he is in 1, 2, 4.
But I like in 2018 that they didn't just recast him because Donald Pleasance was gone.
No, I agree. I'm fine with that because I don't think they could have found someone to do it again. Like Malcolm McDowell, we got lucky with in the first movie to be as good as he was. So I was fine with Loomis not being a part of 2018. But yeah, I've always thought Halloween 2 is just a perfect sequel. I just love watching both of these side by side.
You should watch them 1 and 2.
Yeah.
It's a double feature that deserves to be viewed together.
Exactly, and I think that's why I just hold it to such a high standard for me.
But that's also how I feel about original in 2018. If I watch those 1, 2, I've done it a couple times, and I like them. I like them side by side too.
I could see that.
Because if you just think about Michael being dead in the basement after the first one,
right?
Cool. Just pretend he's
dead. It's cool. They could have ended it there easily. Okay, getting into the top 5. Corey, I'm checking your list. I'm cheating real quick to see if you've mentioned this yet. Oh, yeah, you did back a couple ago. All right, guys, my top 5. Of course, at least one Scream movie's making it. But for me, it's 2 Scream movies.
Wow.
Scream 2. Scream 2 is my number 5.
He loves this movie.
Absolutely loved it.
I know.
I love Scream. I think this was just a perfect follow-up for the first movie. It kept like that meta fourth wall breaking. We've already talked about it. I love the discussions between Randy and Mickey. I think that's some of the best shit in the movie.
Yeah.
I love Jerry O'Connell as the love interest because he is a guy that seems so innocent, but he like goes in to chase the killer and Dewey finds him with his arm slashed only. Like, so it's like, okay, are you setting this up or why would he let you live? Yeah, I love that. And then he kind of puts it back on Dewey like, oh, kind of coincidence you got here after the killer disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just love pretty much everything about this movie. One of my favorite scenes in all of Scream is the conversation between Randy and Dewey when they're talking about like Dewey's like, well, you could be a suspect, Randy. Randy's like, well, if I'm a suspect, you're a suspect. And Dewey goes, you got a good point. I love their dialogue together. Like Dewey is so goofy, but in the best way.
Yeah, Randy never.
And 2 is just fucking. No. Randy should have never fucking been
good. He was too good.
Take out anybody but Randy, Sidney, and maybe Dewey, and I'm fine in that second movie, but not Randy.
Yeah,
I think
also Randy big ups for the camera. That cameraman was funny as fuck.
Gail's new
cameraman. He was great.
I don't know what. I don't know why he sings at some moments. Like at one part, fucking Sidney backhands Gail. And the lady's like, did you get that on film? He's like, yes, I got that on film. I don't know why he always sings, but I love him.
I don't know. I do it in my personal life, so I get it.
He says, I've seen enough of these movies to know that brothers don't get that far in these franchises. Oh, and also the opening scene. Guys, is it okay now to be happy that Jada Pinkett was murdered brutally.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
is that
it's fine.
okay now?
That's fine.
Because Omar Epps, I felt for him, but Jada Pinkett, like, and even in this movie, I'm like, oh god, you're a bit of a. I have my money. I want your money. Like, I'm like, oh god, I can't wait for you to die.
I just watched
And
that
now
scene over
Jada
and over
Pinkett-
again.
Yeah, no, Jada Pinkett, whatever she goes by. I was glad to see her dead. Not in real life. Not in real life.
You know, if it happens, it happens.
Corey, number. If it happened, I didn't do it, but if it happened,
Yeah.
Corey,
I
start
don't
off your
care.
top 5 before I get in trouble.
This is where I have Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Final chapter. Okay, the final chapter. I'll go ahead and say I have it at 4. Okay, final chapter. I'm going to put mine in at 4. Final chapter.
I have it at 4 as well, and
All right, cool.
remake is my 5th.
Okay, cool. We'll just fill them in. Okay,
Yeah.
so you had Friday the 13th. Corey, start talking about part 4.
I think Ted White's one of the best Jasons that there's been.
Hell yeah.
I think
Agreed.
Corey Feldman is the best Tommy Jarvis. I think he was great in that movie. I even love the whole taking Tom Savini's real life story to make him like a mask maker. And like that's what he's
Yeah.
obsessed with, and that's
That
how he
was
tricks
awesome.
him at the end. And I loved that. I love that Tom Savini does the kills in this because they're so brutal, especially the one where Jason's falling on his knife and it's just chopping the side of his fucking face off. Can we please talk about the best character that's ever been in the Friday the 13th movies? Crispin Glover is the best person who's ever been in these movies. Dad, where's the corkscrew, Dad?
Corey, I think you're referring to the dead fuck.
The dead fuck. I love him so much.
I
Every
love-
character, if you ask me, every character in this movie specifically is good. I like
Yep.
every character.
I like the
sure.
entire cast.
Yeah.
I do too. I like that they actually had a family element with the Jarvises. I like
Yeah.
this for the first time. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like for the first time in 4 Friday movies, it felt like they actually got a fucking director.
For me, it just felt like there was actually like I don't know, like the main character just felt like Tommy just felt like a main character to me, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like the
well,
first-
that's kind of into my point. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like there's actual cinematography in this movie for the first time. I feel like there's great shots, there's great set pieces, there's actually characters you want to root for, and
Yeah,
even
you
the
weren't-
teen like cannon fodder, you even like them.
You weren't just sitting there waiting for Jason to kill them all one by one. You actually
Exactly.
were watching a movie.
Exactly. I'm watching a movie. I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
this has a plot and this has a point.
Yeah.
And you have this guy that wants revenge on Jason because he stabbed his sister through fucking in part 2, like with the double penetration.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
He's killing me. Like I said, it doesn't pay off to much.
No.
But the movie, right from the get-go, it lets you know fucking Tom Savini's back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
You have Jason in the fucking morgue and he saws Axel's head and fucking twists it backwards. It's
Now
this
he
Jason
put his
is brutal.
he put his all into this movie because they did lie to Tom Savini and tell him it was the last one. So he
They
came
sure
back in
did.
and he was like, I'm gonna fucking give it my all.
Yeah, this is.
Hell yeah, Phil.
Agreed.
Hell yeah. Phil, by the way, thank you for sticking around the whole fucking. You're the man.
Yeah, what a
Thank
guy.
you, buddy.
Hey, badass.
What a guy.
Animal.
Even though we've had disagreements, he's the man. He had to listen through all of our scream shit. He's like, la la la. la. But
Yeah.
on any given day, here's the thing: my 1 and 2 is a coin flip. My 3 and 4 is a coin flip. Any given day, the final chapter could be my number 3. Today, it's my number 4. It's right
Yeah.
behind another Jason movie.
I got a controversial take coming.
Okay. So what are we on? My 4. Corey, you already. Oh no, Steven's 3. Okay, so we're on Corey's 4 because we both put in ours. So Corey, number 4, what do you have?
4 is where I have Jason Lives.
Jason Lives. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's my number 3. And Steve, you don't have to say yours if you don't want, if it's not number 3. That way we can actually have you put something in for 3. And from the way he's looking, it's not number 3, it's higher. All right, Jason Lives, guys. I mean, it's awesome. It is, like I said, on some given days, the final chapter is my favorite. I think when I ranked all these movies, I put the final chapter at number 1. Today, it just so happens Jason Lives is my favorite.
Yeah.
It's just, it's Friday the 13th perfected. It's them understanding that to make a 6th movie about this guy, it's getting fucking ridiculous. What can we do to like let people know that we are in on the idea that this is getting crazy?
The fucking Jason dime turns in this movie, I love them. The
Yeah,
way he
just
turns to camera all the time.
oh my god. Yeah,
I
Tommy
love reanimated Jason.
Yeah,
hell
me too.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'll tell you,
Tom Matt. Good.
I'll tell you the other thing that I really liked about this, where I do like the Tommy Jarvis in this one a lot better than 5. The 5 Tommy Jarvis is a bit of a douchebag, but I love the Tommy Jarvis in this movie. I think he's very I think he's very effective in this movie.
Thank you, Chad. We love you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Phil, as Jason lives at number 1. Yeah, no surprise. Yeah, it's just fucking, it's a ton of fun, dude. I love all the wink and nods at the camera. I love all the Easter eggs. The only thing literally the only thing I don't really like about the movie is, excuse me, I just don't like Jason's yellow gardener glove utility belt. Look, I don't like the fact that Jason has a utility belt. Like
the look's a little weird.
Everything else about them, it's just he's too clean. If you go back and look at this Jason,
there's a reason
he
when we recorded our Friday the 13th episode, I had that on in the background. It was the first one that came to my mind. I was like, I'm putting that on behind us.
Like this Jason literally spent time in the grave when Jarvis was a kid, all the way until he was an adult.
Yeah,
and he just looks way too clean.
Well, that's what I like, that they finally gave us like something similar to a Laurie versus Michael. We get a Tommy versus Jason, and it just feels like complete for me.
For the first time, they actually had a reoccurring character.
Yeah, they had someone that was like
someone who had a history with this guy.
Yep.
And then I loved to make a new blood.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, how do you have this, and then that's what you come up with.
Come on, Jason, you pussy! Come on,
you pussy!
You should have just, if you're gonna make another movie, you should have had somehow Jason gets back out of the fucking lake, and he's fucking on a rampage again, and Tommy's like, dude, I have to find a way to kill this motherfucker.
Absolutely. And by the way, Steve, what shirt are you wearing there? just for the record.
Final chapter.
All right. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. It's just fun. It's the most fun I have with any Jason movie. It's probably the most rewatchable to me.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, Corey, number 3. Top 3.
3, and this is where it gets hard for you guys. Maybe
so,
you
hold on.
Specifically.
Just for the record, we have Scream, Halloween. I can't think off the top of my head what you're missing but good.
It's a remake.
Oh, it is.
Halloween is what I have at number 3.
Wow.
Halloween, the original. Okay, let me boot Corey here real quick from the stream.
It was good. It was good hanging with you guys.
I'm just not gonna
this movie being in the top 3, there's no cardinal sin against that. I'm okay with it.
There are just so many like beautiful fucking shots in this movie. I love when Laurie walks into the room and sees all the dead bodies and she's crying and his mask just lights up and it gives you that cue that it always does.
Yeah.
Or when she's sitting there like heavy breathing and he sits up behind her. Just Nick Castle, just the way he stands is intimidating.
Yeah.
And why the fuck, the tension you feel when the Shape is coming across the street for her and Tommy won't hurry the fuck up and open his door. Every time I watch that movie, I go, come on, Tommy, open the door.
And Carpenter's soundtrack in this just is so perfect and just makes you feel the tension every time. Like
he's amazing.
Corey and I have said this multiple times, but without this score, this movie wouldn't be in the same regard as a 10.
No.
It just, I love it. I love the movie. I love it.
Yeah.
I haven't even mentioned it yet. We're in the top 3. But without that fucking Carpenter score,
it just builds the tension and suspense so perfectly.
So
and it somehow creeps you the fuck out. You hear him fucking the one little note.
He just fucking and people are like, genius.
Yeah,
I know. It shouldn't work the way it does.
As a little kid,
but it does.
Michael Myers always scared the fuck out of me. So like, this movie, still to this day, I just find it creepy as hell. Probably because he doesn't
Yeah.
look like a fucking absolute idiot in this one, which is
Yes.
you can't say for a lot of the movies, but yeah, especially in the first movie, the way some of the scenes are shot and stuff, I just think he's so damn fucking terrifying.
You can't see his eyes bugging out of his helmet
Yeah.
when he gets knees in the knee in
Yeah.
the balls.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of the same thing with Jason and Michael. Like, I almost like when it's just like blackness. Like
Yep.
you can't see. Like, I'm okay with the human Jason seeing
I
his
was-
eyes because he is human.
I was gonna say the Jason's the only one I kind of have an exception there because I kind of like to see his fucked up eyes,
But when you can't
especially
see
when he
Michael's
gets the one
eyes,
stabbed and he only has one.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But the original Halloween, man. I mean, what else can you say about it? That hasn't been said 1,000 times. It's just
We'll get
it's the
to it
perfect.
when you guys.
Yeah, let's just go with that then. Wait, Steven, he said he has a bit of a controversial opinion, and he only has 3 left. All right, Steven, what's number 3?
For me, it's the first Scream.
Scream.
And that's-
Okay.
It's not me knocking it in any way, of course. I just always been more of a Friday the 13th guy.
Yeah.
So you can go
Oh
ahead
God.
and put that as you can put that as my number 2. Jason Lives.
Jason Lives. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I love the first Scream. There's literally nothing I can say negative about it. I'm more of a Jason guy. That's literally my only reason.
Yeah, same.
But I
What?
love Scream. The first Scream's great. No other movie in the franchise is obviously better. No other movie has even perfected or even tried to copy this and do it in the right way. It's one of a kind. Sydney's
Absolutely.
one of the best protagonists in any horror movie. I mean, you have a great cast here.
I think Sydney is the final girl, unless you include someone like Ellen Ripley from Aliens.
Yeah.
Like, if you're just going based
Yeah,
on
that's
slashers, I think Sydney
It's
is
Sydney.
the final girl.
There
And-
is no other final girl like Sydney. None. Zero.
And for me, Stu and Billy were the perfect killers
Yes.
for me, and they're never going to be replicated. And I
Nope.
said, that's another reason with 5 and 6. Like, I don't know, killers did nothing for me there. Well, I thought Stu and Billy were great, and that
Hell
the final bit where they're just fucking stabbing each other. It's like the first time ever seeing that. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
Let's face it, baby, these days, you gotta have a sequel.
and
Fucking hit me with the phone, Dick.
That was an improvised
can't-
line, by the way, from Matthew Lillard. That's great.
I can't say enough about how good the first Scream is. Like, if Jason wasn't so badass and iconic to me,
I can't
That-
take it, man.
That's what I mean. You
the
get
way,
to,
the way he even just says to Sydney, "Did you really call the police?" She's like,
Did
"Yes."
you really go,
My
my
mom-
dad,
my
my
mom
dad
and
is
dad are
gonna
gonna be so
kill
mad at
me.
me.
What's your excuse?
Uh,
Peer pressure. I'm far too vulnerable. I love Stu so
Oh,
much,
he's
dude.
so good.
Do you think Sydney would go out with a guy like you, like a guy like me, like you? No, no, never. Poor Randy at the video store. Scream is well, Phil. It took all. It took all.
There it
Scream, but I'm glad you
is.
can say at the end. Scream is a great movie. I agree with Steve. There you go, Phil. That's character development right there for Phil.
We
Let's hear
found
it.
it within this episode.
We wrote better character
Sure.
development in this movie than half the movies on the slide.
That's true. More than that.
Okay. Number 2 for me. Oh, this hurts.
wow.
Halloween. Making number 1, Scream.
I actually
Now,
thought,
like
it might
I
go
said-
that way. Adrian's been obsessed forever.
Like I said, 3 and 4 with Jason Lives in the final chapter on any day could be a coin toss. 1 and 2 with Halloween and Scream.
The real goat.
Oh my
Yes,
god.
sir.
Dude,
I'm also
what a
wearing-
reveal right at the end.
I'm also wearing the first Halloween.
yes, sir.
What
But
a
I'm also
fucking
wearing
reveal at the end
Ghostface,
by
and I got
Steve,
Jason
you
behind
son
me.
of a bitch. That's
That
true.
was
That was
great.
fucking.
That
That
was
was
great.
clever.
Number 1,
Uh,
baby.
Guys, on any given day, Halloween could be my favorite for so many reasons. both of these movies, we don't need to go into it much more. Everyone knows they're both fucking classics for completely different reasons. Halloween is that proverbial tuning the guitar string, building that tension, waiting for it to fucking snap. Like, when is this going to go off? And it's all worth it in the final act because that is so good.
It's just
It
a
was-
timeless classic.
It's
Yeah.
a timeless classic.
And for
The
me,
only
I
thing
don't
about
know-
Halloween, is I don't think a lot of the side characters age as well as newer.
Yep, I agree with that. I agree with that.
If I cared more about Annie Brackett and her other friends, that would have been more impactful. I just don't care about them. They're generically written 70s characters, whereas Scream, I care about every single character dying.
To be fair, that was kind of a thing back then. Like, you know,
Well, yeah,
I
it
mean-
was totally. It's a product of its time.
Yeah, for me, the fact that
Phil
Halloween,
said Judas.
the fact that Halloween,
I know, Phil. I know,
holds
Phil.
up
I'm sorry. No, Steve.
so well. I'm almost a little biased towards it because it's that old, and I still love it that much.
Yeah.
It just impresses me.
Bro, on another day, my list could be Halloween, Scream, Final Chapter, Jason Lives. Today, it's Scream, Halloween, Jason Lives, Final Chapter.
Like, my dad was 2 years old when this movie came out, and yeah, it's fucking old. It's phenomenal for me. If a movie that old
Steve,
makes
I'm
me
just-
feel that tense, I'm just impressed by it. For me, like, it's so old, yet I'm like, holy fuck! Like, I'm feeling tense
Right.
like during these
You
moments.
still feel everything that it.
I've seen
made
it so
people
many
feel
times,
78.
and still I'm like, damn.
Yep. At the end, the perfect fucking ending in any horror movie is just Michael gone, and that
Yep.
breathing in the background is it showing the Myers house and the Strode house, and just like, where is he? He's still out there. You don't know. End the franchise, but no. Let's make 12
definitely
sequels.
no.
Yeah, and I just think Loomis is like one of the like coolest side characters in like any
Yes.
horror movie for me. He's just great.
Yes. The
And he
darkest
sticks around
eyes,
for
the
fucking
devil,
ever. Usually,
the devil's eyes. All right, Corey. I think you're the last one then. I think you just have Friday the remake and Scream. So what's number
Yes.
2?
number 2 is Scream.
Wow.
Oh my god. You're number 1. Phil is gonna
That's a
hate
hot
you.
take. That is a hot take.
This is
That's
my.
a spicy take.
That is.
I'm glad it's a Jason movie and wasn't Scream as well, though.
Adrian can contest to
Hell
this.
yeah.
I've been obsessed with Jason since I was a kid. I owned every mask
He's
growing
always
up.
been my favorite. So
Yeah, he was always my favorite. And-
Oh, but he's back.
Myers is more intimidating because of the way he kills. I think Jason
I,
is a killer.
Chad agrees with me.
Thank you, Chad.
Derek,
He agrees with
I
me
think-
as well.
I think Derek Mears is absolutely the most brutal Jason we've ever gotten. And no, none of the shit bothers me. I hate that people are like, he runs. Yeah, he fucking runs.
He did that in half the franchise. I always thought it was
Pay
stupid.
attention, bitch.
His sack head in this is absolutely awesome. Like, I
It's
love
terrifying.
how the sack head is put on his head in this one. And the mask, I like that he kills an entire group of kids with the sack head and then kills an entire another group with the mask.
Yeah.
Like two
Then
in
t-
one movie.
The entire movie is set up to think that these original characters are like the ones we're going to be following. And
And
20
nope.
minutes in, they're like, nah, let's waste them all and introduce new ones. And Trent is a fucking douche, but like we talked about,
He's great.
He's the
Intention-
best
he's
douche
intentionally he's written as a douche, and it works so fucking well.
Perfectly. Yep.
ever. Like when Adrian brought up in our episode when Trent says, "You don't want to get on my bad side," and then Jared Padalecki looks at him and goes, "Oh, what happens then?" Like they're both alphas. They're not going to budge.
They're both
I-
Chads. Hey, hi, Chad.
I think Jared Padalecki is the best lead we've ever gotten in a Jason movie. I can't believe Danielle Panabaker died. That was a huge twist at the end there. I thought for sure
Yeah.
she was going to
Yes.
live till the end. So that was crazy. The atmosphere and tension are so much better in this, I think, than most Jason movies. I think it's so good. This other than Freddy versus Jason, because that's fun. This is the most rewatched movie in all of horror for me. I watch it all the time.
Wow, so I thought your hot take was going to be Halloween 2018 being maybe number 1. Ended up being Friday remake.
Right.
At a certain point in time, Halloween remake or 2018 was my number 1 movie. But
Right.
it was never over this. It was my number 1 Halloween movie at one time. But even when we did our episode where I said it was, our horror episode, the remake probably was my favorite. I just kind of forgot when we did that episode. I was fuck that. I was like, oh, fuck that, but it was better. But it didn't bother me because the Halloween 2018 and the original Halloween they could both easily be put in my number 1 position. I wouldn't be mad about it.
Fair enough. All
Yeah,
right,
so
guys,
I was
one more
trolling.
time.
Halloween Ends. Number 1.
Wait, what'd they say?
I said I'm trolling. Halloween Ends. Number 1.
Yeah, we were all just trying to lead to we all love Halloween Ends.
Yeah, guys, actually take all of our lists, flip them upside down. That's our actual list. For me, it's
Andrew
H2
loves
number 1,
H2.
Resurrection number 2. I love it. All right, guys. So real quick, I'll just do a little freeze frame here so you can take a look. That is my list right there. 31 through 1. Take a screenshot. Take a picture. I don't give a damn.
Do what you
That was a little
want
Chris
with it.
Tucker there. That's my 31 through 1, starting with Rob Zombie's H2, ending with Scream. Corey, 31, starting Jason Goes to Hell, ending with Friday the 13th remake. Corey, starting and ending with a Jason movie. I like it. And Steven, starting with Halloween Resurrection. Yeah, and
Ending
you started
with
and ended
Halloween.
with a Halloween. I'm the only one that doesn't have continuity. So there you go, guys. Take 3 screenshots. All right. Well, holy shit, 4 hours. That's going to do it for us. Thank you so
Yes,
much for
sir.
all of you who stayed around for the whole entire list. Let us know which list you agree with the most. Give a big thank you to this way, Steve.
Great list.
First time,
Best
great list.
list.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know about that. We'll stop at great. But first time a live streamer here with us. Corey, you know him from the podcast, Culture Shock Podcast. Check us out every week. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're not going to do any Patreon plugs or podcast plugs. We do that on our podcast enough.
Yeah, you've all heard it.
But guys, leave us your list. Leave it in my comment section. Leave it on Culture Shock Podcast YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcast in the comments. And thank you guys so much for being here with us. Let us know what is the worst hot take on this list. Is it Corey having Friday remake at number 1? I know that's going to piss some Friday fans off. Is it me having the original Friday at 27? I can't remember where I put it. But guys, yeah, this was a lot of fun. I hope to join Steve. Hopefully we can get.
Notice
Hopefully,
you didn't mention any hot takes of mine because maybe my list is just the best. Like I thought.
I mean, safe's another word, but no, you definitely had. I think you had the controversial Scream takes, but
yeah, I don't know.
but
I see
Steve,
a lot of people not really like the new Scream, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. They're wrong. No, they're not.
You're
They're definitely
wrong,
not perfect.
and you're a grotesquely ugly freak. Thanks.
All right, but Steve, thank you so much for joining me, dude. I hope when I do a list in the future, maybe I can get you to rewatch some terrible Nightmare on Elm Street movies so we can review. I'm thinking my next list will be something like Nightmare, Child's Play, and Texas Chainsaw.
Okay, well, I will definitely have to do my research on those because I haven't seen Chainsaw Massacre 2.
What? That's the best. That's arguably the best one.
I have some hot takes when we do those ones.
I haven't seen those 2 in a long time. I haven't seen anything after Child's Play 3 in forever. I haven't seen, Nightmare on Elm Street. I've seen 1, 2, 3 in the remake, and that's like the only one. And New Nightmare, I kind of remember decent.
Watch
bits.
Freddy's Dead. You'll love it.
There's a power glove in it.
Is that the one with the train or something?
It's the one where they parodied Wizard of Oz, and there's he's a Looney Tunes character.
They mention a power glove in that movie.
Let's do Hellraiser instead. They suck too.
Oh, they suck.
Hey, I like Hellraiser. Exorcist,
hate
maybe. Exorcist 1 and 3 are good. Steven, have you been black and white the last 2 hours?
Am I black and white?
Corey, is he black and white?
I mean, Pumpkin is orange. I think it's just his background is brown, so it's.
It's
Yeah, I think
really
it's
coming off.
quality.
Okay, I was just making sure. Maybe I've had too many beers. You just seemed way more colorful at the beginning.
I had my light on.
Beers are
earlier.
affected. That's probably what it was. Chad says Steve's hot take is Halloween 3. Oh, there you go. Perfect, Chad. That is Steve's hot take, which I don't necessarily disagree with. All right, guys, but thank you so much for joining me. Corey, Steve, hopefully both of you guys can join me for the next one where I talk about some terrible horror films that I'm not as big of a fan of.
Yeah, I'm definitely down. I mean,
Hell yeah.
it was a good time.
And Corey's on a podcast with me, so he can't get away.
Make me rewatch some trash. I'm cool with it. I see a
Hell
lot
yeah.
of trash watching some of these again.
All right, guys, anything else you want to say, or are we going to call this a night?
Nope, I'm good to go. It was fun. I had a blast.
Hell yeah.